Hello Basingla, how are you? Welcome all of you to We Need Tamil Nadu. Am I audible and visible to all of you? Please let me know in the chats. Yes. Am I audible and visible? Hi, good morning. Okay, let me know that if I am audible and visible to all of you, and then we can start the class. Okay, then we can start the class. Okay, let me also check. Hi, what are JE students doing here? We can start the class. Okay. Yes, I am audible. Very nice. Hello. Okay, let me just share the video on the Telegram as well, so all of them join. Yes, quickly share the link with your friends. Okay, ask them to join. I'm so sorry I was a little late because yesterday I had class till 10. By the time I reached home it was 11. So, waking up was a little difficult. But Ana Kude, we have woken up and we are going to start the class. Okay. Yes, just a minute. Are you all excited? I saw a lot of messages, ma'am. I'm very excited, ma'am. Okay, very excited. Perfect. Okay, let's start. Thank you. Okay, Basingla, start panlama. Okay, ma'am, start panlam. Okay, first we will wear the tools. What are the tools that we need? Glasses. Okay, no, I can't see anything. No, I can see, but still. Okay. Yes, so today we are going to do mix of my notes plus mind maps and also question practice. Question practice mostly we will do in between when you are feeling like, my god ma'am, you have taught us a lot. In between we will do questions. So these are the mind maps that I will be using. This has almost everything that is important. So we will be using such mind maps to understand the major concepts. Okay, and I will share these mind maps with all of you as well, so you don't have to worry. Now let's directly start with breathing and exchange chapter. Okay, let's start with breathing and exchange chapter. Lot students, around we have, I don't know how many slides, I think around 200 plus slides are there, everything my handwritten notes only. Okay, so we are going to start. Ready? So it's going to be I wouldn't say it's just a revision. I'm also going to teach you at the same time. If you're a student who is watching human physiology for the first time, this class will be very beneficial for all of you, because it will have lot of things, like everything will be taught with the help of notes. Okay, with the help of notes. Clear? Done? Okay, quickly mark the attendance. I want to see all of your attendance marked. Okay, yes. So here you can see, students, breathing and exchange. This is going to be students, you only think it is 6 chapters. So 6 chapters, how much time it will take? Even if I take 1 hour for one chapter, it will take quite some time. Okay, so I don't want any of you to ask in the between, ma'am, how much time it will take, I don't want you to ask that. Okay, just understand that if you are the serious NEET aspirant, you have to sit with me till the end of the session. If you are not, then you will keep leaving the class. Okay, so look here, in breathing and exchange, we have to start with ನಮ್ಮ respiratory organs irukku, mechanism of breathing, exchange of gases, transport of gases, regulation of respiration, disorders of respiratory system. So these are main topics. Okay, yes, all of you mark your attendance as well and let me know your attendance in the chat box as well. Okay, Pasangla. So start panlama. Normally breathing na enna, inhalation and exhalation. Inhalation na enna, when I take in the air, right? So inhalation or inspiration, right? Inhalation or inspiration, that means where I am taking in the atmospheric air. Okay, all of you inhale. Okay, that's inhalation. Adukapram exhalation na enna, when I am expelling out the air, right? When I am expelling out what is not required for me, that is your carbon dioxide. So now on the oxygen, I am taking in the oxygen and the carbon dioxide is coming out. That is what is breathing. In NCERT, a very important line is given, that is breathing is also called as respiration, right? So here I have written that, see, breathing commonly called as respiration. And respiration na enna, students, nama plant physiology la, all this we have studied about respiration, right? So we have studied that respiration means breakdown of glucose to yield energy, right? Breakdown of glucose to yield energy. So breathing commonly called as respiration. Respiration na enna, breakdown of அந்த carbohydrate breakdown பண்ணி energy release பண்ற process da respiration. So breakdown of glucose yields energy and that energy we are going to use for all our metabolic activities. So I want one thing very continuous in my class, that is I want all of you to keep marking your put thumbs up when you're understanding the concept. So the flow will be very, very simple. Clear? The flow will be super simple for me if you keep putting, if you keep putting your thumbs up. Okay, if you put thumbs up. Clear? Yes, I can see a lot of you. Okay, who is going to put the target? Who is going to put the target? Okay. Come on. Okay, now see here, this is the basic. Now here students, the same paragraph is given from NCERT. So NCERT paragraph we are not going to focus, we are going to directly focus on my notes. Okay. Now look here, mechanism or respiratory organs, depending on their habitat and the level of organization, that is depending on where they are living and the level of organization. That means, is it cellular, is it tissue level, is it organ level? So அந்த மாதிரி depending on habitat and the level of organization, நம்ம respiratory organs வந்து it is going to be different. That is students, you should understand, we have simple diffusion in very primitive organisms like what? Sponges, coelentrates, flatworms. But when we go to earthworm will be like, bro, I will just use my skin. Okay, I will just use moist cuticle to take in the gases. So moist cuticle, and insects have a network of tubes which are called as tracheal tubes, which I have taught you in cockroach chapter. So here I have put a diagram, simple box for you. Simple diffusion happens in sponges, flatworms and coelentrates. That means they are very simple, very primitive organism. So in that primitive organism, I cannot expect them to have like very hi-fi respiratory organs. So adanala they will have very simple organs which are going to do the job, like simple diffusion. Okay, va. Adhikapura students, moist cuticle na earthworm. Earthworm is it will use this moist skin surface to take in the gases. Next one வந்து நம்ம tracheal tubes. Tracheal tubes வந்து it is there in insects, especially we have studied in cockroach. So tracheal tubes will be there, it will divide into tracheoles and from there exchange of gas is going to happen. Then students, gills and lungs. Okay, gills and lungs is going to be there in your humans as well as in fishes. Gills are going to be there, aves, birds also, lungs are going to be there. Now one more thing I want you to remember here is your frog is a very exceptional creature. Why? Because frog does cutaneous respiration. What is cutaneous respiration? Quickly tell me in the chat box. Cutaneous respiration, respiration by skin. Pulmonary respiration, respiration by lungs. Okay, buccopharyngeal respiration, respiration by buccal cavity. So frog la vanda all these three types of respiration happen. So adanala cutaneous respiration nadakum, pulmonary respiration nadakum, buccopharyngeal respiration nadakum. Very good, Jayanti, Abhinaya. Okay, good job. Subra, Kaushika. Okay, very good. Okay, it is happening with the help of moist skin. Now, coming to the most important part. Okay, my notes is clearly visible, right? No one has a problem with my notes visibility, no? Okay. Okay. Yes, very good. One target achieved. Okay, next target we can put. So awesome, guys. Awesome. Energy is super good. Okay. Yes. So, students, normally, just look at this. Okay, I am taking off my glasses. Now, when you are breathing, can you see these two, openings here? Yes, ma'am, two openings are there. So, those two openings are going to be the external nostrils. So, when I am taking in air, okay, it is going through my external nostril, it is going to this area, right? All of you can see this area, no? That is your nasal chamber or a nasal passage through which the air has to enter. So, that pathway is what we are going to study. So, in the pathway, students, starting வந்து நம்ம external nostrils in a nose, which are two openings, okay, which are two openings. Now, it is going into nasal cavity. Where is it going? Nasal cavity or the nasal chamber. And remember students, there is a nasal septum. Nama nose bridge nu solluvanga. Like in smaller classes, our friends would have hit us and we would be telling that my nose bridge is broken. That bridge that you call is actually a septum. Septum is anything. In the heart also septum is there. In the testes also a septum is there. Septum is anything that makes a partition. So, this nasal septum divides the nasal chamber into right chamber and left chamber. Okay. Now, students, remember, in the nasal chamber, there are going to be hair-like structures. All of you have hair inside your nose or not? Yes ma'am, we have. So on the hair what does it do? And the hair it helps for filtration. That is, from the outside air we take in so much dust particles, ellame mix airkum. So on the air it does the job of filtration. Okay, and the air it does the job of filtration. So hair will be present for filtration, and not only that, for humidification and conditioning only you will have this mucus lining. You will notice, no, sometimes your nose will be watering. So humidification and condition will be there. Other couple of students, from this nasal chamber the air is entering into the pharynx. Where is it entering into? The pharynx. Pharynx actually is divided into 3 regions. Okay, pharynx is divided into 3 regions. First region the nasopharynx, second region the oropharynx, third one the laryngopharynx. So nasopharynx na ma'am, it is connected with the nose, so adinala it is going to be with the air. Okay, where the air is going to enter. Oropharynx, food and air. Laryngopharynx, sound box is going to be present. So the region where it is connected to the nose, nasopharynx, where it is connected to the mouth, oropharynx, where it is connected to the larynx, laryngopharynx. So 3 partitions are going to be there for your pharynx. In the pharynx it's a common passage for food and air. Okay, common passage for food and air. Is this clear to all of you? This is understood. Very simple. External nostrils are there. Air is entering. It is entering into a nasal chamber. In the nasal chamber, right and left chamber is going to be there with the help of a nasal septum, and from there the air is moving all the way down. Done. Done, done, done. Okay. Yes. Now we are going to come to the next very important topics. Okay. Next very important. Yes, I will send the PDF dear. Okay. So from the pharynx, now it is going to where, students? Larynx. Larynx is what? This sound that God has gifted me is because of my sound box, and that sound box is called as larynx. We also call it Adam's apple. Girls, touch here. Can you feel something? Yes, you will feel something that is moving. Okay, if I press like this, my voice will not come. Now for boys, what will happen? In the Adam's apple it will be protruding a little outside. Okay, protruding a little outside. So that Adam's apple will not protrude in females, but it will protrude in males. And the Adam's apple da nama sound box nu solluvaanga. So larynx is the sound box or the vocal cord, and students, this larynx is a cartilaginous box. What is it? It is a cartilaginous box. Ma'am, how many cartilages are using? Here students, 9 cartilages we are using. That is, we have 3 paired and 3 unpaired. Okay, 3 paired and 3 unpaired. Clear? Now in boys, Adam's apple, glottis, this we will come to. So from the larynx, trachea is there, but understand that in between this, students, so this is the larynx. Okay, in larynx I told you different types of cartilage is there. One of the cartilage is glottis. For the glottis there is a covering. Okay, for the glottis there is a covering. Just imagine, this is the glottis. Okay, this is the glottis. Yeah. Okay, this is the covering. This is the covering. Okay, this flap like structure is called as epiglottis. So to make sure that there is no food entering into larynx, or there is no mix up of air or food, this epiglottis is present on the glottis, which will close when the food is coming. Understood? Okay, because for girls it wouldn't look good. Okay, it wouldn't look good, so that's why. So larynx is there, and this flap like structure is called epiglottis. Where is it present? Just above the glottis. So it will help not the mixing up of food in the larynx. So adinala, just like a door. Okay, just like a door, a flap like structure is present. So here you see glottis covered by a flap like structure called epiglottis. Now the air has come from larynx to trachea. Trachea is the windpipe. Now very importantly, in the trachea male students, there is incomplete cartilaginous ring. Incomplete cartilaginous ring. Now just imagine this is trachea. Now you think I put like this. Okay, full circle I have put. Now when I put full circle, what is the problem? Air when the pass agumbodhu, it will not have any space for any relaxation. Correct dane? Correct. It will not have any space for any relaxation. So if I put a complete ring, then the air which is coming in, it will be very difficult. It will damage the tracheal tissues. It will damage the linings. So adanale we have incomplete cartilaginous ring which will be covering the trachea like this, and this incomplete structure is going to be towards the dorsal side, not towards the ventral side, towards the dorsal side. So this will allow the air to come in. So little relaxation will be happening. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Understood? Yes. Okay. Now look here. Trachea, windpipe, incomplete C-shaped cartilaginous rings will be present, and they are going to divide to the right and the left at the 5th thoracic vertebrae. So students, look here, this is the trachea. Okay, this trachea has incomplete cartilaginous ring. Correct, ma'am. After this, the trachea is going to split. That is, the trachea is going to divide to the primary bronchi. Right primary bronchi, left primary bronchi. And where does the division happen? All of you tell me in the chat box. Where does the division happen? All of you tell me in the chat box. Quickly. Yes, those who haven't subscribed, quickly subscribe to the channel, and those who haven't marked your attendance, quickly mark the attendance, okay? That much I think you people are capable of doing. Yes or no? Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. Very good. Fifth thoracic vertebrae. So, and the trachea vanda, in the madri vanda, inga vanda oru partitioning nadakum students, one division will happen. Okay, that division is going to allow it to be on the right and the left, and that happens in the fifth thoracic vertebrae. That region we call it as carina. Okay, that region we call it as what? Carina. So, here you can see. Okay, C-A-R-I-N-A. This is the region where the cough also is initiated. Okay, so this is understood. Any doubts here? Incomplete C-shaped cartilaginous ring. The cartilage is going to be hyaline cartilage. Okay, hyaline cartilage. Any doubts here? If no doubts, I am moving forward. Okay, now look here. Trachea is going to divide to right primary bronchus and left primary bronchus, or right primary bronchi and left primary bronchi. Okay, adukapram students, obviously after primary secondary will come, after secondary tertiary will come. Yes, ma'am, this we already know. So look here. From the trachea, division has happened at the fifth thoracic vertebrae. Understood, ma'am. From there, you know the primary has been formed. Okay. After that, secondary will be formed. Then tertiary will be formed. Then initial bronchioles will be formed. And then terminal bronchioles will be formed. Ultimately, respiratory bronchioles. And this is all going to end into a sac-like structure called the alveoli. Okay. Sac-like structure called the alveoli. Clear? So, students, primary bronchi in a secondary bronchi one the tertiary bronchi. Tertiary bronchi is going to divide to form initial bronchioles to terminal bronchioles to respiratory bronchioles to alveolar ducts and alveoli. This is the complete division of your how the entire respiratory system is going to be divided. Clear? Yes? Thank you, Nagaraj. Cartilaginous box is just the larynx. Okay, it is made up of 3 paired and 3 unpaired cartilage, and in that one of the cartilage is your glottis, thyroid cartilage, like that many other sursinoid cartilage. This glottis cartilage lavanda or flap like structure will be present, which is called the epiglottis, and the epiglottis vanda helps in the closing. Okay, helps in the closing. Clear? Okay, understood? Understood? Yes, ma'am, understood. Okay. Okay, now just look here students, this is our incomplete cartilaginous ring. This is the ventral side, this is the dorsal side. So, in the dorsal side, our cartilaginous ring it is going to be incomplete. Okay, why it is incomplete? So that the gases, as it is moving, the air is moving, slight movement is allowed. If we completely pack it, like let's say someone catch my neck like that, I cannot move. Right, I am going to collapse, all my tissues are going to get damaged. So, to avoid that, what we have to do? We have to make sure that it has a slight relaxation place. So, dorsal layers of the larynx, and here whatever you are seeing. So, this is the cross section madri, this is the larynx. Behind nama trachea irukum. So, trachea linings is what you are seeing here. Can you see that incomplete cartilaginous rings is what is present here? Okay, yes or no? Thank you, Praveen. What is happening? Okay, this is understood. Okay. We will also use the mind map, don't worry. So, this is our entire diagram students, just look at the diagram. Okay. Look here, here you have the laryngopharynx, adukapra in the structure the nama larynx, okay, that is also your thyroid cartilage. Here you have 𝐂𝐴𝐸 cartilage, and then you have the thyroid gland, don't worry about it. Esophagus irukka, trachea irukka, and then as you come down, the trachea is dividing into right primary bronchus, left primary bronchus, adukapram secondary bronchi, tertiary bronchi, initial bronchioles, terminal bronchioles, respiratory bronchioles. Ultimately it is going to form the alveoli. Okay, ultimately it is going to form the alveoli. Understood? Yes. So here you can see, this is the incomplete cartilaginous ring, this is going to be the lumen, and right this side you will see the esophagus, the food pipe. So food pipe is there, windpipe is there. So to make sure that there is no mixing up, we also have our pharynx, and also we have this epiglottis structure which is present. Okay, understood this? This is the same thing given in your NCERT. Okay. Okay. Look here, this diagram is important for all of you. So in the diagram, students, what they are giving, so this is your, again, trachea, partitioning is happening, this is your lungs. So in the lungs, what is going to be filled with? That small sacs, that sacs are called as what? Alveoli, ma'am. Okay, alveoli. So this lungs has coverings, can you see? Lungs has protective coverings and also rib coverings are there, which I will teach you in further. So here you can see, students, outer covering is called as the parietal. Inner covering is called as the visceral membrane. So, outer la oru parietal membrane irukum, inner la vandu oru visceral membrane irukum. Between these two, there is going to be the pleural fluid. Okay, what is going to be there? The pleural fluid is going to be there, which reduces friction. Okay, reduces friction. Everything in your body has a protective covering. Now see, I am wearing a jacket. So this becomes the outer layer, this becomes the inner layer. So outer parietal, inner visceral. Between this, what is that? Pleural fluid is there, so as to absorb, shock absorber madri, or to reduce the friction. Idu vanda help agum. Okay, idu vanda help agum. Cardiac impression is actually bigger in the left lungs. Why? Because your heart is there, and the heart is going to be placed in the cardiac notch. Okay, cardiac notch. Clear? Cell, the unit of life is already done. Please check in the video session. Okay, video session. Okay, done? Okay, let's go here. So students, trachea, primary, secondary, tertiary, initial, terminal. This is conducting zone. Enna ma'am in the conducting zone? Conducting zone na students, that means these people are not going to help for exchange. Listen to me carefully. These people are not going to help for exchange. Okay, what they are going to do? Mainly they are going to do what, students? They are going to do filtration, humidification, conditioning. Filtration, hair is present. Okay, even on the lining of the bronchi also ciliated epitheliums are going to be present. These people are going to help in filtration. Filtration means we take the air from outside. So on the air there will be lot of dust particle, mites, so many things will be there. So that will be filtered out. Second thing, outside air might be very dry, because if the, let's say the temperature is very hot, our body needs a more, let's say temperature wants to be different. So adanala the air from outside, when it is entering inside, we do filtration and we also do conditioning and humidification. Conditioning is done to regulate the temperature. Okay, and then humidification is done to add that moisture. Okay, to add that moisture. Clear? Yes, our nose hair will do the filtration. Other than that, your bronchi also will do the filtration. Entire nama primary bronchi till your terminal bronchioles, they are all going to be the part of a conducting zone. Only your respiratory bronchioles, alveolar duct and alveoli will be the part of the exchange zone. Exchange zone na where the exchange of gases is actually going to happen. Okay, exchange of gases is going to actually happen. So conducting zone has three main functions. What is it? Filtration, humidification, conditioning. So you should remember these words. And alveolar, nama NCERT la vanda alveolar ducts and alveoli is given as conducting zone. Ana respiratory bronchioles, alveolar ducts and alveoli is actually the conducting zone. Now students, look here. Here you will notice that there are ciliated epitheliums. It is lining the bronchi. Okay, ciliated epitheliums are lining the bronchi. Cilia will be present on the epithelial tissues. That is why it is called ciliated epithelium. They will also have glandular epithelium, which are going to store the mucus. Okay, which are going to store the mucus. Clear? Clear, clear? Yes, question practice will be there. Okay, now I am going to teach you a little additional. This is important for your preparation. Okay, little additional. Let me just drink some water. Yes. What's the next target, guys? What is the next target? Next target is not there. Okay. So students, look here. When you study lungs or when you study any human physiology concept, Don't think that it is only for me to pass NEET examination. In the human physiology concept la ellame namak MBBS ku romba useful ana concept. This lays the foundation for your MBBS. So whenever you study human physiology, if a teacher is teaching little additional also, I don't want you to cry saying that, oh my god, teacher taught me little extra, how am I going to study this? See, here I am going to teach you this one concept extra, but it will be very, very useful for you to understand and picturize the thing. Okay, okay, clear? Okay, okay, Praveen has given one target, ma'am one doubt. Yes, that's what I told you, reborn. Reborn. Breathing is commonly called as respiration. Breathing, basically students, if gases are not there, we cannot break down the glucose, we cannot break down the carbohydrate, we already know it. Aerobic respiration has to happen, so that is why they say it is commonly called. Okay, okay. Now look here, this is the both the lungs, okay, right lungs and left lungs. Listen to me carefully. Our lungs are divided, okay, nama lungs vanda, it is divided with the help of structures called as fissures. Another structures called as fissures. So nama right lungs le two fissures are going to be present. One is called your horizontal fissure, one is called your oblique fissure. Okay, ana nama left lungs le just only one fissure will be there. Okay, just one fissure will be there, oblique fissure. So in question they are going to ask you which is the fissure that is common for right lungs and left lungs. What will your answer be? What will your answer be? Which is the fissure that is common for your right lungs and left lungs? All of you quickly answer in the chat box. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, those who are not active in the chats, I want all of you to be active in the chats. Okay, if you're seeing me for the first time also, don't be hesitant. This is your channel. Okay, this is your channel, so think that okay, this is my channel, and then you can be active in the chat box. Okay, very good, very good. The answer is going to be nama right lungs le and left lungs le common ana fissure vanda oblique fissure. Okay, right lungs le students, because there are two fissures. Right lungs le, because there are two fissures, nama right lungs vanda it will be divided into three parts. Enna and the three parts? Superior lobe, middle lobe, inferior lobe. Ana nama left lungs le only one fissure is there, so adinale the left lung is going to be divided into just two lobes. Okay va? Clear? Okay, fissure are just like partitions here, like a partition, a small bending. I'll show you the realistic image as well, just like a partition madri. Okay, not like a proper partition, ana oru bend madri illana oru line madri. Okay, clear? So here nama fissures divide the lungs into superior lobe, middle lobe, inferior lobe. It divides the left lungs into just superior lobe and inferior lobe. Inga vanda middle lobe is not present. And nama left lungs la a small slight and a depression irukku. That depression is called the cardiac notch. Idudha and the depression. In the depression is called as the cardiac notch. Is this clear? Okay. Now I already told you that it has two layers. This is the parietal layer, outer layer is the parietal layer, inner layer is the visceral layer. Right at the center there is pleural fluid which is going to reduce the friction. Okay, reduce the friction. This is also understood. Now I'll just show you the image. So this is the fissure. Can you see? Nama skull la irukra sutures madri, just like this small lines are there which is actually dividing the lungs into different lobes. Okay, different. No, it's not the same. Is there a lag, guys? Is there a lag? Why am I seeing a lag in my phone? Are you able to? Okay, Oli. Okay. No lag. Huh? Okay, some are telling yes, some are telling no. Who is that? Yeah, Januksha. Januksha fissure means just imagine it like a slit. Okay, nama blade le hand lo cut anchana adu oru slit, that is just a slit. Okay, imagine I have put like like this thick of a glue or tissue, that becomes a septum. Septum is more of a wall. Okay, oru type of wall. And a fissure is just a cleft illana oru slit, we can say oru slit. So adanale septum is different, fissure is different. Fissure is just a slit. Okay, septum is a proper wall. Septum is a proper wall. Is this understood? Is this understood? So do not get confused with septum and fissure. So fissure வந்து நம்ம லங்ஸ்ல இருக்கிற ஒரு cleft மாதிரி இல்லனா ஒரு slit மாதிரி which is dividing the lungs into different lobes. ஆனா septum னா என்ன ஒரு wall, ஒரு ப்ராப்பரான ஒரு wall which is dividing it into two partitions properly. Okay va? Okay? So here you can see horizontal fissure, middle lobe, right oblique fissure, inferior lobe, superior lobe. Here also superior lobe is there, inferior lobe is there, left oblique fissure is there. So the fissure which is common in right and left is going to be called as the oblique fissure. Okay, oblique fissure. So these images I have taken from the anatomy book which you are going to see in your MBBS. Okay, that is why these images are so clear. Okay, these are paper presentations that are done by doctors. So on the papers la vandu images vandu romba clear a irukum, ana NCERT la it will not be that clear. So I have taken different types of images. So in the students you can see idile you tell me which lobe is the bigger lobe, like when you are looking at the images, which lobe is bigger, which lobe is bigger. You don't have to type the whole thing. Students, lag is not there, no? Pakka? I'll just do a speed test and see. In my phone it is showing a little lag, that's why. Internet is proper only. Internet is okay. 7:38. I hope. Pakka. Okay, okay. I think here it is fine. Don't know students, sometime it is happening. Just sometime it is happening. Okay. Otherwise it is fine. Okay. Just like few microsecond I think it's happening. Maybe because you know YouTube is very crowded. Like because Sunday dane, so adinale a lot of people will be on YouTube. Okay. Hi guys, anyone from Pondicherry? Whom you want? Huh? Okay, done. Okay, superior lobe, very good. Superior lobe vandu it is bigger, adukapram middle lobe, inferior lobe irukku, inferior lobe ana back side la irukum konja adhigama, so it is a little towards the back side. Okay kana? Okay, done. This is done. Okay, inge NEET MCQ irukku. What is the NEET MCQ here? This one only, that the conducting part transports the atmospheric air to the alveoli, clears it from the foreign particles, humidifies it and brings the air to the body temperature. So brings to the air to the body temperature, we call it as conditioning. Okay, we call it as what? Conditioning. Exchange part is the site of actual diffusion of oxygen and carbon dioxide. So students, this is important. Okay, exchange part na enna, where actually the gaseous exchange is happening, that is where the site of, we can tell site of breathing or respiration is happening. Okay, clear? Done. Okay, now I am going to teach you about one box. Okay, I am going to teach you about one box. So students, your body, I want all of you to, like as I am telling, just feel your body. Okay, because you are studying human physiology, we are humans, so obviously, wow ma'am, what a psychological, wow, my brain is astonished ma'am. Huh, that's what are you thinking? Huh? Wow ma'am, you just told me I am a human. So students, come on, touch your body here. Can you feel here some ribs are there? Can you feel your ribs? Just touch here and tell me, can you feel your ribs? Let's say if you'll be like, ma'am, I'm too chubby, ma'am, I can't feel my ribs, but still ribs are there. Okay, ribs are there, correct. Okay, here when you press, okay, here when you press, you will feel something very bones, hard structure. Okay, very hard structure. Back when you touch here, you can feel your thoracic, right? You can feel your vertebrates. So this entire box, in the box the lungs is going to be there. So remember this, what is this? This is a thoracic chamber. In the thoracic chamber, nama ventral side where you are pressing, no, you can feel a bony structure. That is called as the sternum. That is called as what? The sternum. In the sternum, heart, ellame mediasternum la present ayirukum. In the region, we call it as mediastinum. Okay. Then students, nama dorsal inge touch பண்ணும்போது, you can feel some bones. Can you feel some bones? Or you touch like this, you can feel some bones. That is your vertebral column. Okay. So dorsal namakku vandu vertebral column irukka. Lateral here, feel here. Can you feel here? Ribs are there. Okay, so that is your ribs. And in the lower side, diaphragm is there. So box top covering venom, side covering venom, down also covering is there. All these coverings are done. Why? Because dorsal you have vertebral column, ventral you have sternum, side lateral you have ribs, down you have diaphragm. So this entire box I am going to call it the thoracic chamber. What am I going to call it? Thoracic chamber. Okay, Vakana? So ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ sternum. Okay, from the sternum you have the vertebral column and down you have the diaphragm. So this entire structure we call it thoracic chamber. Ma'am, what is the use of this thoracic chamber, ma'am? Why this box should be there? So students, namakku vande, let's say if I want to change the pressure, I cannot just tell my body that change the pressure. It is not going to listen. I have to first alter the volume. Volume kapparam pressure will get changed. According to your Boyle's law, you should remember that pressure is inversely proportional to volume. So if the volume becomes less, pressure will automatically increase, and if the volume increases, pressure automatically decreases. So adanale I have to manipulate, or I have to change the volume for my pressure to be changed. If pressure is not changed, then gas will not enter inside. So this you will understand when I teach you inspiration and expiration. But did you understand thoracic cavity? Enna irukku? Dorsal, ventral, lateral, lower. Okay? Yes, understood? Yes. Cervical, there are 7 vertebrates. Thoracic, 12 is there. Lumbar, 5 is there. Sacrum and coccygeal is fused to tailbone, so we consider it as 1. Okay, don't worry, we are going to study locomotion and movement. Okay, understood this? Yes. Okay, now we are going to learn the 5 steps involved in respiration. Okay, I have drawn the 5 steps, so it becomes very easy for all of you. So first step one, the students, it is called as pulmonary ventilation. Pulmonary ventilation when your gases are entering inside. Pulmonary ventilation. Whenever the word pulmonary comes, remember that it is lungs. Okay, whenever the word pulmonary comes, remember it is lungs. So pulmonary respiration, gas I am taking in, gas is coming out. Okay, simple. Okay, that is the first step of your respiration. Adukapram second step enna students, and the gas when it is going to enter into, it has moved from the conducting zone, now it has entered into the exchange zone. So on the exchange zone, diffusion of gases, that is in the alveolar membrane. So that becomes your second step. Okay, so exchange of gases is happening, that is oxygen from the alveoli is coming to the blood. From the blood, carbon dioxide is taken into the alveoli to be expelled out. Understood this? Yes, ma'am, understood this. Adukapram students, now the blood has taken the oxygen, so blood will be going like this. Yariva, kallun thuki poirumo. So like that, okay? Clear? So it will be like that, okay? It will be like that. So you should understand this, okay? That he is going to take the blood vessel. The blood vessel is going to be taking the oxygen and going, okay? So transport of gases with the help of blood, okay, with the help of blood. Adukapram students, diffusion of, so the blood will be like, okay, I have come here for delivery, okay, I have come here for delivery. So what it will do, it will give the oxygen to the tissues and it will take the carbon dioxide from the tissues, and now it will be going back, okay, that is not considered. So diffusion of gases from the blood to the tissues. Adukapram, the tissues will be waiting for oxygen. Why? Because they want to do utilization of oxygen for cellular respiration. Clear? Okay, cellular respiration. Clear? Understood? Understood, ma'am. Okay, this is the step. See, breathing or pulmonary ventilation by which the atmospheric air is drawn inside, carbon dioxide is released out. Diffusion of gases with the alveolar membrane, transport of gases by the blood, diffusion of oxygen and carbon dioxide between blood and tissues, utilization of oxygen by the cells for cellular respiration. Clear? Okay, pakka clear. Okay. Now muscles needed. Nama respiration nadakkiradhukku, there are certain muscles which are required, not your biceps and triceps students. We need some other muscles which are helpful. Okay. So muscle first vandu nama diaphragm. Diaphragm vandu oru dome shape. Dome shape na igloo shape. Igloo. Tell me you have GK knowledge. Okay. GK knowledge. Hi Latika. You know you have GK knowledge? Yes, this is live, obviously. This is live. Okay. If you have GK knowledge, okay, oh, you Taj Mahal, my God, you people have more knowledge than me. Okay. So igloo shaped it is, or dome shape. So diaphragm when the students, it will be dome shape. And in the diaphragm when it is continuously going to change its shape, I would say, to increase the surface area, decrease the surface area, or to increase the volume and decrease the volume. So listen to me carefully. Diaphragm is dome shape. It will contract, okay, So dome shape la in the diaphragm contract பண்ணும்போது it is going to become flat. Many students have confusion of this. Many students have confusion of this. So remember a trick. If you buy a flat in an apartment, you will sign a contract that I will give money for maintenance, only one car will be parked, blah 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 blah. So அந்த மாதிரி நம்ம வந்து flat, when you are going to buy a flat, நீ வந்து automatically ஒரு contract வந்து sign பண்ணு. So here understand, when the diaphragm contracts, okay, when the diaphragm contracts, it will flatten in shape. So normally நம்ம diaphragm வந்து dome shape இருக்கு, but ஆனா contraction time ல இந்த diaphragm வந்து flatten ஆகும். So automatically volume increase ஆகுமா students? Yes ma'am, volume will increase. Why? Because I am trying to take in the air. Okay, I am taking in the air. அதுக்கப்புறம் students, diaphragm relax பண்ணும்போது diaphragm will come back to dome shape, pushing the air outside. So it will come back to dome shape. Clear? Pushing back it. Okay, yes, done. Now intercostal muscles now students, internal intercostal muscle, external intercostal muscle. Internal intercostal muscle actually function is not like mentioned anywhere in NCERT. Ana in the internal intercostal muscle one, it is used during forced expiration. Now imagine you are going for yoga, the yoga master is like exhale, 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 you don't know how to exhale, then you will do forced expiration like this, you will do, no, and the time la internal intercostal muscle vanda it is helping you for doing that forced expiration. Ana external intercostal muscle is helping during normal inspiration and normal expiration. Okay, okay GMS, awesome. Students, don't ask me how much time it will take, okay, then you will get scoldings from me. How much time it will take for you to study these chapters? 6 chapters. 6 chapters. I am not a machine, I cannot go fast, so adanala I have to teach and only go. So don't ask me how much time, okay. Anyway, it is YouTube, you will leave and you will rejoin, okay. Then why you will take tension? Why tension? Why tension GMS? Come on. Okay, so now we are going to study a very important thing, inspiration and expiration, okay va. So inspiration time la enna nadakum students, nama diaphragm vanda first it will contract, okay, diaphragm will contract. If diaphragm contracts, what did I tell you? The diaphragm is going to flatten. That means when I buy a flat, I am going to sign a contract. So because of this, anterior posterior axis la volume வந்து increase ஆகும். என்ன ஆகும்? Anterior posterior axis la volume வந்து increase ஆகும், and this is the NEET PYQ. Hidden lines of NCERT we can say. This is a NEET PYQ, that diaphragm contracts. Where does the increase happens? Where does the increase happen? Anterior posterior axis la increase agum. Okay, adukapra students enna nadakum? External intercostal muscles also will contract. So external intercostal muscle is like that 3 idiots la one of the friend. Whatever diaphragm does, this fellow also will do. Okay, so adanale this diaphragm contracts, so obviously external intercostal muscles will contract and ribs and sternum will raise. So nama vanda totally we are trying to increase that thoracic chamber. Okay, and the thoracic chamber we are trying to increase. Okay, thoracic chamber we are trying to increase. So thoracic chamber increase பண்றதுக்கு first வந்து நம்ம diaphragm is going to be contracted, it will flatten. Okay, it will flatten. Clear? So then we have ribs and sternum. So ribs and sternum raise agum students, dorsal and ventral axis. Okay, dorsal and ventral axis la it is going to be. Okay, what is an intercostal muscle? It is, okay, so it is going to be muscles like this which are going to be present near the ribs. See this, external internal intercostal muscle, external intercostal muscles. So students, they are going to be present like this. Okay, so just imagine, okay, this is the external intercostal muscle. Okay, like this they will be covering. You understood? Like, I don't know if I can show it in the this one. So just imagine in the madri covering irukum. Okay, they will be covering like this. Okay, they will be covering like this. This is internal, adukapram they will be external like this. Understood? So these are the internal intercostal muscle which is going to help for forced expiration. Idu vanda external intercostal muscle which is going to help for normal expiration and inspiration. Okay, so look here, internal intercostal muscles helps for forced expiration, external intercostal muscle will help for normal inspiration and expiration. So here what has happened students, first one nama diaphragm flatten, that is contract. So remember like this, APD, okay, you have OPD. Okay, when you go for your MBBS, you will hear the word OPD. Instead of that, you remember APD, anterior posterior axis, like diaphragm. When diaphragm flattens, anterior posterior axis will increase in volume. Okay, APD you remember. Opposite of that, here you can remember. Okay, so external intercostal muscles contract, ribs and sternum is going to raise, dorsoventral axis. Now I want all of you to take in deep breaths. Can you see here? Look, just look at my body. Okay, can you see the whole body is rising above? Okay, full body வந்து raise ஆகுது. Because why? I am taking in the air. Because I am taking in the air, the volume of my body is increasing. That is, ribs and sternum is raising. My diaphragm is flattening. So, on the thoracic volume வந்து automatically increase ஆகும். So, students look here. When volume increases, thoracic cavity will increase. If thoracic cavity increase, then the pulmonary cavity will increase. That is, your lung cavity will increase. If the volumes increases, then automatically என்ன ஆகும் students? Pressure வந்து decrease ஆகும். So, நம்ம normal atmospheric pressure வந்து 760 mmHg. So, when the pulmonary pressure increases, that is volume increases, pressure will come down. So, pressure will become 758 mmHg. That is, imagine if I want to take in the air, okay, nose is blocked it seems. If I want to take in the air, for that what I have to do students? For me to take in the air, the air has to come from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration. So, adinale, outside pressure is always going to be 760 mmHg, atmospheric pressure. But inside pressure I have to vary. So, adinale, outside pressure வந்து 760 mmHg இருந்தா, inside pressure வந்து decrease ஆகணுமே? Yes ma'am, decrease ஆகணும். But how can I decrease the pressure? By increasing the volume. So, that is why these two people are going to help me in increasing the volume. So, now volume increase, pressure dropped by 2, automatically oxygen will move from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration. Clear? Yes, understood? Understood? So, look here, diaphragm contracted, diaphragm is coming down to a flattened shape, ribs and sternum has raised, volume has completely increased. So, when volume increases, pressure decreases. So, because of it, it will become 758 mmHg. Okay. Next one, the expiration, opposite of whatever we studied. Okay, pasangla. So, look here, diaphragm when the relax agum. So, if diaphragm relaxes, it will go back to a dome shaped structure. Correct or not? Again, anterior posterior axis la vandu volume kammi agum. Okay, volume kammi agum students. So, here the dome shaped structure will allow, so imagine it was like this. Okay, just imagine it was like this. Suddenly it will become like this. So, obviously the volume will decrease. Yes ma'am, volume will decrease. And who is that one Nanban? Whatever diaphragm does, this fellow also will follow. Now, that is the external intercostal muscle. So, external intercostal muscles also will contract and the ribs and sternum will come back to their original position. Okay, va? Okay, kanna? So, ribs and sternum will come back to the original position. So, when ribs and sternum come back to the original position, automatically nama volume வந்து drop ஆகும், thoracic cavity வந்து drop ஆகும், pulmonary cavity வந்து drop ஆகும். So, here volume has decreased. Automatically kanna, here what is going to happen? Atmospheric pressure வந்து 760 mmHg. IPP na enna? Intrapulmonary pressure. That means the pressure inside the lungs. So, IPP will increase by 2, 762 mmHg. So, automatically air from the lungs will start going outside. That is from the higher concentration to lower concentration. Okay? Clear? Ribs da. Rasi. Ma'am, what does internal intercostal muscle cover? Ribs. Both internal and external, they are lining the ribs. Because ribs are just bones, no? Between that space is there. In that space, all these muscles are going to be present. Okay? Understood? Understood? Okay. Okay. So, here see students, diaphragm relax and it is arching upwards. So, in the upward movement, to push out the air. So, volume vandu kammi agum. So, when volume becomes less, pressure vandu increase agum. So, from 760, it became 762. Okay, 762. So, the air from inside will start moving outside and like that we will be able to release out the carbon dioxide. Okay. Students, one more important thing, in the inspiration one or active process, energy utilizing process, and expiration one or passive process. Okay, expiration one or passive process, you don't have to utilize so much energy to give out the air. Clear? Any doubts here? Any doubts here? Now we are going to learn about volumes and capacities. Okay, volumes and capacities. Capacities are basically additions of volumes. Spirometer or instrument which is going to calculate the your lung capacity. Anna, it cannot calculate the residual volume. What is residual volume? I will teach you now. Okay, yes. So here you can see, students, graph I will draw, I have drawn, see here. Okay, you already know the full forms, no? You already know the full forms, no? So look here, nama normal inspiration expiration pannumbodhu, we get something called as the tidal volume, and the tidal volume it is going to be 500 ml, 6000 to 8000 per minute. Okay, look here, volume of air inspired or expired during a normal respiration, it is approximately 500 ml. A healthy man can inspire and expire 6000 to 8000 ml per minute. Okay, adukapram inspiratory reserve volume, a person can inspire how much air? By forcible inspiration 2500 to 3000 ml. If students listen here, okay, if I am telling you, now this is forced, normally you will do like this. Can you see that I am doing or not? No, it is very normal. I am taking in air, giving out air. Anna, if I am telling you to do forced, okay, clear? That is going to be very heavy, right? That is going to be heavy. So, a person can inspire by forcible inspiration, 2500 ml to 3000. Expiratory reserve volume na enna? A person can expire by forcible expiration. This averages to 1000 to 1100 ml. In the numbers romba important, okay? In the numbers romba important. Residual volume na enna, students? How much ever forcefully you expire or inspire, there will be certain amount of volume that is going to be present in your lungs. Why? Because nama alveoli vandu oru balloon madri, oru sac like structure madri. So adile air kammiyana adu vandu collapse agadhukku romba chances irukku. So adinala evlo neram, how much ever you try to do forced expiration, in the residual volume vandu always will remain in your lungs. Clear? Rasi, why are you spamming, dear? Why are you spamming? Huh? Okay, PDF you will get. If without, what will I do with the PDF? Okay, please don't spam. Please don't spam. Clear? Who is this fellow now? Done? Understood this? Okay. Next one, the inspiratory capacity. Total volume of air a person can inspire after a normal expiration. Okay, how much a person can inspire after a normal expiration? This includes tidal volume and inspiratory reserve volume. So capacities are, students, additions of volumes. Capacities na enna? Additions of volume. So first nama capacity vandu inspiratory capacity. So total volume of air a person can inspire after a normal expiration vandu TV plus IRV. Okay, tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume. Expiratory capacity ana TV plus ERC. Okay, sorry, ERV. Okay, TV plus ERV. Clear? Yes or no? Understood. Now, look here, functional residual capacity, volume of air that will remain in the lungs after a normal expiration. Amount of air that is going to be in your lungs after a normal expiration. Adha nama FRC. FRC formula vandu ERV plus RV. Ma'am, should I know the definition? You should know the formulas. Question where the formula and calculation. They will give you certain volumes. They will ask you to calculate the capacity. So, adanala formula vandu romba important. Vital capacity, maximum volume of air. Okay, a person can breathe in after a forced expiration. Forced expiration kapparam, how much can you breathe in? Adha nama vital capacity. This includes ERV, TV plus IRV, or maximum volume of air a person can breathe out after a forced inspiration. Total lung capacity enna, students? Addition of all the volumes. Okay, addition of all the volumes. Clear? Now look here, in the graph illa namakku indha ella correct clear ah irukum. See, normal expiration time, that is normal inspiration expiration time, it is called as tidal volume. Adukapram, when you are taking extra, like how much forcefully you can take, that becomes your IRV. Adukapram, forcefully how much you can give out, it becomes your ERV. and then whatever is remaining நம்ம லங்ஸில் அது வந்து RV residual volume. இப்போ capacities பார்க்கும்போது ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் TV plus IRV வந்து IC, ERV plus நம்ம TV வந்து EC, ஓகே EC, ஓகே. அதுக்கப்புறம் FRC னா என்ன, ERV plus RV functional residual volume வந்து expiratory reserve volume plus நம்ம residual volume, ஓகே. அதுக்கப்புறம் vital capacity வந்து IRV, TV, ERV total, okay. RV வராத only IRV, TV and ERV. Total lung capacity na IRV, EV, RV ella total of everything, okay. Total of everything, clear? Yes or no? Understood this? Okay. நம்ம tidal volume வந்து students 500 ml per second, அதில் 150 ml வந்து it is utilized in the conducting zone, okay. நம்ம 500 ml just imagine I am giving you 500 ml, okay. அந்த 500 ml 150 ml வந்து நம்ம conducting zone அது waste ஆகும், because conducting zone exchange நடக்காது. so அந்த conducting zone during humidification, filtration, conditioning எல்லாமே 150 ml of air will be used. so we call that as a dead space, okay. this has come in one of the AIPMT or AIMS question, dead space. அந்த 500 ml 150 வந்து dead space, because அது வந்து நமக்கு யூஸ் கிடையாது, because it's going in the conducting zone. அதுக்கப்புறம் 350 ml வந்து நம்ம exchange zone இருக்கும், okay. yes, understood ma'am. yes, okay, done. yes, now calculate students here, can you calculate VC? Can you calculate VC in the comment section quickly, okay. TV வந்து 500 ml, IRV வந்து 2500 to 3000, ERV வந்து 1000 to 1100, RV வந்து 1100 to 1200. calculate VC quickly in the chat box. you are my biggest student ah, adu epdida? okay, calculate it. Come on, quickly. Anusha, now I am teaching human physiology. Adile between la how to teach botany da. Botany is already there in the recorded sessions. Go and check. Yesterday only I have done Cell the Unit of Life. You people have not even gone and marked your attendance there, nor you have watched the lecture. I am listening to you people, but you are not listening to me, okay. Come on, quickly smash the like button and subscribe to the channel, okay. don't you want the channel to become bigger? 15k adikanam. come on, next milestone. Chemistry teacher also is coming from next week, okay. Yarni, first you stop taking tension, okay. you are just in class 9th, so you relax now, okay. you relax now, don't take tension now only, because doctor journey is very difficult. You can ask your seniors. It's not something that you should start in class 9th, okay. class 10th when you come to class 10th I'll reply to you, okay. thank you dear Sudha, thank you, okay. yes, what's the calculation? let's try. what is the VC formula? so இந்த மாதிரி questions வரும், okay. you have to calculate it in 1 minute. VC formula வந்து students IRV plus ERV plus TV. so IRV I am taking 2500, ERV I am taking 1000, okay. TV I am taking 500. so how much is the total? 4000, okay. but let's say I take here 3000, then it will come how much? 3000 here, so it will become 4600. so this is the range, okay. this is the range of your VC, 4000 to 4.6, okay. 4000 to 4.6, clear? understood? yes ma'am, okay. next one, the exchange of gases, okay. next one, the exchange of gases. I have to finish this chapter in 1 hour 15 minutes, so I am going to do it, okay. come on. so students, exchange of gases la partial pressure nu or word irukku. enna ma'am in the partial pressure na students, nama oru let's imagine in this many students, okay. one student is let's say continuously spamming, okay. the pressure exerted by that individual student in a group of students, that is the partial pressure of that student. so அந்த மாதிரி தான் in a mixture of gases ஒரே ஒரு gas வந்து எவ்வளோ pressure exert பண்றாங்க, அதுதான் அந்த gas ஓட partial pressure. so look here, இது ஒரு mixture of gas. in the mixture of gas the pressure exerted by this one gas is called the partial pressure of the gas. So partial pressure of oxygen வந்து PO2 nu we will write. Partial pressure of carbon dioxide வந்து PCO2 we are going to write. Okay va? Okay, yes. So look here, this is your alveoli, this is your blood vessels. So now we are going to study how the exchange of gas is going to happen and using which 3 layers. Okay, which 3 layers. So students, இது நம்ம alveoli. Alveoli la squamous epithelium will line the alveoli. How many of you can remember animal tissues? Animal tissues, I told you that squamous epithelium is present in the alveoli lining. So nama alveoli la squamous epithelium is lining, that becomes your first layer. Adukapram between the alveoli and the blood vessel there is a non-cellular layer which is called the basement membrane. Okay va? Adukapram students, nama blood vessel la there is a layer which is called the endothelium of the capillaries. So namakku vanda 3 layers irukku. Squamous epithelium, basement membrane, endothelium. So gas vanda it moves from the squamous, goes through the basement, goes through the endothelium. Okay va kanna? Understood this much? Okay, understood. So it is going from the squamous epithelium, going through the basement membrane, going through the endothelium. Appadithaan and the exchange of gases nadakkum. So these 3 layers together, okay, adu nama squamous epithelium, basement membrane, endothelium together forms the respiratory membrane. What does it form? Respiratory membrane. Why ma'am this respiratory membrane is important? So the diffusion will happen. This much beautiful notes you will not get anywhere guys. Okay, anywhere. So make sure that you are using this notes. Okay, you are using this notes. Understood? Clear? So diffusion of gases will happen from the squamous epithelium, basement membrane and the endothelium. So diffusion or respiratory membrane. In the respiratory membrane la namakku vanda 2 cellular layers irukku, 1 acellular layers irukku. Which are the 2 cellular layers? Which are the 2 cellular layers? Yes, definitely I will give you break. Okay, but you people should promise me that you will come back. Otherwise I won't give you break. If you promise me that you will come back, then I will give you break. Okay, how much are we on the target guys? Okay, I am checking the attendance. Okay, very good. Very good. Squamous and endothelium. Good job. So cellular layers vanda students nama squamous layer, adukapra endothelium layers, and the middle layer and the basement layer vanda non-cellular layer irukum. Okay, middle layer vanda non-cellular layer irukum. So this is the primary site of exchange of gases. Okay, in the primary site of exchange of gases is going to be this. Okay, now one second. Factors. Okay, factors affecting the exchange of gases la first factor vanda nama respiratory membrane thickness. Okay, thickness should be less than 1 mm. Illana gaseous exchange nadakradhukku romba kashtam. Example, okay, you imagine idu the exchange of gas. Okay, in the exchange of gas la in the layer vanda let's say it's more than 1 mm. Ma'am, it's too hard ma'am to exchange, right? But just imagine nama layer vanda ivlo thin ah irukku. So exchange of gas easier nadakum? Yes ma'am, easier nadakum. So respiratory membrane vanda thickness should be less than 1 mm. Okay, that is the first factor. Second factor vanda solubility of gas. That is how fast are they soluble in the blood, how fast are they able to transport. Okay, adukapram students nama partial pressure of the gas. Okay, now here we are going to see oxygen transport and carbon dioxide transport. I want all of you to give me like you know okay, so look here, for next 5 minutes listen to me carefully. We are almost coming to an end of this chapter. Okay, so students, idu vanda oxygen transport, idu vanda carbon dioxide transport. Listen to me carefully, otherwise you will not understand. Okay, so students, partial pressure outside nama atmospheric partial pressure of oxygen vanda 159. evlo 159. So from a higher region nama gas vanda automatically it comes to the lower region. Yes ma'am, idu namakku already theriyum. So nama alveoli la partial pressure of oxygen vanda 104. Okay kana? So nama 159 in oxygen vanda it has entered now into the alveoli. From the alveoli it is going to come where students? To the deoxygenated blood, because and the blood illa da we have to do oxygenation. Yaar and oxygenation pannuvanga? Lungs da. So adanal in the oxygen vanda it will be adding on to the deoxygenated blood. So அந்த time partial pressure of oxygen is going to be 40. Okay, 40. So, from 40 students, in the oxygen add I continuously, the blood is going to become oxygenated. So, from deoxygenated blood, we got oxygenated blood. So, the partial pressure will be 95. Do not think that 104 plus 40 is not 95, ma'am. Ma'am, in the what? Who made this maths? I am very weak in maths, Anna. This is more weak in maths. Because students, inge vanda addition nadakadu. Diffusion is happening. So, you understand, no, 104 to 40 is not like 140, that is not the calculation. Some gases, oxygen is continuously adding. So, adanale partial pressure of oxygen will become 95. Now, the oxygenated blood will go all the way to the tissues and give this oxygen to the tissues. And the time, nama oxygen will be 40 in the tissues. It will be less. Okay. So, from 95 to 40 movement will happen. Now, the oxygen has been taken by the tissues. Is this understood? Just look at this diagram, you will understand it clearly. Okay. I have been getting that a lot. Ma'am, you look like Mamita Baiju after Dude movie. All the Tamilians have started seeing the Dude movie. Okay. Is it clear up? This is clear? So, oxygen enna nadakum students, 159 to 104, 104 to 40, 40 to here 95, diffusion will happen and 95 to tissues. Okay. Avloda. Adikapram carbon dioxide enna nadakum. Carbon dioxide is made in the tissues, right? Tissues have utilized all the oxygen and they are left with carbon dioxide. So, from the carbon in the tissue, in the carbon dioxide students, it will be added where? Into the oxygenated blood, right? It will go to the oxygenated blood because it is going to the lungs for oxygenation. So, adanale this carbon dioxide will be added here. So, from 45 it will go to 40, okay, 45 to 40 it will go, correct ma'am. Then again from here the carbon dioxide will be moving all the way to this side. Okay, from 40 to 45 here, this is again diffusion. This is the only place where the gases are moving in opposite direction. So, from here carbon dioxide will add, obviously carbon dioxide add agumbodu and the oxygenated blood automatically deoxygenated blood agum. So, here this will become deoxygenated blood. Now, this deoxygenated blood is going to the lungs. Why? For oxygenation, telling that please purify me, I have become deoxygenated, you please make me oxygenated. So, alveoli vanda, it will pick up all the carbon dioxide and it will be ready to expel it out. So, in the deoxygenated blood will give all the carbon dioxide to the alveoli. Alveoli la 40 irukum students, and from the alveoli it will go to the outside atmosphere. Atmosphere la vanda 0.3 irukum. Okay, Kanna? Understood? Understood this? Okay. Any doubts here? Carbon dioxide and oxygen. Usually everyone draws together. Anna, I have drawn it separately. Okay, I have drawn it separately. Clear? How will diffusion happen from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration? Gases vanda automatically move aite irukum. So, now also gases are moving. So, adellame diffusion da. Okay? No doubts, right? So, this is what is given in your NCERT. Look here. 159 to 104 in the alveoli, 104 to deoxygenated blood 40. From 40, remember that here it is adding and oxygenated. So, from here whatever oxygen came, it is going here now. Oxygenated blood will go and give the tissues. Now, students, one thing you have to remember, nama deoxygenated blood and tissues will have the same value. Look at it, 40, 40, 45, 45. So, this question has come. Which of the two has same value? Which of the two has same value? Answer vanda deoxygenated blood, adukapram tissues. Okay va? Now, students, see here carbon dioxide. Tissue kitta 45 irukku. Now, it is coming into the oxygenated blood telling that I will make you deoxygenated. From here, it is coming here. It is adding all the carbon dioxide and from there, it is giving to the alveoli telling that please make me oxygenated, you take all the carbon dioxide. Alveoli vande and the carbon dioxide accept vanita, it is going to expel it out to the atmosphere. Clear? Clear, clear. That's so nice, Dominic. Okay. So, this is the diagram. This diagram la you have to label the squamous, endothelium, basement membrane. Okay, basement membrane. Any doubts here? Any doubts here? We are going to get into transport of gases. That's why. No doubts, I hope. Okay, clear. Okay, now next one, the students, transport of gases. Two topics are left: oxygen and carbon dioxide. Adukapra in the chapter katam. Okay. So, oxygen students, nama 100% oxygen le 3% vanda it is going to be going with the plasma. Oxygen vanda it is not very soluble in plasma. So, adanale only 3% will go to the plasma. Okay, only 3% will go to the plasma. Adukapram 97% vanda it is going to be carried with the hemoglobin. Hemoglobin na enne? blood il irukira oru pigment, and the pigment has the ability to carry the oxygen. Ana oru problem enna, hemoglobin does not like oxygen that much. It does not have that much affinity with oxygen. So adanal inga vandu oru problem irukku. Enna problem? This 97% la hemoglobin combines with oxygen to form oxyhemoglobin, but ana inga case vandu konja different. For that you have to understand hemoglobin structure. See here, hemoglobin has a heme group and a globin group. Heme group, you have Fe2 plus iron molecules, and globulin, 2 chains are there, 2 alpha chains, 2 beta chains are there. Okay. Now, because hemoglobin vanda, it is not very, in love with oxygen, adanale oru problem enna students, it will take 4 oxygens, but it will not take 4 oxygens together. So let's take example. Okay, let's take example. We have all your names are very difficult. Yeah, Abhinaya, okay, Sudha, then whom I have, Dura, okay, Dura. Okay, so we have Sudha, okay, we have Dura, and we have one more person I found, Abhinaya, okay, I want one more person, I want a girl, Yashu, okay, we have Yashu. So students, these are 4 girls, okay, 4 people. Now enna inga thing students, what is the scene here is, first this Dura will go to hemoglobin, okay, first it will go to hemoglobin. Now hemoglobin does not like oxygen that much, so adanale and the first oxygen ku oru romba velliya task irukku. Enna task? To convince the hemoglobin that please carry me. Like imagine hemoglobin vandu oru car, okay, this is my beautiful car, which brand? This is Benz, okay. So in the car la first Dura vandu went and sat. So now hemoglobin will be like, okay, oxygen is not that bad, I can carry oxygen. So adanale, okay, adanale enna Durai, okay, Durai, okay, adanale enna students, this is called as oxygen's positive co-cooperation. So when this first oxygen went and sat and Durai was talking to this hemoglobin, hemoglobin is like, okay, oxygen is not that bad, yeah, they're good people. So now Durai will call Sudha, telling that come fast, hemoglobin is ready to drop us. So Sudha will automatically come and sit here. So on the time la, in the hemoglobin car la, when Durai sat 25% saturation aaychu, adukapram when Sudha sat 50% saturation will happen. Then Sudha will call, Sudha will be like, Abhinaya, come fast, hemoglobin is ready to pick us. So Abhinaya will come and sit. That time 70% car is full, 75%. Adukapram Abhinaya will call Yashu, telling him, Yashu, come fast, hemoglobin is ready to drop us. So Yashu will come and sit, and like that 100% saturation will happen. So all these people are helping each other to enter into this Benz. So adanale we call that as positive co-cooperation. That is, they are positive and they cooperated with each other. That Sudha is calling Abhinaya, telling that come fast, okay. So on the madri positive co-cooperativity, because hemoglobin doesn't like oxygen as much as carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide. So adanale it will not take everyone at one shot. Slowly it will change his mind. Okay, slowly it will change his mind. Okay, clear? Understood? Nice explanation, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So students, now one hemoglobin will carry 4 oxygen molecule. Adukapram, even if Deepak comes, even if anyone comes, they will be like, no bro, I am not going to take you. Okay, because here 100% saturation acha. So adanale hemoglobin will not be ready to take anyone more. So look here, this is called as positive co-cooperativity. Okay, Vakana, understood? Okay, understood this? So every 100 ml will have 15 grams of hemoglobin, 1 ml will have 1.34 grams. So 15 into 1.34 grams, approximately 20 ml of oxygens. 20 ml of oxygen, yes. Okay, now coming to a very important part, oxygen dissociation curve. Okay, now students, I have a story for this also. I am basically full of stories. Okay, so look here, oxygen compared to carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide has 20 to 25 times more affinity with hemoglobin. Compared to nama oxygen compare பண்ணும்போது carbon dioxide has 20 to 25% more affinity. Compared to oxygen, carbon monoxide has 200 to 250 times more affinity. I'll tell you one incident, students. day before yesterday in my area means the next road, one person had closed his car, okay, like he has locked his car and he was sleeping. Maybe he got a mini cardiac attack, like a small cardiac arrest or an acute cardiac arrest, but because he had closed the entire car with no windows open, okay, with just AC, carbon monoxide inside the car will increase. Okay, if the oxygen does not enter by any means, carbon monoxide is going to be formed, and he got, because of that, poisoning, blood poisoning. That means what? Nama carbon monoxide it will replace oxygen and it will sit on hemoglobin, and it will be transported to all the tissues, and tissues will not be able to perform, because our cellular respiration nadakradhukku oxygen da mukyam. But in that place, if carbon monoxide goes, then it is becoming a problem. So that person passed away like 2 days back. I got to know it yesterday. So here you should understand, compared to oxygen, 20 to 25% carbon dioxide has more affinity. Compared to oxygen, carbon monoxide has 200 to 250 times more affinity. Okay, it's 200 to 250 times more affinity. Now look here, I am going to teach you a very, very important concept. Okay, very important concept. You saw the notes, no? Okay, students, can I get water? Yeah, can I bring water and come? You will wait, no? Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'll just fill my water bottle and come. Okay, I need some water, otherwise I can't talk. Oh, good. Target achieved. Very good. Okay, continue Bandlama. Okay, students, very, very important concept. Okay, very important concept. See here, I am going to teach you this concept, and after this I will teach you the curve. Okay, the curve. So look here, students, very simple. Okay, in the alveoli we have partial pressure 104. Correct, Dane? Correct, ma'am. So here, when oxygen is more, you tell me what is going to happen. Okay, what is going to happen? That is, see here, association will happen. What is association, students? Hemoglobin will combine with oxygen to form oxyhemoglobin. Ana, in the oxyhemoglobin, 3 enemies are there. Who are the 3 enemies of oxygen? Carbon dioxide, temperature and hydrogen. So you tell me, in your class also, okay, there will be lot of 3 gangs, trio friendships romba adhigama irukum, especially for the girls. How many of you have 3 best friends? 3 best friends. If one person jump, you will also jump with that person. And the Maldi. So in the carbon dioxide temperature and H plus does not like oxygen that much. That is, when oxygen moves a little also, in the carbon dioxide will come and sit with hemoglobin. Okay. So adanala, what is going to happen, students? Only in an area where oxygen is more, oxygen will be able to survive. Correct? No. Now wherever GMAs are more, I will be able to survive. If GMAs are not there, I will not be able to survive. My enemies will survive. Andha maadhiri da. In the area la nama association nadakum. Why? Because in the area la nama oxygen vanda adhigama irukum. So adanale hemoglobin vanda oxygen kitta combine ai, it is going to form oxyhemoglobin. Correct? Correct, ma'am. So here, look here, partial pressure of oxygen is high. So when this fellow is high, these 3 enemies will keep quiet and go. It will keep quiet and go. That is, partial pressure of carbon dioxide is low, H plus is low, temperature is low. So many of you have trio. So one fellow will tell, carbon dioxide is telling, hey bro, come bro, we'll go attack oxygen. That time carbon dioxide will be high, H plus also will become high, temperature also will become high. Proper ana and the Nanban movie madri, 3 idiots madri. Vijay, whatever Vijay tells, other two people are going to listen to him. Andamarida. Okay. Friends movie. Okay. So look here, association is happening. In the association, we also say Haldane's effect, loading of oxygen, unloading of carbon dioxide in the alveoli. So students, what is happening? In the region, the oxygen adhigamayirukku. So we are going to load oxygen into the blood vessel and we are going to unload carbon dioxide from the blood. Okay. Now look here. Once the blood is carrying the oxygen and going, it has to unload it. Yes or no? It has to unload it to the tissues. If normally I am carrying the blood, let's say imagine I am the blood. I am carrying oxygen and going. Why am I taking the oxygen and going? To give it to the tissues. So, tissues kitte I am going to do dissociation. That means what? I am going to break the hemoglobin oxygen bond and give the oxygen to the tissues. That effect is called as Bohr's effect. Is this understood? But students, you only tell me if your gang has to break, okay, if your gang friendship has to break, then there should be enemies around you. So, in the time, carbon dioxide vandu adhigama irukum, H plus vandu adhigama irukum, temperature vandu adhigama irukum. So, adanale oxygen will be given to the tissues. That means hemoglobin and oxygen bond is broken when carbon dioxide is more. Okay, clear? Okay, clear? My throat is gone. Now only if my throat is gone, how we will finish other chapters. Loading of carbon dioxide, unloading of oxygen in the tissues. So students, when hemoglobin combines with carbon dioxide, we form carbaminohemoglobin. When hemoglobin combines with carbon monoxide, we form carboxyhemoglobin. Any doubts here? Any doubts here? So, association will happen in the lungs or in the alveoli, dissociation will happen in the tissues. Association when oxygen and hemoglobin are friends, that time carbon dioxide will be less. Dissociation when hemoglobin and oxygen break down, carbon dioxide will be more. Okay, clear? Okay, now we are going to learn oxygen dissociation curve. So students, here it is very simple. Okay, this is the graph, this is a sigmoid curve. Why this is a sigmoid curve? Because of positive co-cooperativity of oxygen. Okay, it is not coming at one shot, it is adding slowly. So adanale until the saturation reach in the curve and the bend aayirukkum. Now the graph is going to shift towards the left when association happens. That is, I will tell you a very, you people will laugh now, I feel. It is a very funny example. Okay. So imagine students, nama hemoglobin is the, let's say, husband. Okay, oxygen is the wife. Carbon dioxide is the mother-in-law, H plus is the father-in-law, and temperature is the sister-in-law. So, when they come home, okay, when these people come home, that is carbon dioxide, temperature and H plus come home, this oxygen, the wife will go to her home. Understood? That means, imagine, when these people are not there, in-laws are not there, hemoglobin and oxygen is very good to each other because they have only each other. So, adanale, these people, graph will shift towards the left when oxygen is high, carbon dioxide, H plus and temperature is low. You don't have to remember this, you have to remember this. When in-laws are there, that is when carbon dioxide is more, H plus is more, temperature is more, that time oxygen will shift towards the right. That means what? The graph will shift towards the right. Oxygen will take a right decision of going to her home. So, she doesn't have to make chapati. Yeppidi? Full brain I have used, you see, full serial story I have told you people. Okay, so you remember that whenever the in-laws are there, that is whenever carbon dioxide, H plus and temperature is there, that time nama oxygen it will take a right decision, it will shift to the right, that is it will go to his home. So, that is the right shift. Okay, Vakana? Okay, okay, clear? So, when association happens, the graph will shift towards the left. When dissociation happens, the graph will shift towards the right. Clear? Okay, understood? Okay, last topic, and students, here you should remember loading of oxygen, that is when partial pressure is 50, okay, that is when saturation becomes 50, around 26 mmHg, 50% saturation will happen. Okay, 50% saturation happen, that is the partial pressure of oxygen, around 26 mmHg, that is how much percentage of saturation will happen? 50% of saturation will happen. Okay, clear. Now, okay, now we are going to learn the last topic, carbon dioxide. Not last topic, carbon dioxide transport. So students, Carbon dioxide is actually very villain it is, okay, very villain it is. It is more soluble in plasma. So, adanaala and the 100% la 7% vandu plasma la dissolve agum, 20 to 25% vandu it will mix with hemoglobin and dance and go and form carbaminohemoglobin. Rest of the 70% vandu it will be stored as bicarbonate, okay. I will finish this chapter and then give you break. Why will I give you now break? Well, last topic. After every chapter only break. Chumma don't have break. I will not give you people. Okay. Yeah. Look here students. This is our tissues. Okay. See, this is the, see how nice diagrams I have drawn. Where you people will appreciate. Okay. You will chumma come, tell hi ma'am and then you will go. Okay. So, look here. This is our tissues. Okay. From the tissues students, enna nadakudhu? From the tissues, 7% vandu plasma la dissolve agum. What is this? This is our blood vessel. Okay, this is our blood. This is your RBC. Listen to me carefully. Very important process. Okay, if question comes, question will come from here. Okay, Vizag center. Sure. So look here. 7% will get dissolved in plasma. 20 to 25% will become carbaminohemoglobin. It will combine with hemoglobin and form carbaminohemoglobin. Rest of the carbon dioxide vandu it is going to be stored as bicarbonate. So adanale carbon dioxide will combine with water, ana in the process vandu romba slow ah nadakum. That means the process is going to happen very slow. So because of that I will have to use a chartered accountant. No, I have to use carbonic anhydrase enzyme to increase the rate of the reaction. So idu vandu H2CO3 carbonic acid will be formed. And the carbonic acid on the split tie, it will form HCO3 and H+. This H+ is very chalak. Okay, it is like I want to go around. So, on the H+ one, it will go and combine with hemoglobin and form HHB, which is a buffer. Buffer na enna? Chemistry class la you should have listened. Buffer is something that will maintain the pH. So, this H+ will go and combine with hemoglobin and it will act like a buffer. In the HCO3 students, it will come out. HCO3 from the RBC, it will come out. It will come out. Okay, where? It will come to the plasma. Now, what is the issue? RBC will start making issue, telling that one negative ion went outside. Adu eppadi seriyagum? One negative ion went outside. How is that possible? Not possible. So, then plasma will be like, okay, don't fight. I'll fix the issue. So, in the HCO3 or a negative ion, when it came out students, in the negativity, in the charge when the disturb acha. Yes ma'am, disturb acha. So, adanale what we will do, we will break down the salt in the plasma, that is NaCl, we will break it down to Na plus and Cl, and that Cl negative ion we will give it to the blood vessel telling that you please adjust with this. Okay, that shift is called as chloride shift or hamburger's effect. Enna effect? Hamburger, burger at least you remember students please. Okay, remember burger, so remember hamburger's effect. Now, in the HCO3 one, it will combine with sodium and form NaHCO3, which is a bicarbonate. So, they will be waiting in the plasma telling that, oh, I will be stored in the plasma. Is this clear? So, what has happened? Very simple. From the tissues, carbon dioxide has entered into the RBC. RBC la it is combining with water molecule to form carbonic acid, and the carbonic acid is going to split and it is going to form HCO3 and H+, and the H+ is going to combine with hemoglobin and form HHB, which is a buffer. Adukapra in the HCO3 one, it is escaping out to the plasma. Because of it, charge vandu change agum. So, on the charge change achana, obviously RBC is going to get angry. Now, imagine from you I have taken 2 chocolates and I am not giving you anything back. You will start crying, no. So, adu fix pandradhukku, and the charge fix pandradhukku, I have broken down a salt in the plasma, NaCl to Na plus and Cl, and the Cl minus one, I am allowing it to enter into the RBC. So, that shift is called as the chloride shift or the hamburger's effect. Okay va? Okay va? Clear? Okay. Now, NaHCO3. Now, ma'am, will they stay like this only? No, they cannot stay like this. They have to go back. When the body gets a signal that carbon dioxide is more, what they will do? Again, this entire process will become reverse. How kana? NaHCO3 will break down to Na and HCO3. Na will get combined with chlorine. Chlorine will come out. HCO3 will go inside. HCO3 will combine with H+, form H2CO3. H2CO3 again will get broken down to H2O and CO2, and CO2 will be expelled outside. Okay. I remember in-laws graph it seems. Here there is no story of in-laws. Okay. Every 100 ml will have 4 ml of carbon dioxide. Understood this? Okay. That is your carbon dioxide transport. Any doubts? Any doubts? Later don't cry. You ma'am, I had doubt. Don't cry, now only cry. Okay. Hamburger's effect, and the chloride shift is also known as Hamburger's effect. Okay. Now see students, after the, let's say when the body gets to know that carbon dioxide is too high, carbon dioxide will be sent to the lungs, and from the lungs it will be expelled out. Now remember, one question has come, carbonic anhydrase, it is actually rich in, or it is high in RBC, okay, it is rich in RBC, and it is present in trace amount na very less, trace amount in plasma, okay, trace amount in plasma. So this question has come, okay, okay. Yeah, here students, regulation of the respiration, okay. Respiratory rhythm center is there which will do the regulation, but idu vandu moderate pannadhu nama pneumatic center. This pneumatic center will moderate the regulation of the RRC, respiratory rhythm center, is present in the medulla region. Pneumatic center will reduce the respiratory rate and the inspiration. This has come as a PYQ, so make a note of it. Who controls the inspiration or who can reduce the respiratory rate? Pneumatic centers. Adhikapram, there are chemosensitive areas. In the chemosensitive areas will signal the respiratory rhythm center, and this chemosensitive areas are sensitive to carbon dioxide and H+. So automatically body la carbon dioxide H+ adhigam aachana very fast. This chemosensitive areas will tell, hey, respiratory rhythm center, break down the bicarbonate, send them outside. So and the process on the reverse agum. Okay va? Adhikapram students, we have aortic arch and carotid arteries which are present, which also have receptors which are associated to understand if carbon dioxide and H+ is high or not. So oxygen role is very less here. If oxygen is more or less, it is not counted. But nama body la carbon dioxide H+ is more, immediately carotid artery, aortic arch, chemosensitive areas will immediately tell respiratory rhythm center, enough, carbon dioxide has become more in the body, try to expel it out. So on the bicarbonate breaking down will happen and the carbon dioxide will be expelled out. Okay va? Clear? Yes. Last is diseases. First you have asthma. Asthma is difficulty in breathing, excess mucus and swelling on the lining which will decrease the lumen. Okay, wheezing can come. Emphysema vandha because of chronic smoking. Because of continuously smoking, a person can have emphysema. Abnormal distension in the alveoli, inflammation and decrease in surface area. Occupational respiratory disorder because of the job that they do. That is like if they are working in silica industry, asbestos, silicosis, asbestosis can happen. That is again inhalation of silica dust and asbestos, fiber formation will happen. Okay, fiber formation will happen. Understood. Okay, let me just see the, after this I will give you break, okay, don't cry. Two chapters after I will make you do questions, otherwise it will be very easy for you to answer. I will delete this slide. Okay. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. So look here. So you have mechanics of breathing, the diaphragm and the rib muscles contract, expanding the chest cavity, and the diaphragm contracts and the chest cavity, the air will be drawn out. So diaphragm's contraction. Okay. After that, a healthy adult breathes 12 to 16 times per minute. This process exchanges 6000 to 8000 ml of air every minute. Okay. Stage 1 is inspiration kana. Inspiration means where the atmospheric gas will be 760, adhikapram 756, the gas will be exchanged. Okay. Exhaling, the diaphragm and the rib muscles will relax and the reduction in the volume will happen. Adhikapram, here if you see, nama alveoli 104 to deoxygenated blood 40 mmHg, adhikapram tissues 40 mmHg, in the between you will have your oxygenated blood. Adhikapram, from here you can see 45 mmHg from the tissues will come to 45 mmHg in the deoxygenated blood, 40 in the alveoli, adhikapram 0.5 outside. Okay. Now look here, gaseous exchange is driven by pressure gradient. So because of the pressure only the gases are moving. Here you can see oxygen will be moved from the blood capillaries to the tissues with the help of difference in pressure gradient. Okay. This is just given for you to like quickly go through. I wouldn't say this is the best or something, but like this is like good, like when you want to suddenly just go through revision, you can use this. Okay, understood? I have also made some boxes for all of you. Okay, I have made some boxes for all of you for your chemical coordination, so that your work becomes easy. Okay, your work becomes easy. Okay, so I will give you a, don't go, don't run away, just keep your phones and just go, like, you know, clear? Again, next chapter we will do, which chapter you want me to do? Body fluids and circulation I will do next. Okay, it is a big chapter, so it will take some time. Okay, don't go anywhere. I want all of you to come back. If you don't come back, then from next time, no break. Okay, no break. Hello guys, let's start. Yes, I am also back. Are you guys also back? Okay, let's start with body fluids and circulation. Very long chapter, but we will do it faster, okay, because it's a revision class. So we will do it faster. Students, where is the pen? Okay. Let's go, let's go. Okay. Here we go. Body fluids and circulation. Okay, slow down, slow down. Okay. Ready, all of you? Everyone came back? Huh? Okay, body fluids and circulation, Pasangla. So look here, fluid connective tissue. We have studied in structural organization, basic ana tissues chapter. We understood that there is, one second. Excuse me. Okay, there is fluid connective tissue, and the fluid connective tissue, students, we have blood, adukapram we have lymph. Okay, blood. Now in the entire vascular system has what and all, your heart is there, blood vessel is there, blood is there. Okay, adukapram lymph system or lymphatic system, like lymph nodes are there, lymph channels are there, same thing is there. So here you should understand, nama connective tissue there is specialized connective tissue, and the specialized connective tissue namakku vandu fluid connective tissue is present. Under fluid connective tissue we learn about blood and lymph. Okay va? Now what are these fluid connective tissues going to do? They are going to transport nutrients, transport of gases, removal of nitrogenous waste. One second, students, this AC, I'll just set it up. Just give me a minute, okay. All of you, I cannot see the energy. Come on, 2 chapters only, your energy is gone. My energy is the same. Huh? So you people are more old than me. Huh? Okay. So look here, the most important part of the chapter, nama blood, when we divide the blood, we have 55% plasma. Okay, nama total blood 100%, 55% plasma irukka, rest 40% nama blood corpuscles are there. So plasma, students, plasma is 55% in total. Adila 90 to 92% is water that is present. Adukapram there are nutrients, smaller 2 to 3% of nutrients are present. Adukapram 6 to 8% of proteins are present. And the proteins we have albumin, fibrinogen and globulin. In the albumin one, it helps for osmotic pressure. It helps with maintaining the osmotic pressure. Adukapram we have fibrinogen, which is going to help us with clotting. We have already studied in platelets chapter, right? We have already studied in platelets chapter. We have learned about clotting. Then we have globulin, immunoglobulin, which helps us with the immunity defense mechanism. Adukapram the rest 45% of the total namakku vandu blood corpuscles are present. Adila namakku RBC, WBC, platelets irukka. RBC is called as red blood cells or erythrocytes. WBC is called as white blood cells or leukocytes. Third is called as platelets or thrombocyte. Okay kana? Now look here. Plasma without clotting factor is called as serum. Plasma without clotting factor is called as serum. Okay, done. Now nutrients, what and all will be present? Namakku nutrients sodium, chlorine, HCO3, magnesium, calcium ellame present airukkum. With that there are some more expensive things as well, like glucose, amino acid, lipids will be present. Okay, understood this? Now coming to the classification, RBC, WBC, platelets, idellame namakku chinna vayasine already theriyum. So adanal we will not invest lot of time on this. Look here, nama RBC 5 to 5.5 million mm cube blood RBC is going to be there. and 12 to 16 gram of hemoglobin is going to be present in every 100 ml. WBC less 6000 to 8000 mm will be there. Platelets 1.5 to 3 lakhs is going to be present. Now look here, structure of RBC. Now structure of RBC it is going to be biconcave structure or dumbbell shaped structure like this, okay, biconcave structure or dumbbell shaped structure, that is center it will be thin like this and like this it will be, okay. So biconcave or dumbbell shaped structure, and nama WBC amoeboid or asymmetrical shape, adinalada it is able to do diapedesis, that is it is able to squeeze out of the capillaries to go and attack any tissue. But platelets, students, platelets are small fragments, okay, small fragments. Now this RBC is enucleated, it is devoid of, okay, it is devoid of your nucleus, that means it doesn't have nucleus, okay, it doesn't have nucleus. That is why while studying the cell, the unit of life, to understand the membrane we have taken your RBC, because it does not have nucleus and it is the least contaminated cell for us to be known. Then students, WBC nucleated ayirukka. One question has come in the previous year, which among this is a true cell? So option lymphocytes, WBC, RBC, platelets. What will your answer be? What will your answer be? Quickly tell me in the chat box. Yes, frog has nucleated RBC, cube of the total, okay, cube of blood, cube of blood. Okay, yes, very good Shiva. WBC is going to be a true cell. Why? Because it has a nucleus, and if you look at platelets and RBC, one or the other thing is lacking, right? Now students, lifespan of RBC 120 days. Graveyard of RBC is spleen. We know no, spleen is the graveyard of RBC. Adukapra formation of RBC some happens in the bone marrow. Other than that, our JG cells, which you are going to study in excretion chapter, juxtaglomerular cells it release erythropoietin protein which helps in erythropoiesis. So some of the RBC formation can happen that way as well. Now WBC is divided into two categories, granulocyte and agranulocyte. Granulocyte which has granules in them, agranulocyte which does not have granules in them, okay. Adukapra students, platelets it's not a true cell, it is actually a fragments of megakaryocyte cell. Yenna ma'am in the megakaryocyte cell? Megakaryocyte cells are the cells which are formed in the bone marrow. Adu when it goes through division, it forms smaller fragments, and the fragments are called as platelets, okay. It helps mainly for what students? Clotting of blood, okay. Understood? This is it. Plasma 55%, white blood cells, red blood cells, okay. Red blood cells, in that RBC is the highest. Next varumbodhu nama WBC pati. WBC is also called as leukocyte. This has a very amazing skill which is called as diapedesis, okay. I am not seeing thumbs up in the chat box. Should I stop the class? Should I stop the class? You all know it's a Sunday. You all know that you also want rest, even I want rest. So I want your energy, okay. If you are not putting thumbs up, if you are not going to be active, then it is going to be difficult, okay. Clear? Good, 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 okay, very good, okay. So look here, nama WBC the students, adu amoeboid shape, it is asymmetrical. So what it will do, there are pores in the capillaries. So from the pores of the capillaries, they will squeeze out and they will go and attack. Let's say there one problem is happening, okay. You are very interested in knowing about problems. So suddenly what you will do, you will squeeze out of your home. Your mom told you, sit and study for next 4 hours, I will break your leg. So suddenly you heard there's someone fighting. So what you will do, you will squeeze out of your house and you will go and see the fight. Maybe you will solve the fight as well. WBC is going to solve the fight. I know you are going to just go and listen there, okay. So that escaping of this WBC from the pores of capillaries to go and fix the issue is called as diapedesis. Squeezing out of WBC through the capillaries to fight the pathogen is called as WBCs. Now students, nama WBC la two categorization, granulocyte adukapra agranulocyte. Granulocyte the ones which has granules, adila you have to remember Ben 10, okay, Ben 10, Ben you have to remember, okay, Ben 10 you have to remember. That is, here what you have to do students, neutrophils, eosinophils, basophils. So Ben, B-E-N, basophil, eosinophils, neutrophils, Ben, okay, Ben 10's Ben. அதுக்கப்புறம் A granulocyteல நமக்கு வந்து monocyte and lymphocyte is there. Monocyte and lymphocyte is there. Okay. So granulocyte, A granulocyte based on presence and absence of granules. Now there is a question, they will ask you which among the granulocyte is more in number, distribution. Distribution wise la never let Mohan eat bread. So never let N வந்து 60 to 65%, L வந்து 20 to 25%, M வந்து 6 to 8%, E வந்து 2 to 3% and B வந்து 0.5 to 1%. Never let monkey eat banana or never let Mohan eat bread. Okay, N for neutrophils, your never let, L for lymphocytes, Mohan for monocyte, E for eosinophils, B for basophils. So this is the distribution. Okay, this is the distribution. Now just look at this paragraph, percentage, adukapram the structure and what is their function. So nama WBC la first one nama granulocyte, Ben, neutrophils, I mean basophils, eosinophils, neutrophils. Okay, adle neutrophil, where is it students? So adle eosinophils vanda 2 to 3%. In the shape vanda students, how you are going to remember? Eosinophils, E for ears. Okay, E for ears. Ajay, please don't spam dear, please don't spam. Okay, yes, E for ears. So ear, what is this called students? Headphones, headphones. Okay, where do you keep the headphones? In the ear. So adanala structure vanda it will have 2 lobes, the nucleus will have 2 lobes. So you can remember eosinophils for ear, ear for headphones. Okay, this eosinophils is the first person who is going to jump and come when there is an allergic reaction. Okay, adukapram basophils, the least in present, 0.5 to 1%, and this is going to be students S-shaped lobe, S-shaped lobe. So remember basophils, basophils. So S, okay, S is going to be there. Basophils, S is going to be there. So it is going to be S-shaped lobe. Now this is going to help for during inflammation time. Inflammation na and the redness. Let's say you are allergic to walnut, peanut or almonds. Other when you eat that, you will start seeing rashes all over your body. That is because inflammation has happened. So heparin, serotonin and histamine. Heparin is an anticoagulant, serotonin is a vasoconstrictor and your histamine is a vasodilator. Okay Kanna? Now look here, neutrophils vanda 60 to 65%. Here it is, remember they are multi-lobed. Okay, multi-lobes ayirukum. So you can remember like this also, N, okay, you draw lobes like this. Okay, like this lobes you can draw, multi-lobed it is. Okay, multi-lobe. It helps in phagocytosis. It helps in what? Phagocytosis. Next one is A granulocyte. Okay, I can only see Deepak, Suvra, JE aspirant. Okay, only these people have energy, others are all gone for sleep. This is why I don't give break. I will not give you break again. Okay, I will not give you break again if you people are not going to be active. Okay, yes. 1 minute. Next one, the A granulocyte. Okay, A granulocyte. Okay, yes. Okay, look here. A granulocyte la namakku vandu monocyte irukku, lymphocyte irukku. The students of the structure you should observe. Here you will notice that I have drawn granules. Okay, I have drawn granules. Ana idila vandu there is no granule formation, right? So A granulocyte, monocyte vandu it is going to have a kidney shaped nucleus. Okay, it is going to have a kidney shaped nucleus. It is going to help for phagocytosis. Lymphocyte vandu it is going to have a bigger circular nucleus. That is your, it is going to help with humoral and cell mediated immunity, that is B lymphocyte and T lymphocyte. So basically immunity. Okay, basically immunity. So this is the whole flow chart of it. So look here, basophils la histamine irukku, vasodilation, increases the blood flow. Serotonin irukku, vasoconstrictor. Constrictor na ivlo irunducha diameter, it will reduce like this so that the blood flow will be decreased. Okay, adukapram heparin students, it's an anticoagulant. Okay va? Understood? Easy? Okay, platelets. Next is platelets. Platelets is not a true cell. It is actually fragments of megakaryocyte. Okay, megakaryocyte. megakaryocytes are actually specialized cells which are found in the bone marrow. Enna nadakum? Let's imagine one big cell is there, okay? Big cell fragments, okay? Many fragments will happen, kuti fragments will be formed, those are your platelets. What is the job of platelets? Platelets, it is going to help for coagulation of blood. Enna ma'am, in the coagulation of blood, you fall down, by mistake you fell down, okay? Blood started oozing out. After some time you will automatically see and the blood stop aachu, bleeding kammi aachu. Adeppo? That is because of platelets. Platelets does coagulation of blood. It makes a mesh formation so that the blood does not come out. Okay, clear? So platelets, coagulation of blood, cascade of reaction. Idila factor 3 and factor 13 will be released by the platelets. Rest are all released by the liver. I will teach you again in detail. Okay. Okay. Next is blood grouping. Okay. First I will teach you coagulation, then I will come back to blood grouping. Okay. So to remember the entire coagulation of blood, students, you have to remember PK went to PT field, and the movie irukilla Amir Khan movie in the PK, like this is yours will be PK went to PT field. PK went to PT field. All of you tell me in the chat box. Adukapram I will do blood groups. Come on, fast. PK went to PT field in the chat box. So look here. P for thromboplastin, okay, plastin. K for thrombokinase, okay. So thrombo is same word, so adinala PK ku thromboplastin, K for thrombokinase, went to where? PT field to play, okay. So P for prothrombin, T for thrombin, F for fibrinogen, okay. So PK went to PT field, P for thromboplastin, K for thrombokinase, PK went to PT field, P for prothrombin, T for thrombin, F for fibrinogen, adukapram fibrin. So that is a trick to remember. The entire reaction, this one trick is enough. Now I will use the trick here. Look here, one injury or trauma happened, not the trauma that you have looking at your physics book, you fall down, and the madri trauma. So trauma or injury happened. First thromboplastin will be released. Now students, this is a cascade of reaction. Cascade of reaction na nama waterfall madri. First layer water should fall, then only next layer. So it is a continuation. Understood? So first thromboplastin is released. After that thrombokinase will release. So PK, okay, P adukapram K. Okay, all these detailed lectures are already on the channel. There is already a playlist, one shot playlist, and the one shot playlist like all chapters mein detail slow I have taught. So if you are a student who is starting from the first time who wants to learn it slow, you can check out that. But if you are doing revision, this is more than enough. So plastin kinase, kinase ku appuram prothrombin, okay, prothrombin. And students, it is assumed that thrombin acts as an enzyme to convert prothrombin to fibrinogen. So one question has come in the previous year 2023 or so. Thrombin, what is the function of thrombin? Thrombin acts as an enzyme. So prothrombin to fibrinogen, fibrinogen to fibrin. So fibrinogen to fibrin, remember that in the fibrin it's going to form an insoluble mesh. So because of this mesh blood vessels the RBC cannot escape out. So at the time clotting stop, that is clotting will happen of the blood. Is this clear? So remember, it is a cascade of reaction. Out of the 13 factors, factor 3 and 13 is released by the platelets. Idila factor 4 ionized calcium. In the எல்லா ஸ்டெப்ஸிலுமே students, calcium ரொம்ப important. If calcium is not present, it cannot go for the next step. Okay va? So அதனால calcium is important for every step. So the fourth factor is going to be ionized calcium. Vitamin K is also necessary, but it's not mentioned in your NCERT. Now ma'am, if blood always does clotting, then how do we keep blood in the blood bank? So for that students, if I remove calcium from the blood, then clotting will not happen, because for all these steps to happen, calcium is necessary. So adanale, in the blood bank, we will add sodium oxalate, which is going to remove the calcium ion, so the blood is not going to clot. Okay, if clotting happens, then we cannot use that blood to insert it for a person. So this is the step. Is this clear? Is this clear? Clotting of blood is clear. So these are the 13 factors, just look at it. So adula fibrin stabilizing factor, adukapram nama tissue thromboplastin is released by platelets, rest all of it is released by your liver cells. Idhula important ana factor factor number 4, which is your calcium. Sixth factor is missing, but ana kude we tell all of it. Okay, we we tell all of it as 13 only. We do not say that one is missing. Okay. Cascade of reaction na, have you seen we keep that cards, okay, during that lockdown time, students, remember a lot of the people were keeping Uno cards, and when you touch one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, is called cascade of reactions, okay, one after the other, one after that, one card will hit the next card, that card will hit the next card, and the whole thing will continue, okay. Now look here, ABO blood grouping, which was given by Landsteiner, two antigens which are going to induce the response. Antigen na who are the ones who are coming to attack us. So, they are the ones who are going to activate our body, telling that I am going to come and attack you. Namma body le irukira antibodies it will get activated, telling that oh my god, someone is coming to attack us, we should be ready. So, induces a response, two antigens are present. These two, then for this two antibodies will be there, anti-A and anti-B, which is going to give the immune response, okay, which is going to give the immune response. So, this is A, this is B. Now, look here, namakku vanda blood grouping is the ABO blood grouping, okay. In the ABO blood grouping, tell me all of your blood types in the chat box. All of you tell me your blood types in the chat box quickly. Okay, let me see how many of you are present. Yes, come on, we are very behind the target, very behind the target. Okay, B positive, AB, O positive, so many blood groups we have now, students. But ma'am, what is exactly different in all these blood groups? So, look here students, blood type A, B, AB and O blood type irukku. 4 types of blood groups are there, okay. Adula namakku antibodies irukku, okay. Nama A, so I will tell it like a story, okay, I will tell it like a story because I always tell you this, nama NEET ku prepare பண்ணும்போது there are around 200-300 concepts that we are studying. So, adanaale and the 200-300 concepts to remember at one shot, it's very difficult. So, I will teach you like a story, okay. Mine is A positive, very simple, okay, A positive, okay, but I am not very positive, okay. Look at students, A, B, AB and O, no need to roast, I can only roast myself, okay. So, look here, antibodies means what, students? If I am making a group, let's say you people are Gopika Ma'am army, let's say one set of students are against me, they will make anti-Gopika Ma'am army, don't make it, okay, if I get to know it, that's it, okay. So, don't make the group. So, look here, if A blood group is there, if I have to make immune response, that I have to make a group against them, I am going to make anti-B, correct ma'am, okay, I am going to make anti-B. The antigen is going to be A or B, I cannot keep B because they are going to fight. So, the antigen is going to be antigen A, correct? Correct ma'am. Now, if I have to make a group against B, the group name is going to be anti-B, correct? So, here it is going to be anti-A and so B will be against A and A will be against B. So, like that, B will be for me anti-B, anti-A and the antigen is going to be B. So, remember same antigens, opposite antibodies. Okay, same antigen, opposite antibodies, clear. So, students, A group, okay, now imagine you are in class A, you will make anti-B, no, you will be against B section, you will not be against your own group, no, you are in classroom A. So, you will make group against the next class, oh that B classroom, yeah, so noisy, no teachers like them, you will make anti-B, clear, okay, and the friends of yours is going to be antigen A. Same way, B, if you are in classroom B, you will be like, hey, anti-A bro, I don't like that class only, they are those, you know, nerds, all nerds in one class. So, anti-A you will form, whoever is your friends will become antigen B, like this, all these tricks you can use to remember. Otherwise, with sense you have to understand that these are the ones who are going to create the response, these are the ones who are providing the immune body. Now, AB, this fellow is standing that side also, this side also, he is like people pleaser. Neutral friend you have, no. If you tell about anyone, that friend will be like, it's okay yaar, you forget it, you forgive him. Okay, one neutral friend all of you will have in your life. That is, whatever you tell them, they will play that side also, this side also. Andamarida AB, AB has no enemies. AB has no enemies because it's a people pleaser. People pleaser na it is loved by everyone. Okay, so adanale antigen A also will be there, antigen B also will be there. You are understanding the scientific reason, no? If both are there, then we cannot have an antibody here, right? We cannot create a response here. So, adanale there is no antibody. Now, O is a loner, okay? O is a loner, Okay, O is a loner. Loner means doesn't have any friends. So if you, let's say if your face is like always having attitude face, you are very introvert, then you will obviously have more enemies. So he has, O has anti-A and anti-B, but no antigen, no friends. Okay, O is the loner. O is the loner. Clear? So I have made some ways to remember all this for you people, but these are not the scientific ways to remember this. Okay, scientific ways to remember is, okay, if this has antigen, we cannot have antibodies. If this has antibodies, we cannot have antigen, because response will be created. Clear? So look here students, antibodies in the plasma, anti-B, anti-A, none, anti-A, anti-B. Antigen on the anti-A, A antigen, B antigen, A and B antigen, none. So this is the person who is hated by everyone. This is the person who is loved by anyone. So he is a giver. That means he is a donor. O negative is a donor. He can give blood to everyone. AB is very people pleaser. He will take everything from anyone. Universal recipient. Okay. Universal recipient. Clear? So look here. A to A can give, right? If I am A blood group, I can give it to another A blood group. I can also give it to AB, because AB is ready to take it from everyone. B also students, B can give it to B and B can give it to AB. AB can only give it to AB. AB can only give it to AB. And now O can give it to AB and O. Why? Because it does not have any antigen. If antigen is not there, response will not be created. So adinala it can give blood to everyone. So O negative becomes a universal donor. AB becomes a universal recipient. Is this done or not done? Is this understood? Okay. Yes. Next one is RH grouping, that is rhesus monkey grouping. Okay. This is actually found by this RH grouping was found when these people investigated on rhesus monkey. Okay. Who was the people? Landsteiner and Wiener. Now R group is present, that is positive. If R group is absent, it is negative. That means students, I have RH. You all tell me, do you have RH or not? I have RH, so I am A positive. If I don't have RH, I will become A negative. Same way, a person who is O negative will not have RH in them. So RH is present means we are positive. Okay. If RH is just a factor. Okay. Now students, this can lead to erythroblastosis fetalis, which is RH incompatibility. That means when negative and positive come together, there can be issues. Okay, there can be issues. So that is called as erythroblastosis fetalis, which is RH incompatibility. Just look here, this mainly happens in a mother, okay, who is carrying a child. So the mother is negative, the child is positive. But how did the child become positive? Because the father is positive. So father is positive, mother is negative. Then what is going to happen students? The fetus, okay, fetus becomes RH positive. So the first delivery is usually safe. First delivery vanda, it is usually safe. Why? Because mixing up of blood will not happen. The mother will not come in contact with the blood until the delivery time. So adinala first baby is safe. And a second baby can be in danger. Now first baby is only safe if the mother has never come in contact with RH positive before. See, our body is like this. Now imagine you met an enemy. Okay, you know that this person is an enemy. You have met him first. So the next time you meet him, you will be careful. Yes or no? But imagine you have never met him. First time you are meeting him. Then you will be normal. Andamadrita, if the mother is come in contact with this RH positive for the first time, then the second baby, if it is RH positive, it will be in trouble. But let's say the mother has already come across RH positive, then the mother's body will already be ready with antibodies and it will affect the first baby. Okay, clear? So look here, mother has been exposed to RH positive previously, antibodies will already be present in her body. Second delivery students, what will happen if the fetus is RH positive? Then the delivery is going to be complicated, that is the baby can have jaundice and anemia. Now you will ask me, ma'am, no cure for this, ma'am. How is this possible? Now you are telling me that if I have to get married, I have to see the blood group of the husband also. I have to see the blood group of the wife also. Yes. So there is a solution for it, okay. There is a solution for all the students, that is erythroblastosis fetalis. There is actually what is going to happen, look here, RH positive is there, okay, RH positive is there. Now once the mother gets exposed to this, then the mother will start making antibodies against it, right. So we can do one thing, that is during the pregnancy, like during the pregnancy period, 28 weeks, okay, when the mother is at 28 weeks, we can give her a rogam not a vaccine actually, it is like an antibody. So we can give her Rogam, okay, you can remember it as RH antibody. We can give her RH antibody. This RH antibody will go and remove the antibodies which, I mean, like, be able to expel out the antibodies which is made by the mother. Otherwise, after pregnancy, after 72 hours, during the 72 hours, that is after 72 hours, we can give anti-RH, anti-RH. So this way the mother will be protected. Is this clear to all of you? Understood? Understood. It's very easy, okay. It's a medication that we are giving, okay. We can give her a medication that is anti-sera Rogam, okay, antibodies against the positive one. That means the mother would have already made antibodies, no. So to remove that, we are giving her a Rogam medication that will do the job of removing the antibodies, so the baby will not be affected, right. Otherwise it will enter through the placenta into the baby and it will affect the baby. So for that, to avoid that, what I am giving this anti-sera or medication which will remove that antibody. So adanale the mother will not remember that this thing happened. Clear? Yes, what's the doubt? Tell me. Understood? Okay, next one, lymph, okay. See, as the blood passes through the capillaries in the tissue, some water along with small water soluble substances will move out through the spaces, okay. It will move out through the spaces, clear. When it moves out through the spaces, students, it will be collected and that is your lymph, okay. So look here, this is your capillaries. Through the capillaries and the blood, WBC, small particles vandu ooze out agum. And the ooze out agura fluid, the interstitial fluid, and the fluid vandu it will be collected in the lymph, and that we call it as the lymph, okay. Lymph fluid, lymph we call it. This lymph will go through lymph channels, lymph nodes and everything. In the lymph vandu it is mainly helpful for immune system, immunity, okay. Now in your NCERT they have mentioned something called as lacteals. Lacteals are basically present in the lymph which are actually fat absorbing, okay. They are going to help in fat. Look here, fats are absorbed through lymph in the lacteals present in the intestinal villi. So nama villi there are lacteals which are present, which are going to do fat absorption. This is the structure, okay. This is the structure, okay. Yes, now we are going to learn heart. Ready for heart? Can I see some hearts in the comment section, chat box? Can I see some hearts? Come on, more hearts in the comments, then we can start heart. Yes, yes, lot of hearts should come, lot of hearts should come. Hearts over hearts, okay. It's a game of hearts. Game of hearts. And the madri nothing is there, students. Yes. See, other teachers are also teaching, so 2 teachers are there now in the office. That's all a heart. 2 less. 2 less. Okay, let's go. Very good, okay, love the energy. So students, nama heart vanda, it is actually clenched fist. Anna, it's not like this, it's actually like this, okay. This is the base, this is the apex. So nama fist vanda tight, just hold your fist very tightly. This much only your heart is there, da, then why you troubling your heart so much? Okay, this much only your heart is there. In the heart vanda, students, it is mesodermal in origin. It is present in the mediastinum, okay, and the sternum region, the mediastinum region, central chest region. It is slightly triangular and there is a cardiac notch towards the left lung. So adinala heart vanda konjam triangular structure, but ana konjam tilt aayirukkum, okay. Then 4-chambered heart, muscular structure, double layered membrane is there which is called the pericardium, which is a covering, Okay, pericardium is a protective covering, and look here, auricles and ventricles, that is atrium and ventricles are present, and in the pericardium, between that there is also pericardial fluid which is going to act as shock absorber. Okay, thank you so much guys, so sweet of you people. And the funniest part is these are my these are students from other states as well. Okay, we don't just have some Tamil Nadu students, we have a lot of students. Okay, clear? Okay, now look here. Okay, now first thing that you are going to study is open circulatory system and closed circulatory system, which you are already aware of. Open circulatory system now. Open circulatory system now, students, what is happening? The blood is flowing through spaces, and the spaces we call it as sinuses. Okay, and the spaces we call it as sinuses. So look here, from the heart the blood is flowing through spaces, there is no proper network, so if network is not there, then the blood is going to flow through spaces like this. Okay, from like, there is no heart, students, I can't like remove my head, no. So imagine heart, okay, my head is the heart, so from here it is coming like this, from here it is coming like this, it is going into spaces. But on a closed circulatory system like in the madri irukum, there will be network and there will be no spaces. Okay, there will be no spaces. So example one, the arthropoda, and closed circulatory system la students, annelida and chordata. Any examples you can remember? Open circulatory system, like the organs are going to bathe in the blood. Now by mistake, if you have stamped a cockroach, you will notice that from the cockroach, the hemolymph, the whitish color fluid will come out with the organs. So that means what? The organs are bathing in the blood. Organs are bathing in the blood. Coronary sulcus I will teach you when I am teaching you the heart. Okay, you will understand when I teach you about the coronary sinuses or sulcus. It's a bigger structure, it's like a bigger vein that is present right at the center. Okay, if you look at it as a 3D, you will be able to see it better. So okay students, now go in the first we have to study Pisces heart and amphibian heart, reptile heart, mammal heart. Okay, first you look at, this is your fish heart. Okay, fishy heart, no, fish heart. So in the fish heart la students enna nadakum, from the body deoxygenated blood will move all the way to the auricles and the ventricles. From the ventricles it will go to the gills. Why? Because gills are the ones who are going to do oxygenation. So gills will do oxygenation, it will add the oxygen and it will go to the body. So inge paakumbodhu students, this is a single circulation. That means in the body there is no oxygenated blood is not flowing through the auricles and ventricles. If you notice, only deoxygenated blood is flowing. So this kind of a heart is called as a venous heart. What is the heart called as? Venous heart. Clear? Who is that? Karpagam Suresh Babu. Okay, yes. Students, you people have to give smaller names, okay, where I can pronounce it when I am looking. First of all, screen is so far, I am wearing glasses, still I can't see. So you have to give small names, okay, like fast I should be able to call, like my name, Gopika, very easy, okay, so like that. Okay, now look here, you will be like, ma'am, how much task you will give us, ma'am? You will tell us to attend class, you will tell us to come to the class, then you will tell us to change name, then you will give us homework. Why, ma'am? Okay, okay. Okay, look here, Dikshita. Okay, so look here students, body, from the body deoxygenated blood is going to the auricles, ventricles, adukapram it is going to the gills, gills la and oxygenation nadakum, adukapram and the oxygenated blood vand it is going to the body. Single circulation ana heart ile oxygenated blood is not flowing, so adanale we call that kind of heart as venous heart. Clear? Done. Now next one, nama amphibian heart. Amphibian, we have 3-chambered heart. One right auricle is there, left auricle is there, ventricles is there. So here what is happening students, remember, to the right auricle deoxygenated blood is coming, to the left auricle oxygenated blood is coming, but both are opening to the ventricles. So mixing up of blood will happen in the ventricles. These people have accessory chambers or accessory help, that is sinus venosus and conus arteriosus, but I am not mentioning it here, but just remember right auricle is attached to sinus venosus, ventricles are attached to conus arteriosus. Okay, students, because mixing up of blood is happening, we call this as incomplete double circulation. We call it what? Incomplete double circulation. Is this clear? Dandana done, all of you? Dandana, dandanaka, naka. Yes, next Saturday I'll do plant physiology division, or what should I do? I'm thinking. Which chapter you want me to do? Cell you want me to do? Cell, the unit of life, and cell division we can do revision if you want. Plant physiology if you want, that I can do. You tell me what you want me to do next, even I am confused. Okay. Next is Sunday, no, next is Saturday. Okay, next is Saturday I will do morphology. Oh my god, until I do morphology, this person is not going to leave. Sai is going to sit on my head only. Sai is like, ma'am, I'm going to come to home only now. Every this video, one comment will be there. Ma'am, morphology, ma'am. Ma'am, morphology, ma'am. Okay, plant physiology. Okay. Plant physiology I'll do. In recorded video, I'll put morphology. Okay, recorded video, I'll put morphology and anatomy. So, both will be done. Clear? Okay, start Lama. Okay, now students, look at the beautiful heart. Come on, put more heart emojis in the comment section. Can you put that other heart? Can you put the real heart? Like that heart which comes on WhatsApp, not this heart. The real anatomical heart. Is there emoji? Is there emoji? So, look here students, listen to me carefully, beautifully we are going to understand heart. See, these two diagrams are there, these two diagrams will help you learn the heart structure. So, I want all of you to listen to me carefully. Okay. Now, look here, this is your heart. Ma'am, how many times you will tell ma'am? Yes, okay. This is the heart. Heart has 4 chambers. Right atrium, left atrium, right ventricle, left ventricle. My left is the right of the heart. My right is the left of the heart. Okay, va? So, when you label, you show, this heart I wanted, yeah. Okay, when I label, it should be like this. That is, my left is the right, my left is the right, my right is the left. Okay. Now, right atrium is there, right ventricle is there, left atrium is there, left ventricle is there. Ana, in the atrium and ventricles divide pandradhukku. To divide this, so if you are looking at the emoji, you will notice that the heart is triangular, it has an apex and it has a base, and that apex is slightly tilted to the left. Why? Because there is a left lungs. Look at the emoji that you are sending me, and the heart le konjam tilt irukku towards the left. Why? Because of the cardiac notch. Clear? Yes or no? And whatever you are seeing, that is the aorta. Whatever you are seeing, in that emoji, that is the aorta. Aorta is there, pulmonary artery is there, pulmonary vein is there. Okay, I'll teach you all of this. Now listen to me. Okay, good job. Very nice. Chat box is awesome. Okay, now listen to this. Now students, to separate these two, that is to separate the left atrium and the right atrium, I have the first septum which is called as interatrial septum. To separate both the atrias, I have a septum which is called as interatrial septum, okay, which is thin and muscular. Then to separate both the ventricles, I have a septum which is called as interventricular septum, which is membranous and more thicker. Why? Because the blood will flow in the ventricles more with lot of pressure. So, the septum is more muscular. Okay. Now, I have to separate right atrium and right ventricle, left atrium and left ventricle. So, to separate that, I have atrioventricular septum. This much is clear. This much is clear. 3 septums. First, to separate both the atrias, interatrial septum. To separate both the ventricles, interventricular septum. To separate atria and ventricle, atrioventricular septum. Okay? Yes, exactly. Wow, Shabana, very good, very good. Okay, Kanna, this much understood. Now, between the right atrium, right ventricle, left atrium, left ventricle, there are certain people who are going to do the closing and the opening of the valves. That is, we have valves who are going to close and open. When the blood is coming, they will open. When the blood is gone, they will close. So, for that, number right atrium, so right atrium and right ventricle, there is tricuspid valve, or else it is also called as atrioventricular. That means whatever is there in the atrioventricular septum, we can call it atrioventricular valve. So, here you can remember students, tricuspid valve or the AV valve. Tricuspid valve or the AV valve. Clear? So, remember like this, right tri, okay, right tri, okay, right tri. Right tri, okay, that means right atrium and ventricle will have tricuspid valve. Okay, tricuspid valve. Now, one second students, is my phone vibrating by its own? 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay, look here, look here. See students, between the right atrium and the right ventricle you have a tricuspid valve. This tricuspid valve has 3 cusps, okay, like a 3-door system, okay, 3 cusps will be there. Between the left atrium and the left ventricle there is going to be a bicuspid valve, which is called as the mitral valve or the bicuspid valve, okay, which is called the mitral valve or the bicuspid valve. Now, in the between between in the atrium there is one structure which is called as fossa ovalis. What is it called? Fossa ovalis, which is actually remnant of fetal foramen ovalis. What is this fetal or foramen ovalis? In the small age we will have this opening which is called the foramen ovalis, through which that time mixing of blood happens also, it is fine in the embryonic stage. Later it will close. So that is your fossa ovalis. Sometimes in some kids what will happen students, this will not close. That is why some people casually say hole in the heart. You would have noticed that they say hole in the heart, but it's not technically correct, but then it's basically this opening does not get closed. Okay, clear? This is the apex, this is the base. Okay, this diagram is done. Now coming to the main diagram. Okay, one by one we will go. Don't look at the diagram and faint already. Nama vanda chinna chinnada. Okay, chinna chinnada we will go. Okay, now we will see here. See students, again this is the heart, right, left, right, left. Okay, now look here. To bring the blood, I am turning this side and I am showing you. So you look here. Okay, you look here. I will crack, you have a crack in your heart. I will give you Fevikwik. Now listen to this. Or I will put Fevikwik here. Okay. Listen here. Okay. Yes. Look here. Now to bring the deoxygenated blood from the lower part of the body and from the upper part of the body, you have the greater veins. Who are they? Your inferior vena cava, IVC, and superior vena cava, which is bringing the blood. Clear? Now, deoxygenated blood has come to the right atrium. Deoxygenated blood has come to the right atrium from the lower part of the body, upper part of the body. Correct? Yes, ma'am, correct. At the students, on the right atrium, there is one opening called as the coronary sinus. Okay, coronary sinus, which is basically an opening which is helping the heart is also an organ. So, heart also will utilize the blood, no? So, to pump that blood also we have an opening, your coronary sinuses, that is where your coronary sulcus also will come, which is a bigger vein. Okay. Now, look here, all the deoxygenated blood has come here. Now, will the right atrium be able to hold that much blood? No ma'am, it will be having the pressure, it will want to give it to the right ventricle. So, the tricuspid valve will open and the blood will start moving towards the ventricle. Now, even though the valve is 100% sure that it will not allow backflow of blood, still to protect this, what we have students, in the ventricles we have this papillary muscles. Okay, this foldings you are seeing, no. These papillary muscles, from the papillary muscles, they are going to be stretches called as chordae tendineae. What is it called? Chordae tendineae. In the chordae tendineae, it is going to keep the valves in place. So, adanala valves will somehow prevent the backflow of blood. So, இப்போ வந்து valve open ஆச்சு, in the right atrium blood has flown to the right ventricle, correct? Now, from the right ventricle someone has to take the blood and go to the lungs, no? So, for that you will have your pulmonary artery, the only artery that carries deoxygenated blood, pulmonary artery. In the pulmonary artery in the blood எடுத்துட்டு it is going to the lungs. Why telling that? Please give me oxygen, please oxygenate it and give. So, lungs has oxygenated it and now the lungs has given the blood to pulmonary vein, the only vein that will carry oxygenated blood. So, 4 pulmonary vein students, in the രണ്ട് side opening irukum, in the രണ്ട് side opening irukum. So, in the pulmonary vein it is adding the oxygenated blood. In the oxygenated blood it is going to be again going, see, atria cannot hold the blood for longer. So, it will be like in a hurry to give it to the ventricles. So, this will open, the blood will go to the ventricles. Again here also chordae tendineae is there, which is holding the valves in place. Now, in the left ventricle, will the blood be in the left ventricle? Heart is a pumping organ. its job is not to store blood and sleep there. No, it has to pump continuously, it has to pump. So, adanale from the left ventricle, the blood will be taken up by the aorta, and the aorta will give it to all the small arteries for your body. Clear? Understood this diagram? Any doubts here? So, we did pulmonary artery, superior vena cava, inferior vena cava, tricuspid, caudate, tendinae, prevents prolapse, papillary muscles done, apex done. Valves I have to teach you. So, students, see here, there is high chances. Now, my inferior vena cava also, inferior vena cava also has the valves. Okay, valves of Thespatia, valves of Eustacia, like that, different types of valves are present to prevent the backflow of blood. Okay, that is not there for you. But just remember that, students, here there is a valve which is present for your pulmonary artery, which is called as pulmonary semilunar valves, because blood, when it can come back. Yes, ma'am, blood can come back. The blood that has gone in, it has chances to come back. So, to prevent that, we have here semilunar valves. So, the valves which are present in the pulmonary is called as pulmonary semilunar valves, and the valves which are present in the aorta is called as aortic semilunar valves. Clear? You want to make a note? I will move from here. Okay, make a note. Make a note. Done? Done, guys? Please make a note of it now, so you don't, it will be easy now because it is fresh in your brain now, no? So, it will be easy for you to prepare. By then, I will just take the questions as well. Okay, done? Thank you, Hini. I don't know how to pronounce certain names, students. Okay, look here. Structure is clear, right? So, students, again here, right atrium, right ventricle, here you have the tricuspid valve, okay. Now, the blood will flow like this, it is taken up by the pulmonary artery, it is going to the lungs. Adhikabram, here after the oxygenation, the pulmonary veins are bringing it, two are bringing from here, two are bringing from here. Right auricle from the, left auricle, from left auricle it is coming to the left ventricle, from here it is taken up by the aorta and it is going to systemic aorta, it is going to give it to everyone else. Ipa in the blood when it is coming with the help of superior vena cava, inferior vena cava to the right atrium. Done, structure of heart is done. Any doubts here? Now I am going to teach you blood circulation, okay. After this I will make you do quiz. Breathing and body fluids and circulation together you can do quiz, okay. No, it is not. Artery is the blood vessel. No, here artery, aorta is the main artery. Okay, aorta is like a main artery. Artery we tell for the all the small things. Okay, we quiz later I will keep. Now look here, students. From the body, from the superior vena cava, inferior vena cava and the coronary sulcus, the blood has come to the right atrium. Deoxygenated blood. Bread, no students, blood. Okay. Adhikabra, right atrium is giving it to the right ventricle by opening the tricuspid valve. Trust me, this is the best flow chart that can help you. So, listen to me please carefully. Okay, listen to me carefully. Now, look here, right atrium to the right ventricle, tricuspid valve has opened. If on the right ventricle, it is going to come to the lungs. Anna, to carry this, we need the pulmonary artery, the only artery that carries deoxygenated blood. Okay. Now, the lungs has taken it, lungs will do oxygenation. How? We just studied it in breathing and exchange. It will give the oxygen to the blood vessel, telling that you take the oxygen and go. So, oxygenation has happened. Now, from the lungs, someone should receive, no? To receive, you will have pulmonary veins. Pulmonary veins, there will be semilunar valves which will open, take the blood, then close. In the pulmonary vein, we will put the blood in the left atrium. Left atrium cannot hold it for longer time. So, left atrium will tell bicuspid valve, please open. It will be added to the left ventricles. Now, from left ventricles, it will be picked up by the aorta. Again, aorta also has semilunar valves. Okay. Now, the aorta, systemic aorta will give it to all the body parts. Clear? Nama body la vanda students, there is complete double circulation. Complete double circulation, like two types of circulation will be there, pulmonary circulation and systemic circulation. Okay. Pulmonary circulation where lungs to lungs, systemic circulation tissues to tissues. Okay. Is this clear? Anyone wants to write it down? This is the entire flow chart what you have studied. Entire flow chart what you have studied. Okay. You want to write it down? I will give you time. If you do not want to write it, we will go to the next one. Just write it next to your NCRT. See, if this is your NCRT, just write it here only. So that whenever you are reading, you will always note it down. Okay, or take a sticky note and stick it there. Okay, done? Okay, let us go. So, now we are going to study what is pulmonary and what is systemic. Okay, so this is systemic students, that is from the tissues. Nama vanda deoxygenated blood edutittu with the help of vena cava, we have added it to the heart. Heart la vanda the purify, like it is pumping oxygenated blood to the tissues with the help of aorta. So, tissues to tissues vanda nama systemic circulation. Pulmonary circulation na, from the lungs oxygenated blood is going with the help of pulmonary vein to the heart. From the heart deoxygenated blood is going with the help of pulmonary artery to the lungs. So, lungs to lungs, that movement is called as pulmonary circulation. Pulmonary circulation, clear? Clear? Pulmonary circulation. So, here you can see systemic circulation, what I told you, tissues, deoxygenated blood is going to the right atrium to right ventricle, then from the right ventricle what is going to happen? From the right ventricle it has to be picked up by the pulmonary artery to the lungs. From the lungs, pulmonary vein is giving it to the left atrium to left ventricle, aorta to tissues. So, only this much portion is systemic circulation, this much portion is pulmonary circulation. That means, whatever is happening in the lungs, adi ellame pulmonary circulation. Whatever is happening in the tissues, adi ellame systemic circulation. Okay, Kanna? Okay. Yes, coming to a very important topic called the cardiac cycle. Are you all ready? Not tired, no? If you are tired, just do some stretching. Okay, just do some stretching. First of all, why are you tired? I am talking from that time. You are sitting there, no? You are like, ma'am, you only asked the question, you are only scolding us. What is this, ma'am? Not fair. Not fair. I don't have Vicks chocolate, no? I should bring Vicks chocolate, students, because my voice, na, I have throat issue. So, I will get throat pain very fast. Let me just check if I have Vicks. Tell me Vicks is there. Yeah, Vicks is there. For me that ad comes into mind. Kitch kitch. Kitch kitch agar to Vicks kai Q. Vicks people should give me paid promotion, but they are not giving. Okay. Okay, yes. So, students, cardiac cycle. Our heart is continuously pumping, right, and the heart is beating at the same time, the lub and dub. The lub and dub, everything is happening because of cardiac cycle. Cardiac cycle is around 0.8 second, 72 times your heart is beating, right. Now, systole, if the word systole comes, you should remember that it is contraction. If the word diastole comes, it is relaxation. So, systole na contraction, diastole na relaxation. So, nama heart vanda first nama right atrium vanda contract agum, blood will go to the ventricles. Adukapram ventricles vanda contract agum, blood will go to the veins, artery and the veins, okay, artery and the aorta. This entire cycle will happen in 0.8 seconds, okay. Okay. Now look here, this is your cardiac cycle. Don't faint, I will teach you one by one, okay. First one the students, nama heart vandu very relaxed position la irukum, joint diastole. And we will start with atrial systole, okay. So first enna nadakudhu, first nama atrias vandu contract agum. So imagine pannikonga students, I wish I had that slime, okay. I have so many unnecessary things, no necessary things. Okay, just imagine students, this is your atria, okay, this is your ventricles, okay, down is your ventricles. Now what will happen, first nama atria vandu contract agum, okay. So first when your atria is contracting, I will call that process as atrial systole. Now imagine when the atria contracts, automatically blood should go where? Ma'am, blood should go to the ventricles, correct? No. Now when the ventricles contract, blood will go where? It will go to the pulmonary artery and the aorta. So look here all of you. See here, first one the atrial systole, that means the atria will contract. Now that will lead to 30% of the ventricle filling. 30% of ventricles will start filling, okay. So in the atrial systole one the students, just for 0.1 second, avlodha 0.1 second la in the atrial systole vandu nadakkum. So atria will contract, 30% of ventricle filling will happen. Ipo on the ventricle, ipo atria contract agumbodhu and the tricuspid and bicuspid valve vandu open aganume. So adanale AV valves are going to open. First process, okay. Now second one, atrial diastole and beginning of the ventricular systole, that is leading to the first heart sound. So now what has happened, atria is contracted. Atria is contracted. Now the blood has started coming to the ventricles. Now when the blood comes to the ventricle, isn't the tricuspid and bicuspid valve going to close? Yes ma'am, they have to close, otherwise the blood will backflow. So atrial diastole, that means atrias have started relaxing and it is the beginning of the ventricles to contract. Hence the first sound will be heard, which is the lub sound. When will the lub sound be heard? When the AV valves are closing. If something is open, does it make any sound? But if something closes, it makes sounds. So when the AV valve closes, it leads to lub sound. It leads to lub sound. Clear? Now, this next process is going to be complete ventricular systole. So atrial systole, adukapram ventricular systole. Between this, the lub sound has happened. Okay. Now look here. Complete ventricular systole, students. Complete ventricular systole. Okay. What? I did not get you. What happened here? Again. So look here. First, atria has contracted. Now when the atria contracts, students, both the valves are going to open and the blood is going to be rushed down. Yes or no? Yes ma'am. So atria is contracted and this rushing of blood will fill the ventricles around 30%. It will fill the ventricles around 30%. Got it? Now, obviously during this process the AV valves are going to open. Correct ma'am. Then students, the atria will relax. Why? Because the blood has moved to the ventricles. Okay? It has moved to the ventricles. Now what is going to happen? Ventricles are going to contract. Right? Ventricles are going to beginning to contract. So on the contract pandradhukku begin pannumbodhe AV valves are going to close. AV valves are going to close, because if AV valves doesn't close, the blood will come out. So because of that, AV valve will close. Now that will lead to complete ventricular systole. That means you can see ventricles have contracted. When the ventricles contract, students, blood will rush out from the ventricles to the pulmonary artery and the aorta. Okay? Clear? Clear? Understood? So look here. Complete ventricular systole. This, students, semilunar valves will open. Blood will rush out to the pulmonary artery and the aorta. Isovolumetric contraction will happen. So here what is going to happen? Very simple it is. Very, very simple it is. What is happening? First the atria are going to contract. This will lead to the blood to flow to the ventricles. Okay. After that, the ventricles are going to contract. Now the blood will be waiting to go through the pulmonary artery and the aorta, right. So the blood will start entering. So by then semilunar valves has to open. Aorta and pulmonary artery valves have to open for the blood to go in. So the blood will start going in, where one will go to the lungs, okay, one will go to the body, correct. So this will lead to semilunar valves to open, blood will rush out to the pulmonary artery and the aorta. Now students, once the blood has gone out, now we have to close the semilunar valves. So again, closing of the second valve will lead to the sound called as dub sound, okay, dub sound. So now look here, beginning of the ventricular diastole, second heart sound is there, and then the entire heart, that is the atria and the ventricles, will go to a complete relaxation. Why? Because the blood has pumped out of the heart. Again, when the next thing happens, the cardiac cycle will repeat. Clear to all of you? Clear to all of you? Clear? So 0.1 second, ventricular systole will be 0.3 seconds, joint diastole will be 0.4 seconds, okay, 0.4 seconds. So you should remember AS, atrial systole, followed by ventricular systole, followed by joint diastole. In this is going to be 0.1 second, this is going to be 0.3 seconds, this is going to be 0.4 seconds, total of 0.8 second. And students, one question has come in the previous year, where does the ventricle filling will happen? So students, 30% ventricle filling, 30% blood will be filled in the ventricles during a atrial systole, and during joint diastole 70% blood filling will happen. Okay. Yes ma'am, clear, done, good job. Okay. So students, to remember this, to remember the lub and dub sound, remember this, Ammu wants laser bulb, okay. Ammu is my pet name, I think some of you will know. Ammu wants laser bulb, Ammu wants laser bulb, AVLB, that means what? When AV valve closes, lub sound will be created. AV valve closes, lub sound will be created. Semilunar valve closes, dub sound will be created. Okay. Now the entire flowchart I have written in one sheet. Look here. Atrial systole 0.1 second, atrial diastole. Between atrial diastole and beginning of ventricular systole, first sound will happen, AV valve closes, lub sound. Okay. Then a ventricular systole will happen, pulmonary artery and aorta will be opening the semilunar valves to take the blood and go. Adukapram pulmonary artery and aorta, it will slowly, ventricular diastole will happen, and during ventricular diastole and joint diastole, semilunar valves will close, leading to the dub sound. Okay. Nama lub vandu low pitch long duration, dub vandu high pitch short duration. Okay. Clear? Ammu wants laser bulb. Laser bulb. Laser dog. What the laser dog? Lab dog. Lab. Oh my, too complicated. Okay. Clear? L for low pitch long duration, D for high pitch short duration. So L you remember, low pitch long duration. Okay. Yes. Done, all of you? Yes. Attendance marked. Okay. Next one, the students, blood vessels. Blood vessels la mainly 3 layers irukum. First one is called as tunica externa. Next one is called as tunica media. Next one is called as tunica intima. Okay, so tunica externa, fibrous connective tissue with collagen fibers. Tunica media vandu smooth muscles and elastic fibers. Tunica intima vandu squamous endothelium. See students, the trick that I gave you, Ammu wants laser bulb, and the madri tricks ellame NCERT la, please note it down. Illena, now when you will be like, oh wow, I understood everything, I studied everything, again after 4-5 days you will forget everything. So adanala please write the tricks, wherever I am telling you some tricks, write it down. PK went to PT field, that you write it down. Right, AB is a people pleaser, O is a loner, okay, O is introvert. Write all those tricks and keep in your NCERT. So whenever you look at NCERT, the entire concept should be clicked in your brain. Okay. This is the artery, this is the vein. Artery lumen is smaller, students. Vein lumen is larger. Okay, so artery will have more pressure. Okay, the blood flow here will be more pressure, and larger lumen here. So the pressure will be less in the ventricles. Clear? Ventricles. Now, see here. Pressure exerted by blood on the walls of the artery is called as your BP, blood pressure. Okay. Now remember, students, number stroke volume. We have to calculate the stroke volume. What is the stroke volume? Volume of blood ejected out during a ventricular systole. So when the ventricles are contracting, it will give out some blood. No, that is the stroke volume. How much is it? 70 ml. Okay, 70 ml. Now using the stroke volume, I can calculate the cardiac output. How, ma'am? Cardiac output is equal to stroke volume into HB. That is the heartbeat. So stroke volume on the 70, heartbeat on the 72. So adanala 70 into 72 is 5040 ml. That is around 5 liters. Okay, 5 liters. Clear? Yes or no? Okay. So look here. Normal pressure. Normal. Now we are all in normal situation. Nama pressure vandu 120/80 irukkum. Adula 120 vandu systolic pressure, 80 vandu diastolic pressure. Okay. Idu vandu increase agalam, decrease agalam, increase agalam, decrease agalam. It varies people to people. Ana 100 to 120 vandu safe. 60 to 80 vandu konjam kammi da, 70 to 80 is better. Okay. Hypertension. Nama exam edudum poda illena something bad has happened to us. அந்த டைமில் நமக்கு வந்து hypertension வரும். That is 140/90. 140 again systolic pressure, 90 வந்து diastolic pressure, which is not normal, which is not good for the heart. Okay, this is clear. Any doubts here? So we have just studied about blood pressure and we have studied about your diastole and systolic pressure. Okay. Are you all marking your attendance and subscribing to the channel? Quickly do so if you haven't. Yes. Now students, who controls the heart? Who controls the heart? Who is deciding the heartbeat? What is happening? So students, look here. Heartbeat is regulated by SA node, AV node, bundle of his Purkinje fibers. In the SA node, students, it is the pacemaker of the heart. Another pacemaker of the heart. SA node is the pacemaker of the heart. In the pacemaker, it releases the electrical impulse, and from the SA node it will go to the AV node, from AV node it will go to bundle of his, from bundle of his it will go to the Purkinje fibers. Okay. So look here, SA node, AV node, bundle of his, Purkinje fibers. So these are all nodal tissues, that means group of tissues. Okay, group of tissues. Now look here, Kana. From the SA node, it comes to the AV. From the AV node, bundle of his to Purkinje fibers. In the Purkinje fibers is named after the person who found it, and it is only lined in the ventricles. So it will help for the ventricular contraction. So here you can see, SAN, nama SA node work agilena, nama vanda artificial pacemaker use panni, namakku idu fix panna mudiyum. Ana in the artificial pacemaker vanda repeatedly we have to add it, like maybe 4 years, 5 years later we have to change it. So artificial pacemaker again very risky. Ana people do survive with the pacemaker. From SAN it goes to AV, AV to bundle of his to Purkinje fibers. Okay, Kana? Clear? Clear. So these are the people who are controlling your heartbeat. Okay, almost to the last topic and most important topic, body fluids and circulation. In the topic the most important. Any paper you see, one question will come from this topic. Okay, 2025 was little different. Anna, in the previous years you check, this is one favorite concept of them. Now students, see here, here one twist is there. Usually we call graph as graph, but no, people wanted to be little different. So they call electrocardiograph as the instrument and electrocardiogram as the graph. Sad. On my Telegram, that is Gopika Biology. You can follow me on Instagram and Telegram, Gopika Biology. You can follow us on NEET Tamil Nadu Telegram, where you will get the date, all the links and everything. So students, on the Telegram channel, I had shared a ECG. So that is that graph which I shared is an electrocardiogram. Okay. So normally namakku vandu 3 leads will be there, 2 on the wrist, 1 in the ankle, but nowadays they put around 12 leads. Okay, they will put around 12 leads. Basically they are clips. First they will apply a gel and they will put the clips. Okay, 12 leads will be there. Now what they are going to do, they are going to calculate the beats. Okay, by looking at an ECG, most of the doctors will be able to understand if the heart is having any blockage, any problems like that. Most of the time the cardiologist will be able to understand. Just look here students, idudha nama ECG. Okay, idudha nama ECG. ECG patti example pesumbodhu I want all of you to remember the serial. All of you remember the serial? Yes or no? There's one serial, okay. It came on my Instagram, very nice serial. So the husband's ECG will be like this. That means the husband is dead. Okay. There will be a cardiologist, very famous cardiologist, group of cardiologists. They will come and tell, your husband is dead, ma'am. She would have come in a silk sari, Kanchipuram set with flower, makeup, big jhumka to a hospital. So I assume that okay, some function was happening, between that he got a heart attack. So let's leave it. Other Gopika students, she will do this action, okay, which is very important. Okay, that action is like you are a doctor, like that one action she will do. She will enter inside the surgery room and she will do surgery, and automatically the ECG will come back like this. Okay, so that means what? He was dead because of a doctor and he is alive because of her wife, who is a patient actually. Technically she is a patient, but yeah, he is alive because of the wife. So what do you understand? If your life is going like this, that means no problems, no tensions, everything is normal, that means you are dead. If your life has ups and downs, some days are bad, some days are good, that's a reason, that is a sign to show that you are alive. Okay. So now from this, what do you understand? That wife is a patient. Okay, no. Wife is a doctor in this scenario, but she is actually a mental patient. That's why she's got into the surgery. And the best thing is, you know, she'll come out with attitude. She'll remove the white coat. She's wearing the white coat, okay. Ethics romba mukkyo, okay. So she's wearing the white coat. She'll remove the white coat and she'll be like, go and see, my husband is alive. And the madri attitude, in my life I've never seen. I saw that video and I watched that video at least for like 5-6 times to see that the person who accepted that script and acted in that script. And students, what is the most important thing? No, on the hospital, ella windows may open da. From every window there is like cyclone types of air coming. The whole scenario is like magnified, zoom. Okay, zoom it is coming. Yeah, so it's like that air. Okay, and then there is one set of people in our home who is watching the whole thing in a TV. I'm like, who keeps a TV in the surgical room with telecast, satellite? So yeah, so you will not remember, you will forget. Okay, don't forget this. So his electrocardiogram was like this. She made his electrocardiogram like this. Okay, so she is the true doctor. Okay, in serial only. Okay, now we are going to decode how did she make his electrocardiogram like that. Okay, what was the peaks that she saw? First peak she saw was P peak. Okay, P, that is your atrial systole. Okay, atrial systole. So atrial systole, while atrial systole happens, students, the first curve you get is a P curve. So on the cardiac cycle and the same connection, the cardiac cycle atrial systole is happening, no, like that only. Here we use the word atrial depolarization. The second wave that she saw in her husband after the surgery was the QRS. What is it? QRS. This is the ventricular depolarization. The third wave she saw was ventricular repolarization. Ventricular repolarization. Now ma'am, I am very confused with D and re, ma'am, then what to do? Then you have to remember what is your job. Doctor. First will be D, then will be re. First will be D, then will be re. Clear? Understood? Okay. This kind of twist, where will you see? Huh? even in your career you will not see this kind of stories that I am saying you. All now you will think, ma'am, you watch lot of serials. No. Okay. Sai, let me finish the chapter, then I will give you quiz. My God, he is crying. Quiz, 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 quiz. Huh? Okay. Okay. Now look here students. P, atrial systole, atrial depolarization. QRS is going to be, R is going to be the highest amplitude, ventricular depolarization. T is going to be ventricular depolarization. Now you will ask me, ma'am, atrial depolarization is not there. Atrial repolarization is not there because the amplitude cannot be, you know, captured. Adinale. So students, ECG, major issues in the heartbeat can be understood like heart murmuring, heart block can be understood by looking at an ECG. Okay. Doctor, depolarization, R for repolarization. Done. Understood? Okay. No. Use. Oh no. Siri got activated. Okay. Okay. Next is diseases. Okay. So far good? Coronary artery disease or CAD, also known as atherosclerosis, it is caused by the buildup of calcium, fat, fibrous tissue. Makes the lumen of arteries very narrower, so the pressure in the artery will be high. Okay. Affects the supply of blood to the heart muscles. So first is CAD, next is angina pectoris, also called as angina pectoris. Not enough oxygen reaching the heart muscles. Symptoms is acute chest pain, can occur in men and women. Temporarily oxygen supply will be reduced. Okay, temporarily oxygen supply will be reduced. Now students, myocardial infarction, that is also we call it as heart attack. Heart attack is also called as myocardial infarction. Plaque will rupture and cause a blockage. We say no, heart blockage. That means what? Blockage means the plaque is there, but now it would have ruptured and it would have clotted the whole thing, so causes blockage, damage or death of the cardiac muscle tissue. So students, here few things you have to understand. This is heart attack, that is cardiac arrest, that means the heart beat just stops, heart will not beat anymore, sudden arrest achu. Adukapra heart failure, heart will become very weak, fatigue, it will not pump enough blood to the body. Connectable. Heart attack na blockage irukum, and the blockage when the rupture it is not giving enough, like it can cause damage or death of the cardiac muscle tissues. Heart failure na, heart will become weak and fatigue, pumping will not happen enough, supply of blood and oxygen will not happen enough. Cardiac arrest na, suddenly the heart will just stop beating. Clear? So I have written the differences because students usually don't know the differences. Okay, so here you can see coronary artery disease, plaque build up in the artery. Angina, it is harder for the blood to get through the artery. Heart attack, the plaque cracks and the blood clots in the artery. Clear? Heart attack, the blood will clot in the artery. Clear? Next is atherosclerosis and arteriosclerosis. Atherosclerosis is because of formation of plaque. Okay. Arteriosclerosis is the thickening of the inner walls and the central wall of the artery. Both will reduce the pressure. This is different, but then understand the difference in the word. Okay, difference in the word. Disease is just one cause. Disorder is a combination of many symptoms. Okay, formation of plaque, atherosclerosis, arteriosclerosis is the thickening of the inner wall and the central wall of the artery. Done? Understood? So one is thickening, one is plaque formation. Okay, one is plaque formation. Okay, now one second. This words will be visible for you once I give the PDF, okay. So what is there in our blood, students? 55% plasma, the fluid matrix. Out of that, 90 to 92% is water, essential proteins are there. 45% is formed elements, which are the cellular components like your RBC, WBC and platelets. So erythrocyte, red blood cells, leukocyte, white blood cells and thrombocyte, platelets, okay. Then the heart rhythm, the cardiac cycle, the heart's natural pacemaker is the sinoatrial node, which generates 70 to 75 electrical signals, which causes the heartbeat. Okay, second one is 0.8 seconds cardiac cycle will happen, which has systole and diastole, that is contraction and relaxation. Then students, 5 liters are pumped per minute. This is the average cardiac output for a healthy adult at rest. It can go up to 15 liters when a person is doing exercise. When a person is doing exercise, okay. Okay, done. You will solve questions. Wait, let me just upload the questions. Okay, 1 second. This PDF is so huge, students. I don't think it will come here. Wait, I'll upload it here only. Ready for questions? Okay, put some brain emoji. So I know that you people are ready for using your brain. First only question will come, I guess. See, first only question came. Okay, breathing and exchange in body fluids and circulation, okay. One second. One second. It's more visible now. Okay. Yes, ready? Ready? Okay. Okay, let's start. First question. People living at sea level have around 5 million RBCs per cubic millimeter of their blood, while those living at an altitude of 5,400 meters have around 8 million. This is because of at high altitude you have to keep a track of your scores, okay. Yes, very good. Atmospheric oxygen level is less, hence more RBCs are needed to absorb the required amount of oxygen to survive. Clear? Done? Okay. Next question. When carbon dioxide concentration, so 4 marks, quickly put your marks in the chat box, 4 marks. Okay. When carbon dioxide concentration in the blood increases, breathing becomes, there is no effect on breathing, slow and deep, faster and deeper, shallower and slower. When carbon dioxide concentration in the blood increases, breathing becomes what? Think and answer. Think and answer. If carbon dioxide is more, what are you trying to get? Your body needs oxygen, right? Mixed answers are there. I'll check here. It's too far for me to check from there. Guys, why is the attendance not marked? Quickly mark the attendance. Okay. Faster and deeper. Very good. Faster. You start breathing faster. Okay, to expel it out. You have to expel it out and take in more oxygen. Okay. Next question. The majority of carbon dioxide produced by our body cells is transported to the lungs, dissolved in the blood as bicarbonates as carbonate attached to the hemoglobin. NEET 2026 question. I am sorry, 2006 question. Done? Yes, good, good, good. The majority of carbon dioxide produced by our body cells is transported to the lungs. Yes, it is as bicarbonates. Okay, it's as bicarbonates. Clear? Good job. Next question. What is the vital capacity of our lungs? What is the vital capacity of our lungs? Inspiratory reserve volume plus expiratory reserve volume, total lung capacity minus residual volume. Inspiratory reserve volume plus tidal volume, total lung capacity minus expiratory reserve volume. 2008, NEET 2008 question. Come on. Yes, Kana, come on, faster. Faster, faster. B. Very good, very good. Total lung capacity is IRV plus ERV plus RV, IRV plus ERV plus TV minus your residual volume will be the answer. Good job. Next question on the screen. The figure given below shows a small part of the human lungs where the exchange of gases takes place. In which one of the options given below, the one part A, B, C or D correctly identified along with its function? So, you should identify the structures. Adhikapuram, you have to tell me if the functions are correct or not. Okay? I cannot see the options there. Yes? Good, 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 good. The answer is going to be alveolar cavity, main site of exchange of respiratory gases. Very good. How much is the score now? How much is the score? Next two questions, do one and then the next one. Name the pulmonary disease in which the alveolar surface are involved in gaseous exchange is drastically reduced due to the damage in the alveolar walls. And second question, approximately 70% of the carbon dioxide absorbed by the blood will be transported to the lungs in the form of, okay, in the form of. Both you can answer. Both you can answer. Done? Thank you, Aruna. Yeah. Okay. Answer is going to be, both you tell me. Yes, emphysema and bicarbonate, B and D. Very good. Very, very good. B and D is the correct answer. Okay. B and D is the correct answer. Good job. Good job. All of you. Very, very good. Wow. We are almost near the target. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's the spirit. Okay. Next question. Lungs do not collapse between breaths and some air always remains in the lungs which can never be expelled out because. Second question, the partial pressure of oxygen in the alveoli of lungs is. Okay. Yes, exactly, Deepak. Okay. That's a good target. Yes or no? Okay. Answer this question. Two questions are there. Again you do part 1 and part 2. Like answer both together. Okay. Answer both together. Lungs do not collapse between breaths and some air is always remaining in the lungs which can never be expelled out because. Done, done, done. All of you? Okay. Yes, good job, good job, good job, good job. The answer is going to be A. There is a negative intrapleural pressure pulling at the lungs more than that in the blood. Okay. So, students, A and A, very good. Some of them told B. Why B? There is a positive. See, remember, whenever 758 mm Hg is there from 760, we consider this as a negative IPP. Okay, we consider it as negative IPP, we consider it as negative pressure. Okay, we will not consider it as positive, we will consider it as negative pressure. So, remember that negative pressure is there in the intrapleural, okay, pulling the lungs wall. Now, here partial pressure of oxygen in the alveoli of the lungs is more than that in the blood. Clear? Okay, yes. Now, next question. The letter T in the T lymphocytes refers to, that letter T in the T lymphocytes refers to, this is actually, if you can answer, you answer. It's actually from body fluids and circulation, but it is not like there in the textbook. Okay, that's why. Come on. Which type of white blood cells are concerned with the release of histamine and natural anticoagulant? This you answer first. This you can answer. This is very easy to answer. Okay, you people answered, very good. Next one, the most active phagocytic white blood cells. When I gave you that box, in that function I had told these two people are very active phagocytically. What is that? Yes, quickly answer. Good job, good job. So, I will show the answer, all the three answers will come. Yes, like Suvra, all of you type all of it together. All of it together, so it becomes easier. Okay. Yes, the first one is going to be thymus, 38 is going to be basophil, neutrophils and monocytes. Okay. So, it was A, D and B, A, D, B. Not A, this is not A, how can this be A? The one who is going to release is going to be basophils, histamine, heparin, serotonin. Okay. Next question. In a standard ECG, which one of the following alphabets is in correct representation of the respiratory activity of the human heart? 2009 question. P for depolarization of atria, R for repolarization of ventricle, S for start of systole, T for end of diastole. Question number 33. Compared to blood, our lymph has what? Okay, compared to our blood, lymph has what? Okay, very good, this time correct. Yes. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Done? Very good, very good. So, P they have given depolarization of atria, okay. R they have given repolarization of ventricle, S they have given start of systole, T they have given end of diastole. Here they have given more RBCs and less WBCs, no plasma, plasma without protein, more WBCs and no RBCs. So, answer is going to be A and D. AD is correct. Not BC, not BC, who is that? B. Repolarization of ventricles is R. Really? QRS. QRS is what? QRS is what? Depolarization of ventricle. T is repolarization. Okay? Yes, B and D. Very good. Okay? Next question. The figure shows systemic plan of blood circulation in humans with labels A to D. Identify the label and give its function. Okay? So, look from here, students. This is the lungs. From the lungs it is coming to the left atrium. From left atrium it is coming to the body. From the body, two people are taking it. So, same diagram it is. Okay, don't have to get confused. We have learned it different way. 4 Kanjus are there in the class. Huh? Where do I go and complain? Come on. Done? Okay, try, take your time, So A, okay, no. Guys, how can you say A, yaar? Yashu, think once again. See, a pulmonary vein is given, but they have given the word impure. Pulmonary vein is the vein that carries the oxygenated blood. It carries the oxygenated blood. So, how can you guys say A? I don't understand. Pulmonary vein takes impure blood from the body parts. From when on? The vein. Wow. One person tells A, everyone will copy A. You should at least think for your own. No, you should use your own brain. Answer is going to be C. Very good. C. Okay. That is, students, the vena cava takes the blood from the body parts to the right auricle, and PCO2 is going to be 45 mmHg. Okay. 45 mmHg. Clear? This is the diagram. It's so slow. This is, I don't know how I'll share such a big document with all of you. It's almost going to be 350 pages. One second, students. This will scrolling is taking time. Okay, yeah. Locomotion, we can finish it in 1 hour. Okay, nothing to worry. It is very fast chapter. Okay, just look here. Where is the da? My hand is aching. Scrolling. This one. See here. This one. Yes, I'll give you a lunch break now. Okay. Clear? Done? Understood? So that was the question. Next we will do locomotion. Okay. How long? Done? Hi. Hello. Ready? Ready. Okay. Hi. What is happening? Favorite medical college? Huh? Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. We are back. Yes, even I am back. Okay, my food came a little late. That's why I had to extend the break for a few minutes. Okay. Ready? All of you had food? All of you had food? Okay. Let's go. Yes. Start. Okay, next we will do locomotion and movement, then we will do excretion, and then last 2 chapters. Okay, Kana? Start பண்ணலாமா? Ma'am, start பண்ணிக்கோங்க ma'am. நாங்க வந்து ready. I am waiting. Okay, locomotion and movement. Okay, locomotion and movement. So we are going to see a dance performance by Gopika Ma'am. Okay, what is locomotion and movement? See, this is locomotion. Okay, this is movement. Okay, so locomotion na I displaced from point A to point B. Movement na I am standing in one place and making a small movements. So here is the definition for it. Locomotion means moving away from the original position of an organism is called the locomotion. It is always voluntary. Now I am thinking that okay, I will walk towards here, pick my bottle up and I will come back. This is a voluntary action that I decided to take. Okay. Ana, what is a movement? Movement can happen with or without moving away. Now if I am doing, let's say I am doing exercise, I just have to do this much movement only my hands have to move, right? And it can be neither voluntary or it can be involuntary. Clear? So the difference between movement and locomotion. Now look here, different types of movements are there in our body, students. So in the body la vanda there are different kinds of movements which are exhibited. Ana idellame different cells are doing the functions. Okay, so inga vanda amoeboid movement na enna nama white blood cells vanda when it is doing diapedesis and the time la it does amoeboid movement. Okay, and the time la it does what? Amoeboid movement. That is just like how our amoeba has pseudopodia, that irregular shape structures. Same way your white blood cells and macrophages will do diapedesis, that will show similar amoeboid movement. Okay, next one the nama ciliary movement. Ciliary enna hair like movement. So hair like movement is shown by paramecium. After that the ciliated epithelium also will show ciliary movements, which is present in the lining of the fallopian tube and the bronchioles. Just now we studied. Next one the muscular movements, limbs, jaws. Limbs and jaws do muscular movement, right? Around 369 muscles are there, and the only person who does flagellated movement is the sperm. Okay, the sperm. Clear? Very basic. Okay, very basic. You don't have to break your head here. Now, what are the properties of muscle? Easy. What are the properties of muscle? Easy. What does this person want? Fatima, why are you telling Chumma, please ma'am, please ma'am? What happened? Tell what is the reason, what is the cause of your trouble, huh? What is the tension that you have? So students, properties of muscle vande EC, E-E-E-C, new spelling invented by Gopika Ma'am, EC. E for excitability, that means the ability of the muscle to receive the impulse and act according to the impulse. Next one the extensibility, okay. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து elasticity, ability of the muscle to come back to its original position. After you stretch it, it has to come back to the original position. அதுதான் நம்ம elasticity. C for contractibility, the ability of the muscle to contract. So, elasticity, extensibility, excitability and your contractibility. So, the properties of muscles are going to be easy. நமக்கு வந்து எதுமே action பண்ணோம்னா, like say I want to pick up this charger. My brain has to send the signal letting that pick it up. Then my skeletal muscles have to move according to that. Correct? So, adunale for any body things to happen, we need the help of skeletal system, muscular system as well as nervous system to work hand in hand for that movement to happen. Okay? Now, we have 3 types of muscles mainly based on the location. Smooth muscles irukku, cardiac muscle irukku, skeletal muscle irukku. Smooth muscle na fusiform shaped ah irukum. That means they are tapering at both the ends. Okay, fusiform shape, they are tapering at both the ends. They are unbranched. Okay, they are unbranched and they are involuntary and not striated. That means they are not under your control. They are present in the visceral organs. That is, they are present in the stomach linings and all of that. So it is present inside. Can you control your stomach? Telling that, oh stomach, you please contract, stomach, you please relax. It cannot be possible. So the smooth muscles are fusiform, unbranched, involuntary and not striated. Adhikapram students, your skeletal system, skeletal muscle, sorry, not skit system, why did I write system? Skeletal muscle. Skeletal muscle is cylindrical, again unbranched, okay, voluntary, Anna it is striated. Now you are going to study why it is striated. Next one, cardiac muscle, cylindrical muscle, branched, involuntary and striated. Okay, this is very general. Here you should remember cardiac muscle will have intercalated disc which are present. Okay, intercalated disc which are present. Now, we are going to study the structure of muscle. Okay, all of you show me your muscles, biceps, triceps, something is there? No time, ma'am. Recently I told in one of the classes, students, do you go to gym? And then I saw one comment, I think Kamali or someone had commented telling that, ma'am, no time to take bath only, in that where to go for gym. Okay. Striated means they will have light bands and they will have dark bands. Okay, like this bands will be there. How is your striped shirt? Boys are shirt, no, in that will be stripes will be there, like this stripes will be there, like this stripes will be there. So those same way, striations or stripes we say, that is dark and light bands. Okay, dark and light bands. Clear? Okay, let's go. So look here students, bone and muscle. Okay, bone and muscle. Now bone vandu muscle kitta attach aana on the spot da tendon. Okay, what is it called? Tendon, dense connective tissue it is. Now if I take an enlarged structure of the muscle, in the entire muscle students is covered by one covering, one protective covering which is called as the epimysium. What is it called as? Epimysium. And then when you look into the muscle, you can see different types of bundles. Each bundle is called as fascicles. Idellame or bundle da, in the bundle is called as fascicles, muscle bundles. In the bundles ellame attached to each other with the help of a sheath, and the sheath we call it as fascia. What do you call it? Fascia. So muscle irukku, muscle ko covering irukku, epimysium. Inside the muscle, when you see, you will see muscle bundles. Each muscle bundles are called as fascicles. In the muscle bundles ellame attached irukku with the help of a collagenous sheath which is called as fascia. And now students, see here, in the muscle bundle also will have a protective covering which is called as the perimysium, which is called as what? Perimysium. Adukapram, inside this muscle bundle enna irukum? Muscle fibers irukum, illana muscle cells irukum. Okay, and the muscle fibers or muscle cells are long and slender. So we call it what? Muscle fibers. Ma'am, why are you not calling it a cell? Because cells are circular. Fibers are longer, slender. So adanale we call this a muscle fiber. Inside this muscle fiber, muscle fiber, myofibrils will be there. And when you see the myofibril, you will see a sarcomere. And the sarcomere ulle, you will see actin and myosin. Is this clear? Flowchart is clear. Now to protect the muscle also, there is a layer which is called as the endomysium. So let's go one by one students. Bone irukka, to the bone muscle is attached and the connection the tendon. Okay, now we are getting into the muscle. I want all of you to imagine. Okay, this is the muscle. Muscle la oru covering irukka. What is that? Epimysium. Now I have gone inside the muscle. There are muscle bundles. What do you call the muscle bundles? Fascicles. muscle bundle inside, okay, there is muscle fibers, okay, ana in the muscle bundle ku oru covering irukku which is called as your perimysium. Adukapra and the muscle also has a covering which is called as endomysium. Ipa and the muscle fiber when the long and slender irukku, when I look at the muscle fiber I will be able to see that inside the muscle fiber there are units called as myofibrils. If I look inside myofibrils I will be able to see sarcomere which is made up of actin and myosin. Why I cannot see thumbs up? Why I cannot see the fire emojis? You want me to stop the class? Huh? Tell me. If you people respond only, I will be able to do it faster. Okay, otherwise I will not be able to do it faster. Clear? Yes. Okay, and we have to reach the target. Come on. Okay, yes. So, understood this structure? So, this is clear, very simple to remember, just remember it like a flow chart. Okay, remember it like a flow chart. Adukapra students, this is the diagram given in your NCERT. Now, my endoplasmic reticulum of our muscle is called as sarcoplasmic reticulum. Plasma membrane of the muscle is called as sarcolemma. Cytoplasm is called as sarcoplasm. Okay, sarcoplasm. Now we are going to study a very important topic, very interesting topic called as the sarcomere. So sarcomere padikum podu, see here, what are these? I told you sarcomere is made up of two filaments, okay, two proteins, actin and myosin. Actin, tin. Actin is a thin filament. Myosin one the thick filament. So actin and myosin make up this sarcomere. So what I have drawn here is a sarcomere. In the green color structure ellame actin, okay. In the blue color structure vande nama myosin. And to keep this actin in place, I have a Z line which is passing. What is the line that is passing? Z line. Okay. And to keep this actin in place, this side also I have a Z line. Now myosin will be like, hello, I am thicker and you don't have a line for me. So we will give him also a line, that is the M line. So what and all did we study? Actin is there. To keep the actin in place, namakku vandu oru Z line irukku. To keep myosin in place, namakku oru M line irukku. Understood, ma'am? Now I am telling you that a sarcomere is from one Z line to another Z line. Will you agree or not? You will tell, ma'am, you are telling no, so we will agree. So andha madri da sarcomere definition enna? From one Z line to another Z line. That is called a sarcomere. Dandanadan. Understood? From one Z line to another Z line is a sarcomere. Now students, look here. There is a region where only the actin is present and that band is called as an I band, isotropic band. The region where only actin is present, that band is called the isotropic band. Okay. Adukapram, the region where both myosin and actin is there, and the band is the anisotropic band. Isona enna? Same. Anisona enna? Not same. Okay. Now, look here. This much, okay, from one Z line to another Z line is a sarcomere. So this becomes your I band, this becomes your A band, this becomes your I band, correct? Now I am telling you, the region where only myosin is present is called the Hensen zone. What zone? Hensen zone. Hensen zone, okay, the region where only myosin is present. Now students, there are a lot of places where the actin is there, myosin is there. So they are overlapping. Yes, ma'am, they are overlapping. Look at this, they are overlapping. No, my ring finger, this finger, watch finger, and my this finger. Now imagine this is myosin, the watch finger is actin. You look at it, ma'am, they are overlapping, ma'am. But let's say contraction happens, my elbow, someone pushes my elbow, more overlapping zones will happen. So here, these are the overlapping regions. So far understood? So far understood? So sarcomere is the structural and functional unit of a muscle. Okay, done, all of you? Now look here, idana nama sarcomere, namakku head zone irukku, O zone irukku, A band irukku, I band irukku, idu ellame irukku. Ana, how does this work? That is important. So look here students, striations, to form the striations we have an A band and an I band. A band will show the dark formation, dark band, I band will show the light band. So A band is anisotropic band, I band is isotropic band. Isotropic band will only have the actin filament, thin filament, okay. Now during contraction enna nadakum students, For contraction to happen, you just imagine my elbows are the Z line. Okay, I want one more person's help here, but no one is there. Imagine my elbow is the Z line. Okay, now suddenly someone pushes my elbow. Imagine someone push my elbow. So now when the contract pannuve. So I will start moving like this. So when the Z line is pushed, okay, the muscles are going to contract. That time actin will slide over myosin. That is where sliding filament theory will come into existence. So like this, sliding will happen. Just look here, students. During contraction, nama Z line will move inwards, and Z line when it moves inwards, A band. Myosin is very thick. Thick na enna buffalo skin madri. You do whatever you want. I will not move. And the madri. So on the A band vandu constant arko. Then who is the other person who is related to the myosin? Tell me one more person who is related to myosin quickly in the chat box. Come on. Tell me quickly in the chat box who is the one more person who is related to myosin. Okay. One more person who is related to myosin. Can anyone tell me? Yes, 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 yes. I told you A band is not going to move. Okay, A band is not going to move. That you understood. Then one more person who is not, who is like, I don't care. Okay, I am related to myosin. Very like buffalo skinned people they are. No, no. M line da. M line. M line, M line. Okay, M line. That is, listen here carefully. Students, during contraction, Z line is moving inwards, A band is constant. In the A band region, vandu constant aayirukkum. Okay, because myosin doesn't slide over actin. Actin slides over myosin. Adukapram, nama M line also is going to be constant. Ha ma'am, M line also will be constant. I didn't think only of this. Because myosin kitta A line irukku, M line irukku. So M line and A line is going to be constant. Correct. Okay. So look here. A band is constant, M line is constant, and H zone reduces. That is what, students? In the myosin individual region. Now imagine pannikonga, this is the myosin region. Okay. In the region vanda kammi agum. Why? Because actin will start moving forward. Okay. So H zone will reduce, I band also will reduce, and overlapping zone, O zone will increase. The only zone that increases during contraction is the O zone. Is this clear? Is this clear? Overlapping zone increases. Understood? You should understand this concept very clearly. It's very, 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 very important. How many very did I tell? That many very important it is. Okay? That many very important it is. Done? Done? Very simple. Contraction nadakanamna, Z line should be moved forward. When Z line moves forward, all the bands are going to get affected. First one, the I band. I band is going to decrease. Okay. A band is like, I don't care. Okay. I am very thick skin. Buffalo skin I am not caring. So A band vandu constant aayirukkum. With the A band, nama M line irukku, adum vandu constant aayirukkum. Then nama O zone vandu increase agum. Why? Because overlapping, when actin is moving forward, overlapping zones will be more. Okay, then the rest of them, all of them are going to decrease. Clear? Now, one sarcomere, half I band plus half I band plus one A band. Why? Because students, I am telling you, a sarcomere is from one Z line to another Z line. So here you can notice that the whole thing is an I band. So only half of the I band will be there. Whole thing is an I band. So only half of the I band will be there. So adanale one sarcomere has a half I band plus half I band plus one full A band. So one sarcomere has one I band and one A band. Punjada, understood this much? Understood this much? Clear? Okay? Okay. Now, we are going to study the structure of myosin. Okay, if you study the structure of myosin and actin only, then only you will understand sliding filament theory. So, look here, it's very exciting, okay, very, very exciting. I will tell you again one story only, again serial story, students, okay, serial 3.0. First was oxygen dissociation curve, second was ECG, third is actin myosin. So, serial 3.0 is going to be released in some time. So, those who are excited, stay tuned, okay. Episode number Don't know students. Episode I don't know, but serial number 3 I know. Okay, look here. Structure of myosin. Myosin is made up of monomers of meromyosin. Okay, now we are going to understand the structure of the meromyosin. This meromyosin will have 2 long chains and 4 short chains. Okay, it is a polypeptide chain. It will have 4 short chains, 2 long chains. Okay, 2 long chains. Now, myosin has one head and tail. Okay, just like your question answers in your examination, only head and tail will be there, middle portion won't be there. So, myosin also has head, adukapram tail irukum. Head vanda globular irukum, circular. Okay, globular irukum. Tail is going to be like tail, students. What a question. Okay, now globular head has 2 things. What and all? ATP binding site, actin binding site. I want all of you to remember the story. Okay, all of you to remember the story. The villain in the first serial episode, episode number 1, is going to be ATP binding site. Can you remember? The villain is ATP binding site. Just remember this much. Okay. Serial episodes, as the episodes go, you will understand the full story. Now you should understand that this is the villain. Okay. So students, this is our hero. Myosin is the hero. Myosin has one villain who is sitting on the head, that is the ATP binding site. Okay. Now, tail is a light meromyosin. Okay, see, because I am a zoology teacher and I am doing a serial, nothing will look human like. Okay, you should understand that most of them will have tail, head or tail won't be there, or like hand won't be there. So, you cannot expect like Anda Madri serial. Okay, this is Inda Madri serial where no human presence will be there. Namma vanda அந்த மாதிரியே ஷூட் பண்ணிட்டு we are going to release the movie. So கொஞ்சம் different ஆன movie, different ஆன serial. Okay, so நம்ம hero has one globular head. Head மேலே it has actin binding site, ATP binding site. Who is the villain? ATP binding site. Okay, அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு light tail இருக்கு. ஆனால் இந்த ஹெட்டில் வந்து ரொம்ப ஹெவியாக இருக்குது. It is a heavy molecule meromyosin. Heavy meromyosin என்ன molecular weight compare பண்ணும்போது head வந்து கொஞ்சம் ஹெவியாக இருக்கு. And students, with the head it also has a cross arm. It has a cross arm, this region. So they will ask you question, what is a heavy meromyosin? You should tell head plus cross arm இல்லைனா head plus short arm. Light meromyosin, tail க்கு வந்து ஹெவியாக இருக்குமா? இல்லை மேம், tail வந்து ரொம்ப லைட்டாக தான் இருக்கும். So tail வந்து light meromyosin. Okay, clear? Understood heroes. Okay, hero looks, how is the hero looking like? Now we are going to find the heroine of the movie. Okay, sorry, I keep saying movie, but I actually want to become a movie director, but Anna, we got stopped in serial only. Okay, now we are going to understand about the heroine. So first heroine vanda globular first the heroine was globular actin. Okay, circular it was. After that polymerization happened and then they came into a very different shape, which is like an infinity shape. Okay, so students, in the globular actin vanda after polymerization became fibrous actin or your F actin. Now this F actin is actually coiled. Okay, it is easier to draw if it is like an infinity shape. Clear? Yes or no? Okay, so in the F actin la enna nadakum students, nama globular actins ellame arrange ஆயி F actin, it will form like a infinity sign. Adukapram scene is going to change. Okay, episode 1 la we are going to introduce to 2 villains in the movie. Okay, now second villain in the actin is going to be nama tropomyosin. In the tropomyosin vanda in the rope like structure. Adukapram on the every interval, okay, proper interval la innoru villain will come. Who? Troponin. Okay, troponin. In the troponin, when I took an enlarged structure, I realized there are a gang of 3 people. That is, they have a TPC site which will bind with calcium. There is a TPI site and there is a TPT site. TPI site, actin inhibitor. TPT site, troponin. TPC site, calcium. Okay. Now students, what is happening? In the 2 villains, troponin and tropomyosin, they are covering the myosin binding site. So actin life la நம்ம heroine life la ஒரு father irukka, 3 brothers are there. Tropomyosin is the father, troponin is the 3 brothers. Okay, இப்போ வந்து problem என்னன்னா actin and myosin have to meet each other, then only our serial will go forward. I'll get money, you will get money, and then we will become rich. Okay, but for that to happen, these villains have to move away. Ma'am, then why did you write a story where the villains are there? Because contraction of muscles doesn't happen so easily. So now our job is going to be to make sure that the villains move away from the story. Okay, ready? So now, who is this actin and myosin? They are the contractile protein. Okay, they are the proteins who are helping in contraction. Ma'am, then who is this tropomyosin and troponin? From where did you bring them? They are the regulatory proteins. They are going to regulate. Should actin meet myosin? Should myosin meet actin? And the regulation வந்து set பண்றது troponin and tropomyosin. Okay? Yes. Clear? Understood? Okay? Yes. So we are coming to the, not climax. I can say it is climax. Okay. We are going to come to the, this first of all you should know the diagram. Okay? Otherwise in NEET exam climax will happen. Troponin, tropomyosin, F actin, actin binding site, ATP binding site, cross arm, head. Okay? Okay, now we are going to come to the, either students, dishum, fight. Okay, fight. Okay, now see here. Now I told you, nama muscle vanda, it is excitable. That means, if a nerve is there, one axon ending is attached to the muscle, muscle will get to know that, okay, one nerve impulse has come, I have to contract. And the voluntary action vanda nadakkum. So that junction, where this neuron is connected to the muscle, adha nama neuromuscular junction. Enna nama neuromuscular junction. Okay. Now in the neuromuscular junction la da nama climax varudhu students. Before the episode started only climax happened, so serial got over in one episode. Okay. But trust me, more 2.0, 3.0 and the madri different types of serials will come, but every serial has only one episode. Okay. This is why I am not profitable. This is why I am not rich. This is why I don't have a Lamborghini or a Ferrari or nothing, nor GMS. What are you people doing? Huh? Come on. Only 2-3 GMAs are active. Rest all are sleeping. They have kept my voice and they have told my mother that I am studying. Okay, I am studying. You don't worry about me. Telda, mark your attendance. Subscribe to the channel. Come on, we should become 15K today. You'll be like, ma'am, huh? Yeah, we should keep bigger targets in life. We should never keep small targets. Come on. What if I tell you like the director, only if you reach the target the next episode will come. I can't do that, no, I have to teach. Okay? Okay, now look here. Listen to the proper story. So first, okay, first I will tell you the scientific part, that is actual zoology. Adukapram I will tell serial zoology. Okay, va? Okay, after that I will tell serial zoology. So come on, look here. One nerve impulse is there, okay, nerve impulse will be there. Now, how do the action potential will be happening? Action potential will happen when the chemical synapse is coming, that is electrical synapse has come, chemical synapse. In the region, the neuromuscular junction. So, students, if I want to activate my muscle, okay, then this acetylcholine, that is the neurotransmitters have to be released from the synaptic vesicle, and in the neurotransmitters will be accepted by the muscle. Okay, on the muscle there will be acetylcholine receptors. Okay, who will be there? Acetylcholine receptors. Okay, if in the receptors vanda, it is accepting the acetylcholine. Adukapram, because of this acceptance, nama sodium influx is going to happen. What are these structures? These are the T tubules which are present on the muscle. Nama muscle la irukira T tubules la in the influx of sodium will happen. Now when influx of sodium happen, number sarcoplasmic reticulum, that is endoplasmic reticulum, inside that calcium is going to be present. And the calcium suddenly it will get released and it will run all the way where? To the TPC. Okay, it will go to the TPC. It will go and bind to the TPC, the TPC which was present in the troponin, main brother, elder brother. Okay, and the TPC la bind, it will do a conformational change allowing the unmasking of the myosin binding site. Now comes the story part. Okay, now students, serial. Okay, come on, excited? Shall I tell the serial story? I know this you would be like, oh, ma'am, so boring, ma'am, calcium came, sodium came, what and all came. Now serial will come, now you will understand. Okay, look here. Now this is us. Okay, this is the crew members. That is, now we have to distract the father, brother, so that we can call actin and go to myosin. Okay, this is the story. So, first what we will do students, we will create a impulse, that is we will create a chemical synapse, we will create an impulse or a problem. So, on the problem la there will be people waiting, okay, all will understand, everyone we would have given phone telling that bro I am coming, you start the issue. So, as we come here one full issue will happen. So, when this issue is happening, I will send my GMA armies inside, okay, that is this sodium influx will happen, okay, sodium influx will happen. Then, okay, this you people will enter inside because your full fight is happening. So, when fight is happening, no one is going to notice who is entering inside. So, you people have entered, okay, sodium influx happen through the T tubules, okay, there is a pathway and the T tubules lada you should go. If you go somewhere else, you will get caught, then in climax you won't be there. So, be careful. So, in the GMAs when the T tubules enter, it will finally reach. Because of the influx of sodium, because of you people entering, suddenly one fellow who is like very very attached to that family and everything, he will run from the endoplasmic reticulum, that is from let's say one place, he will run all the way to tell the TPC that there is a group of people who are fighting outside, I don't know what is happening. So, in the calcium and in the TPC kuda bind agumbo conformational change agum, that is TPC, that is a troponin and tropomyosin vandu distract agum, full tension agum students, full tension, okay. What am I saying? Okay, full tension it will happen. So, what will happen? They will get distracted. And the distraction time la namma myosin binding site will be unmasked in the actin. Okay, story over. You people want better roles, huh? Your people are not that active. So, that is why I can't give you better roles. Whoever is active, only for those people I can give better roles. Okay. And imagine I took you people without even having a, what do you call that? Casting interview. No, you call something else. Call. No. Is this clear? Is this clear? So, this calcium will go and bind with TPC, conformational change will happen, unmasking of the myosin binding site. Now, actin is ready to meet myosin. Audition, yes, without even audition. Okay, thank you. So, now actin, on the actin students, myosin binding site should be visible. Why? Because myosin and actin should bind. Illena, contraction of muscles will not happen. For contraction of muscles to happen, myosin binding site, actin binding site, both should be visible. Ana, this troponin and tropomyosin, this regulatory proteins are sitting here, so it will not be visible. But now, because of this entire neuromuscular junction signal happening, automatically myosin binding site will be visible. Done, done, done. Now what is the second task? Movie is not over students. Now we have to make sure that from myosin's head, the ATP binding site is going. Okay, now second, so here we don't have that much of task. Okay, we just have to put little petrol, the issue will continue. So, anda madrida, this is your sliding filament theory. What we have to do here? We have to, who is the villain in myosin? All of you tell me in the chat box. Who is the villain in myosin? Who is the villain in myosin? Tell me. Villain in myosin, ATP binding site. So, students, this ATP binding site will get distracted when ATP is there. Yes, ma'am, it bound with ATP. But this also has an ATPase activity. It also has what? ATPase activity. Okay. Because of this ATPase activity, in the ATP vanda will get broken down to ADP and PI. Okay. When this happens, automatically actin binding site will be visible. Automatically actin binding site will be visible. So, ipo enna agum students, myosin binding site is visible on actin, actin binding site is visible on myosin. Ipo vanda cross bridge formation nadakume. Yes ma'am, finally ma'am, climax of the serial. Okay, all of you villain dead. No villains will die. Every villain is temporarily, we have just pushed them out of the frame. Okay, like this is action, we just push them like this and we told okay 5 minutes you wait there, after that again we will call them back. Okay, so you should not kill the villains, they are important. So, here you see cross bridge formation will happen, that is myosin head and actin will bind. So, idudha nama actin, idudha nama myosin. So, actin bindings, that is myosin binding site on actin is visible, actin binding site on myosin is visible. Now, they will do a cross bridge. Okay, now they will do a cross bridge, clear? In the cross bridge formation, what is going to happen? You can see myosin head is attached to the actin. Okay, now formation of the cross bridge. Ana students, this climax this love story is ending now only within few seconds. Okay, I'll tell you why. In the ADP and PI is on the head, right? We wanted to remove the father, ATP binding site. So for that we took two other substitutes, ADP and plus PI, or a chintu mintu we had called. This chintu mintu after some time what they will do, they will be like, hey, how much time will sit on this person's head? They will move. So enna nadakum, in the actin binding site, in the myosin binding site la, in the myosin head vandu move agum. So suddenly or space varum, because of that this actin will not, no, actin will slide and go off. Now imagine you are holding a person like this and you are giving back support. Suddenly if that person moves, you will fall down. Same way, if the myosin is there and the actin is there, suddenly if the myosin head moves, then the actin is going to slide. Okay, the actin is going to slide. So suddenly enna nadakum students, sliding illana rotation nadakum, that is the power stroke, that is the ADP plus PI vanda, it will be removed from the head, that will lead to power stroke. Okay, that will lead to power stroke, and அந்த கேப்பில் இன்னொரு ATP வந்து it will bind to the myosin binding, that is a ATP binding site, and the serial will get over. Okay, serial will get over. Understood? Understood? Clear? Drogis it seems, yes. ADP and PI is drogi students. We call them for doing side roll and they just left. In the middle they will just come out, that is called as power stroke. Because of it myosin binding site will move, actin will slide. As the actin slide, obviously troponin and tropomyosin will be waiting, so obviously it will come back to normal. And then students, what will happen? The cycle will continue. This is called as sliding filament theory. Is this understood? Okay, is this understood? Yes or no? Yes or no? This much interesting concept where you have seen? Where you have seen? You tell me. In the very interesting concept where you have seen students? Never you will see. Okay. So climax acha. So very simple. Namakku vandu muscle contraction ka we need to do nama myosin and actin should bind with each other. For that, actin la myosin binding site should be visible, and on myosin actin binding site should be visible. When they come together, they will form cross bridge and then they will break. So when our muscles are contracting, they will come together, again they will break, again contract, again break, again contract, again break, again contract. Okay. So all this will happen only if an impulse comes. So look here. Hydrolysis of ATP, that is ATP will become ADP plus PI, unmasking the actin binding site. Adhikapam cross bridge formation, myosin and actin will bind. Then power stroke of ADP and PI, that is ADP and PI, drogam panita, they will leave the head. That time what will happen? By mistake actin will not know, actin when the slide agum, then obviously troponin and tropomyosin will get to know this fellow escaped, this girl went somewhere, so they will catch hold of her, then again back to normal. Okay. Then students, cross bridge detaches, new ATP will attach and the entire cycle will continue. Okay, entire cycle will continue. Always remember, actin will slide over myosin because myosin one the thick filament, that is romba how do you tell fat, yeah? So it will be very thick, you know, so adanale it cannot slide. So actin will slide over myosin. Okay, done. What a sad story. I usually don't write sad story, but what to do students? Okay, I decided to write sad story. Okay, I have decided that I will write sad stories. Okay, next one, the skeletal system. Samyukta, sure dear. Tappu means wrong. In Kannada, tappu. In Malayalam also tappu. Okay, skeletal system ready? Okay, skeletal system ready? Yes or no? No or yes? Very good. Come on, let's go. Okay, skeletal system students, first one the red fibers and white fibers. Red color is obviously because of high myoglobin, red in color. White fibers is because of low myoglobin. Okay. Then high number of mitochondria, that means more powerhouse of the cell, more ATP production, less mitochondria. Here can utilize, one second students, this AC is 2. Okay. Okay, yes. can utilize large amounts of oxygen for ATP production, cannot utilize large amount. Number of sarcoplasmic reticulum is low. Now you tell me, what is the use of sarcoplasmic reticulum? They are the storehouse for calcium. If these people are low, then contraction suddenly will not happen. Contraction வந்து கம்மி ஆகும். So அதனால sarcoplasmic reticulum is low, but ஆனா here sarcoplasmic reticulum is high. Slower rate of contraction for long period, faster rate of contraction for shorter period, aerobic muscles, anaerobic muscles. So students, if you are running a marathon, like you are running a marathon, you can use the red, our body will use the red fibers. If you are doing a sprint, that is like shorter time, like let's say 8 minutes, 10 minutes, you are running very, very fast, you will be using the white fibers. Why? Because you have faster contraction, less energy, more energy, less contractions. Okay? Okay, now we are going to study appendicular skeleton and axial skeleton. This is your axial skeleton. Okay, when I am telling, you have to touch, like in smaller classes they used to ask, no, where is your eyes, please show me, like that only. Okay, so this is your axial skeleton, this is your appendicular skeleton, legs and hands, okay, and your pelvic girdle. Okay, who is this, who is sending emoji? Oh, she has got some new unlocked new emoji. Okay, have you seen, when we get one new app, or let's say we got to know about one app, we will misuse it, like that it is. Okay. Okay, look here. Okay, start pannalama. Okay, nama axial skeleton. Okay, axial skeleton students, 80 bones are there. Okay, start with your cranium. Okay, this is your cranium. Yes or no? Yes ma'am, this is the cranium. Okay, then adukapram students, namakku facial bones irukku. Okay, facial bones are there. Then ear bones are there, ear ossicles are there. Okay, adukapram what do you have? Nama hyoid bone irukku, sternum is there, your vertebral column is there, ribs is there. So this is your axial bones. Okay, 80 of them are there. Now we are going to start with the cranium. Cranium la we have 8 bones. Now starting with here, whenever you touch, no, you will say that you have headache. Whenever you say, you will tell you have headache. So this is the frontal bone. Okay, this is the frontal bone. All of you touch here. This is the frontal bone. Clear? See here. This is the frontal bone, the blue color. Okay. See here, blue. Okay. Frontal bone. Okay. Then you have the parietal bone. Then you have the occipital bone. Okay. You have the occipital bone. Occipital bone, temporal, parietal, frontal, ethmoid and sphenoid. I cannot show it here. Okay. I have to then open. So I cannot show it here. But remember this. First one, the frontal. Just look here, the skeleton. Frontal, parietal, temporal, occipital, ethmoid, sphenoid. Okay. So these are the 8 bones, students. Now in the 8 bones, to remember this, there is a trick. Okay. What is the trick? Step off. Imagine someone is eating your brain. Eating your brain means like irritating you. What will you tell them? You will tell them step off. Let's just stop doing this. Okay. Step off. Like that will you remember. S for sphenoid. T for temporal, E for ethmoid, P for parietal, O for occipital, F for frontal. Clear? Yes? Now students, the sphenoid bone has some specialities, like what? It is a keystone bone. That means it will go and articulate with all other bones. Just look here. All of you tell me the trick. Look here. This is articulating with parietal. See here, parietal it is articulating. Okay. It is articulating at the temporal. Okay. It is articulating with the occipital. Can you see? Again, it is articulating with the temporal. It is articulating with the this green which they have shown, parietal, okay, and with the frontal. So this is a bone that attaches or articulates with all other bone. Yes, it looks like bat shape. Okay. So keystone articulates with all other bone. In the sphenoid bone la ஒரு small depression இருக்கு. அந்த depressionல நம்ம pituitary gland will be present. That depression is called as sella turcica. Come on, all of you tell me the trick. Step off. If someone is eating your brain, okay, cranium, you will tell step off. Sphenoid, temporal, ethmoid, parietal, occipital, frontal. Now among this, 2 are paired, rest are unpaired. Who are paired? In your school also you will always notice that your PT teachers come as a pair. One male teacher will be there, one female teacher will be there. So PT is paired. Okay, PT, that means parietal and your temporal are paired. Look here, parietal and temporal are paired. Okay, done? Understood? Rest are unpaired. Now students, the occipital will have 2 condyles. Occipital condyle that will allow the attachment to the vertebral column. Okay, it will have the attachment towards the vertebral column. Clear? Now facial bones they have given only one image for you. So cranium 8 bones are there, step off. Facial 14 bones are there. Ear ossicle 6 will be there, 3 here, 3 here. One hyoid bone will be there which is at the base of the buccal cavity. We do not consider it part of the skull. Okay. Then we have 26 bones plus 1 plus 24 bones, vertebral column. Okay. Now you see here, ribs 24. Facial bones 14 are there, palatine 2, okay, lacrimal 2, zygomatic is the cheekbone where you put blush. Condyle is basically for articulation, that means to attach to the vertebral column. So here occipital will have 2 condyles, so the attachment to the vertebral column will be easy. Then students, we have nasal bone, maxilla, inferior nasal concha and vomer and mandible. Idhila vomer and mandible are single. Okay, vomer and mandible are single, rest all are paired. Okay, rest all are paired. Clear? Okay, next one, ear ossicles. Ear ossicles, to remember there is a trick, miss, M-I-S, okay, miss. Malleus, incus, stapes. Adala stapes the smallest bone. How to remember their shape? Miss has, hammer, anvil, stirrup shape, okay, hammer, anvil, stirrup shape. Even if you forget this is okay, but you have to remember this, miss, malleus, incus, stapes, okay. Now, hyoid bone, single bone, tongue bone, U-shaped bone present at the base of the buccal cavity. Before in NCERT they used to write base of the buccal cavity, part of the skull, but now they don't write it, it is edited in the new NCERT. Next one the vertebral column. So in babies, that is in small age, what will happen? The infants, they will have 33 bones. Why? Because sacrum and coccygeal won't be fused. Okay, they will not be fused. So adanale 5 plus 4 extra will be there. Okay, but adults like us, we will have 7 cervical bone, thoracic 12, lumbar 5, sacrum 5, coccygeal 5, but these 2 will be fused to form the tailbone. Okay, in females the tailbone ippidi irukum, males the tailbone will be little more inwards. Why the tailbone is like this? So that the baby womb, like from the cervical canal, the baby has to come out, no, for that. Okay, yes, clear? Deepaka has made one template only, fire emoji template. Okay, so students, cervical vertebrae, 7 of them are there. First 2 you have to remember. Okay, first one the atlas, adukapram axis. First one the atlas, adukapram axis. So when I was in your class, it was very difficult for me to remember atlas and axis, and trust me, I didn't have teachers who used to think of mnemonics also, because on the time teachers will be like, I will teach, if you want you study. Now only all the teachers make tricks. There are teachers who are known for tricks. So there are people who just make short tricks. But on the time tricks were like impossible. Even in our brain it used to not come. So I like story, I like connecting everything with story. So I used to remember like this, atlas, no, geography atlas. First you have to look at the atlas to access to any place. So I used to remember like this, okay, first atlas, then axis, axis, okay, yeah. So atlas, axis, after that C3, C4, C5, C6, C7, okay. Cervical vertebrae. Next one, thoracic vertebrae 1 to 12. Lumbar vertebrae 1 to 5, L1, L2, L3, L4, L5. Sacrum and coccygeal together forms the tailbone. Clear? Yes, I was like you guys. Okay, and kidney is present from T12 to L3. Next you will study that only. Okay, this is understood, students? So atlas and axis will be there. So just look here, atlas on the inda madri irukum, axis will be attached like this. Now they will attach to the occipital condyle, that is to your cranium. So that is how the entire connection will happen. So atlas, axis, this axis has a otendoid process which will allow it to articulate with the atlas. Okay, it will articulate with the atlas and it will be attached to the skull. Okay, it will be attached to the skull. Dun 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 dun. Okay, next one, sternum, students. Prosternum, mesosternum, xiphoid process. So prosternum is the first part, adukapram mesosternum, adukapram or chinna process called as sphenoid process. For me, sternum looks like a tie, but according to the world, it is dagger shaped. Okay, so you have to remember dagger shaped. This helps in the formation of the rib cage. Students, nama ribs vandu dicephalic. Dicephalic here one attachment is there, here one attachment is there. here it attaches with the sternum, here it attaches with the thoracic vertebrae. Okay, here it attaches with the thoracic vertebrae. Clear? Done, done, done. Come on, why we haven't reached the target? 4 conjues in the class. Okay, let's go. Okay, so this is understood, sternum, and last we are going to study the ribs. Okay, ribs, lot of questions come, so please be careful. Okay, now first one, the true ribs. Now why do I call my students true GMAs? They follow all my class, they comment in all my class, they are very loyal to whatever I say, and the madri, true students. Some are false students. Once in a while they will come, they will tell hi, then they will just go. They do not understand that connection, and the madri connection kereyada. And then some are like out of connection only, they do not even know that I exist. Okay, so 3 sets of students. And the madri here also, first one is true ribs. 1 to 7th rib is true rib. Ma'am, but why are you calling it true rib, ma'am? Students, ribs automatically it should attach to the sternum, then it should attach to the thoracic vertebrae. Then only I can call it ribs. Yes, ma'am. So, true ribs are the ones who are attached ventrally to a sternum and dorsally to the vertebral column. If they are doing that ventrally and dorsally, and the ribs the vertebrosternal ribs. Another vertebrosternal ribs. Okay, va? So, first one the vertebrosternal ribs, 1 to the 7th rib. Clear? Arfan, thank you. I have students from Kashmir also, very nice. Okay. Now, false ribs means what, students? 8th, 9th and the 10th rib one, the false ribs. Why? Ventrally they are not attaching to the sternum. Dorsally they are attaching to the vertebral column. So, attached dorsally to the vertebral column and ventrally to the hyaline cartilage of the 7th rib. So, what do they do? What do they do? Okay. So, here you can see what is going to happen, students. Here you have 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 5. So, here I can't see the reflection because of reflection. So, just here understand the 8th, 9th and the 10th are attached to the 7th one. Can you see it is attached to the 7th one? Instead of directly, okay, directly if it was instead of connecting to the sternum, they are very lazy. So, you know, group, students, best example, group project. Group project le ஒரே ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட் தான் எல்லாம் பண்றாங்க. ஆனா அந்த 3 students வந்து just a substitute, they'll just give their hand like this. Imagine we are a group, okay, group students, that is we have given a group project. This is the actual person who has done the group project, my support to the group project. This is my support. Like that only. The 7th rib is directly attaching to the sternum. Ana 8th, 9th and 10th rib vanda, it is just attaching to the hyaline cartilage. Okay, hyaline cartilage. So, false rib, vertebrochondral ribs, 8th, 9th, 10th ribs, false ribs. Okay, they are attached dorsally to the vertebral column, and ventrally it is attached to the hyaline cartilage. Okay, next one is floating ribs. Floating ribs na vertebral ribs. Okay, vertebral ribs. Okay, ventrally they are free. They are like, I don't want to even participate in the group project. I will float. So, those are called as floating ribs, 11th and 12th one. Just look at them. Just look at them. They are least bothered. They are like, I am not even attached to the sternum. What are you people making noise about? These two. Very good, very good. Okay. So, true ribs, false rib, vertebral ribs. Okay. Clear? Understood this? First to 7th is true, false is 8th, 9th, 10th, floating is 11th and 12th. Okay, 11th and 12th. Students, one thing is common in all of them are attached to the thoracic vertebrae, or they are all attached to the vertebral column. Depending on if they are attached to the sternum or not, our different types of classes are there. Okay, va? Okay, next tricks, appendicular skeleton, limbs, your legs and hind limbs and forelimbs. Okay, so how do I remember? How are you, CM Pandu? How are you, CM Pandu? How, humerus, R, radius, ulna, carpals, metacarpals, phalanges. Okay, how do I understand this? How do I understand this? Look here, this is the humerus. It is attached to my pectoral girdle. Okay, here I have my shoulder bones. Okay, I have my scapula. So students, humerus irukku, adukapram radius irukku, ulna irukku. Okay, inge vanda carpals, 8 carpals are present. When you move like this, you can feel it, carpals. This is your metacarpals, 5 of them are there, metacarpals. Okay, and phalanges, phalanges. Just look at my hand. Can you see this? Okay, can you see these stripes? These are the phalanges. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 phalanges. Okay, so how are you, CM Pandu? Humerus, radius, ulna, carpal, metacarpals, phalanges, 1, 1, 1, 8, 5, 14. Total of 30 bones. Total of 30 bones. Okay, so in both the hands you are going to have a total of 60 bones. How much is the appendicular skeleton? 126. Okay, 126. So pectoral girdle, pelvic girdle, bones of the limbs are together forming the appendicular skeleton. Is it clear? Okay. How are you, CM Pandu? Yes, I borrowed it from Shreyas sir. Okay, I told give Pandu for one day and then I used it here and I made him the chief minister also. Shreyas sir didn't make anything out of him. I made him chief minister in one day. Okay, I made him chief minister in one day. See students, so powerful, powerful. Okay. Okay, va? Understood, understood. Those who haven't subscribed, please do subscribe. Okay, we have another milestone to pass. Okay. Just jokes. Okay, next one student, this I only made. Okay, everything I only made, but still. Next one, to remember your legs, okay, the bones in your legs, it is going to be fly, Tarzan, mountains and planets. If you tell 2-3 times, in the trick one already set agum brain la, fly, Tarzan, mountains and planet, fly la F one the femur, T one the tibia, fly la one the fibula, T la one the tarsals, M la one the metatarsals, P la one the phalanges. Okay, so femur is the longest bone, okay, thigh bone, adikapram tibia, fibula, tarsals. Students, here tarsals are 7. Anga vandu carpals vandu 8 irunduchu, ana inga tarsals vandu 7 da. Adikapram metatarsals, planets, P vandu phalanges. Okay, P vandu phalanges. Okay, so here students 26 bones are there. Ma'am, it's very unfair, ma'am. In the hand you told 30 bones are there, here only 26 are there. So adanale we have the patella, that is the knee. Okay, kneecap is going to be added, so total of 60. So 60, 60, 120, now we have 6 bones left. So pectoral we have 3 and pelvic we have 3. Ready? Last topic of the chapter. After this we have diseases. Okay. Let me see if I have more Vicks. Okay. No Vicks. Okay, next one the pectoral and pelvic girdle. Okay, pectoral and pelvic girdle. Clear? Pectoral and pelvic girdle, students, bones help in articulation of the upper and the lower limbs. So in the how are you, CM Pandu should be attached somewhere. So adanala namakku pectoral girdle irukku. Your fly Tarzan should be attached to the pelvic girdle. Okay, so 2 girdles are there, pelvic and pectoral girdle. Pectoral girdle, you should understand students, the girdle is formed of 2 halves. Each half has, the pectoral girdle consists of 1 clavicle, 1 scapula. Clavicle is the shoulder bone. Okay, clavicle is the shoulder bone. Adikapram we have scapula, which is a triangular bone. Okay, this portion here you can feel. Okay, here you can feel. Now scapula is a large triangular flat bone situated in the dorsal part of the thorax between the 2nd and the 7th ribs. So these locations are important. Okay, the dorsal flat triangular body of the scapula has a slightly elevated ridge called the spine. okay, spine, which projects as a flat expanded process called as the acromion. The cavity articulates with this. Below the acromion is a depression called as the glenoid cavity, which articulates with the head of the humerus to form the shoulder joint. All of you would have noticed when we are playing with Barbie, okay, we remove one portion like this. That is fit into the glenoid cavity, right? That is fit into the glenoid cavity, correct? Gokul Krishna, if you ask a surprise now only, how will I tell the surprised? Anyway, you waited so much. Till tomorrow you wait. Okay. So, students, the cavity at which where we are going to insert it is going to be called the glenoid cavity. Okay. Next one we have the pelvic girdle. Okay. Pelvic girdle. Pelvic girdle, there is a trick to remember. I play in class. Okay. I play in class. Ilium, pubis, ischium together forms the coxal bone. So, one part is here, one part coxal bone, one part coxal bone. Coxal bones are made up of 3 bones. Okay, coxal bones are made up of 3 bones. I play in class. Ilium, ischium, pubis. Now look here. Look here. What is going to happen? Coxal bones are made up of fusion of 3 bones. Ilium, ischium, pubis. At the point of fusion of the above bones, above bones is a cavity called the acetabulum, to which the thigh bone articulates. The 2 halves of the pelvic girdle meet ventrally to form the pubic symphysis containing the fibrous cartilage. Clear? Pelvic girdle has 2 coxal bone. I play in class. So, ilium, pubis, ischium together forms the coxal bone. Okay. Their pectoral girdle had clavicle and scapula. Scapula was a triangular structure. It had an elevated ridge called the spine. Okay. They were attached with the help of acromion process, and the humerus were attached to them with the help of a glenoid cavity. Here, the femur is attached to them with the help of acetabulum. Clear? Understood? Mugiwara. I don't know if I pronounce your names right, so that's why I don't pronounce anyone's names. Okay, look here. The 3 types of joints that are present. Okay. So, 3 types of joints, students. First one, the fibrous joint. Fibrous joints are like the strict parents, very, very strict parents. That is, they will not allow their kid to go anywhere. That means fibrous joints do not allow any kind of movement. Those are your sutures in your skull. Okay. Cartilaginous joints are like parents who are cool but strict. Cool but strict. They are only confused, we are also confused with them. So, that kind of parents who will allow limited movement. Like you can go with this friend, but you are not supposed to go here. You can go out, but you are not supposed to go here, like that. Limited movement. The example is going to be the cartilage that is present inside the vertebral column, which is allowing you to bend, lift. Okay, that minimum movement is allowed because of the cartilaginous joints. Adukapram students, namaku vanda full freedom kodukra parents the synovial joint. Okay, synovial joint. Synovial joint has a presence of fluid filled synovial cavity. Idhula vanda first ball and socket joint. Ball and socket joint vanda nama humerus and pectoral girdle. Okay, ball and socket joint. Adukapram hinge joint. Knee joint. Nama knee eppadi irukum students, like this. Okay, it has to move like this, no, like this. Hinge joint. Okay, it's hinge joint. Adukapram pivot joint. Atlas and axis. Pivot joint. Atlas and axis. Then gliding joint. Carpals. Okay, saddle joint. Metacarpals and carpals. If question comes from this chapter, it will come from this portion. Okay. That many times questions have come from this portions. Understood? Crystal clear, ma'am. Awesome. Okay, last is diseases. First is myasthenia gravis, autoimmune disorder affecting the neuromuscular junctions, leading to fatigue, weakening and paralysis of the skeletal muscle. Muscular dystrophy, progressive degeneration of the skeletal muscle due to a genetic disorder. First வந்து ஒரு autoimmune disorder. Autoimmune என்ன students, நம்ம பாடியே like it will identify our own body cells as the enemies. It will start attacking the self cells. That is called as autoimmune disorder, which is myasthenia gravis. Adukapram muscular dystrophy, where the person will have progressive degeneration of the skeletal muscle. The person will start looking very lean. That is a genetic disorder. Adukapram tetany, rapid spasm in the muscles due to the low calcium in the body fluid, not in the bone, in the body fluid la calcium kammiya irundhuchuna and the sudden contraction nadakum, adukapram relaxation pandradhukku romba kashtama irukum. Then arthritis, inflammation of the joints. Osteoporosis, age related disorder characterized by decreased in bone mass, increased chances of fracture. This mainly happens in old age as well as in women who are going through menopause. Okay, correct? Yes or no? Huh. So age related disorder characterized by decreased bone mass, increased chances of fracture. Mainly it happens in old age and in a woman who is going through menopause, because menopause time la estrogen vandu kammi agum. So adinala the person can go through easy fracture. Appuram gout students, inflammation of joints due to the accumulation of uric acid crystal. Very painful disease, very painful disease when this is happening. Okay, yes, chapter khatam. Okay, 1 minute break. Okay, let me just sit for 1 minute. It's almost been, can you believe it's almost been 5 hours? I felt like it was not more than 3 hours. How many of you felt? Okay, done? Okay, again I will make you do questions after this next chapter. Okay, here actually questions are there. You want to solve? Can you see it? Okay. Thank you, Arfan Khan. Breaker, why da breaker? Oh no, I showed the answer. Sorry, next question. Okay, I don't know why did I show the answer. Okay, can you read it? Osteoporosis is characterized by decreased bone mass and increased chances of fracture. Reason, common cause of osteoporosis is the increased level of estrogen. Very easy. Faster, faster, no time. NEET 2022 question it is. NEET 2022 question it is. Assertion correct, reason false. Is it? Very good. Next question. Match the following. This kind of lot of questions will come. Okay. Which of the following is the correct match for diseases and its symptom? Muscular dystrophy, arthritis, tetany, myasthenia gravis. It's visible, no? Should I decrease the brightness? It's good. It's fine only, right? Done. Fast, 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 fast. Time is not there. We have to complete excretion chapter. Neural control will get over very fast. Chemical coordination also, only hormones we will do. Okay. We'll go through the flow chart. Yes, very good. Arthritis, inflamed joints. Okay. Yes, excretion. That's all questions are there. Okay. Excretory products and its elimination. Okay. This chapter, lot of important concepts are there. Okay, chalo, let's start. Are you tired? Do some stretching. Do some stretching. Two minutes break. Okay, take 2 minutes break. You people look more tired than me. You people are more tired than me. Brain isn't working. Oh no, that's bad. That's bad. Go for a run, all of you. Just run quickly. Wash your face and come. Wash your face and come. Fast. Should I stop in excretion chapter? You will do neural control and coordination by yourself because very recently we studied. Huh? I'll stop in excretion then. If your brain is not braining. Because this will take me, I think, good 40 minutes. Neural control, main portion is this one. Action potential. This one. This is the main thing. Chemical coordination. One second. Chemical coordination. I have made a box of all the hormones. So we can go through that in 5-10 minutes. It's up to you guys. If you tell me, ma'am, too exhausted, then I'll stop at excretion chapter because 4 major chapters we have completed. These 2 are minor chapters. Okay. Okay, done. Come on. Okay, let's start. So, students, excretory products, first important concept. Okay, so look here, ammonotelic, ureotelic, uricotelic. Ammonia is the most toxic. So, among 3 of you, let's say I am telling you, among ammonia, uric acid and urea, I am telling you, ammonia is the most toxic. It is the red flag in your Gen Z language. It is the red flag I am telling you. That is because it is mostly toxic and it has to be readily removed from the body. Adhikapuram students lacks the role of kidney because imagine something is so toxic. You already know it is very toxic. You will phone a friend and you will be like, you know what bro, when I met the first time it was not so toxic, now it has become toxic. Imagine you have bought a snake in your home and you are telling that first time when I met it, it was not toxic, now it's toxic. So you do not have time to call the kidney, ask the kidney to excrete it out. So you will just use the body surface and remove it out, not you, smaller organism. So remove it from the body surface. Now, readily soluble in water, example is bony fishes, aquatic amphibians and aquatic insects, okay. Because ammonia requires lot of water, only aquatic organisms will be able to afford ammonia. Next is uricotelic, that is urea. Urea, less toxic, ammonia is getting converted. Let's say students, in our body by any chance ammonia vanda enter achuna, adukappuram it will enter into the ornithine cycle, innala nama urea cycle and it will be expelled out as urea. Kidney will be used for removal, soluble in water, some amount of urea will still remain in our body for this to happen, counter current mechanism to happen. Example, mammals, amphibians and some marine fishes, okay, marine fishes. Adhikapuram we have uricotelic organism, uric acid least toxic and it requires less water to be expelled out. Then you will be thinking, ma'am, why don't we use uric acid? You are telling that it is very difficult for us to give out the water, then why don't we use uric acid? Problem is, uric acid is a very expensive product. That means what? From Amazon, Flipkart, I don't have to pay a lot of money and buy it, but Anna, it uses a lot of energy to be expelled out. So because of that, we cannot afford the uric acid. Nor we have energy, nor we have water, nothing we have. Okay, so it is semi-solid paste or pellet. Students, all of you would have got at least once blessing from a pigeon or from a crow or from, you know, hen or something, I don't know. So that blessing is a semi-solid paste or a pellet. How many of you have got blessings? Please let me know in the comment section. Ureotelic is basically urea is coming out. Urea is less toxic compared to these two people. Urea on the white flag. Okay. So, in case in our body any ammonia is there, it will enter into the ornithine cycle, illena nama urea cycle, and it will get converted to urea because ammonia romba toxic. So, adanal nama body la vekkiradhukku chance romba kammi. Kidney use agum to expel out urea. It is soluble in water. Some amount of urea nama body la remain aayirukku. Okay. And example mammals, amphibians and some of the insects, I mean fishes. Okay. I am not. Okay, some of you have not been blessed, very unlucky people. So, and the semi-solid paste is basically your uric acid. Example is going to be insect, reptiles and some, again did I write insects? Yeah, and some insects, okay. Yes. Now, excretory structures and organisms who have that structure. First one, the nama protonephridia of flame cells are present in our platyhelminths, okay. Nephridia one the earthworm. Malpighian tubules, most of the insects including cockroach, okay. Now, antennal or green glands, prawns, okay. Your book has got that blessing, my god, check if rat or something is there, okay. They would have built a home inside your NCERT book. So, protonephridia of flame cells on the platyhelminths, nephridia on the earthworm, Malpighian tubules on the insects mostly like cockroach, antennal or green glands on the crustaceans, that is your prawns, okay. Now, we are going to understand the structure of kidney. Okay, my throat is gone. Okay, yes, students, no tea, coffee. Okay, so adanala it's very difficult. Okay, if uncle was there, he would have given us tea, coffee, but no tea, coffee. What to do? What to do? Okay, now look here. Now, kidney students, kidney structure is very easy. From smaller classes you are studying, we have 2 kidneys, ureter is coming down. So, that is in game. Okay, you have 2 kidneys. On the top, you have the like a cap-like structure, that is your adrenal gland. Okay, renal veins and arteries are passing, and from the kidney there is one tube-like structure, pair of tube, which is called a ureter. This ureter will open into the urinary bladder. From the urinary bladder, the urine will be expelled out with the help of urethra. Okay, urethra. Now, there is one region where this ureter is coming out, renal artery, renal vein, everything is coming out, going in. Under region, my voice changed. Under that region is called as hilum. That region is called as what? Hilum. Now, look here students, the question will come, inner concave, there is a notch. There is a concave notch in your kidney. What is that region called as? That region is called as the hilum. Okay. Now, human excretory system, a pair of kidney, a pair of ureter, urinary bladder, urethra. A pair of kidney is actually present in the retroperitoneal cavity. Nama body le different types of cavities are there. Adla one cavity is retroperitoneal cavity. It has length around 10 to 12 centimeter in length, 5 to 7 centimeter in width. 10 and 5, 10 divided by 5 is 2. So, you remember like that. 10 divided by 5 is 2 to 3 centimeter in thickness and 120 to 170 grams in weight. Okay, done? Done, ma'am. Now, next one students, this is the kidney's cross section of the kidney. Okay, cross section of the kidney. So, look here, if I take a cross section of the kidney, you will notice that in the kidney mainly there will be 2 regions. Okay, one cortex region and one medulla region. This is the cortex region, this is the medulla region. In the cortex region, you are going to see medullary pyramids which are extending towards the medulla. Okay, this structure which you are seeing is the medullary pyramids. On the medullary pyramids, there will be nephrons which are present, and students, between the medullary pyramids, there is going to be a region which is called the renal column or column of Bertini, which are extending towards the cortex. Okay, now, from the medullary pyramid, there are structures, there are small structures which are called as calyces. It's like, you know, how we have small streets from main junctions, we will have kuti streets, no, and the streets the nama calyces. So, there are small, openings called as calyces, which open into a bigger funnel shaped structure which is called the renal pelvis. Renal pelvis will open to the ureter, ureter will open to the urinary bladder and it will come out. Now, what did I miss? This kidney has a protective covering called the renal envelope. First, you will have the renal capsule, on top of that adipose tissue, on top of that fascia, then adipose tissue will be there. So, that is the renal envelope. Clear? Renal envelope. Each kidney will have 1 million nephrons. Okay. Students, this is clear, no? Cortex, medulla, medullary pyramids. This region which is extending from cortex to medulla is called the renal columns. Okay. And this medullary pyramids will have nephrons on top of it. Medullary pyramids will open into a funnel shaped structure which is called the renal pelvis. How do they open? With the help of calyces, and then they will open to the ureter. Clear? Now, kidney is present between the T12 and the L3, that is the last thoracic and the third lumbar. Reddish brown in color, bean shaped structure. Kidney has two regions, cortex and medulla. Cortex and medulla. Done? Okay. Now, nephrons. Okay, nephrons. Nephrons are structural and functional unit of kidney. It will help us with the urine formation. Okay. Now, if I say that a nephron, what is the parts of the nephron? You will tell me, ma'am, it has glomerulus and it has renal tubules. And the glomerulus, glomerulus, students, that is basically tuft of capillaries. Okay. It is basically a tuft of capillaries. So, இது வந்து afferent arterioles, இது வந்து efferent arterioles. இந்த structure தான் அந்த tuft of capillaries னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Okay வா? அதுக்கப்புறம் renal tubules are present. Renal tubules na என்ன students? நம்ம PCD, loop of Henle, DCT, proximal convoluted, the one which is very closer to the glomerulus, proximal, which is far from the glomerulus, distal. So, proximal convoluted tubule, loop of Henle, distal convoluted tubule. Okay va? Okay? Yes. Wow, now here comes the beautiful structure. Just look at it. I think looking at it only you will understand. Okay, looking at it only you will understand. Students, the entire 250 pages I have handwritten it while teaching you. Okay, I have not used any printed material, only NCERT and my handwritten notes. So, all these diagrams I have drawn in the class front of you people. So, you people will be like, okay, I am able to understand. Clear? Ilena, it becomes very difficult. If I just read NCERT and go, you will not understand anything. You will not understand anything. Clear? Okay, let us go. So, students, just look here. What I have drawn in this white color is your renal tubules. Okay. This cup shaped structure is called as the Bowman's capsule. Now, I told you glomerulus is a tuft of capillaries. If it is a tuft of capillaries, it has to be kept in a structure. So, that structure is your Bowman's capsule. They are going to help us with glomerular filtration. So, on the cup madri irukra structure la or tuft of capillaries irukum, which is called the glomerulus. So, the one who is bringing the blood is going to be called the afferent arterioles. The one that is taking the blood away is going to be called the efferent arterioles. So, look here students, nama interlobular artery, from there the blood is coming with the help of afferent arterioles. It will go out with the help of efferent arterioles, it will stretch all the way, and you will notice that near loop of Henle, nama loop of Henle, near loop of Henle la enna nadakum, the capillaries are going to be here more. Okay, dense capillaries you are going to see, and then again it will stretch to the DCT. So, look here. Bowman's capsule, yes, PCD. PCD students, on the PCD la vanda namakku brush bordered epithelium will be present. In the brush bordered epithelium vanda it increases the surface area. It increases the surface area. Descending loop is there, ascending loop is there, DCT is there, and then we have the collecting duct. Okay? Yes. So, in the region, now listen carefully. The efferent arterioles which are coming, they are going to be again divided into peritubular capillaries. Adukapra on the peritubular capillaries one day it is going to be further divided into vasa recta. What will be further divided into? Vasa recta. Clear? Yes or no? Okay. Okay, vasa recta. Any doubts here? Any doubts here? Guys, we haven't reached the target. Come on. Come on. We got this. We can do this. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Done? Done, done, done. Okay. So, students, in the efferent arterioles one, it is getting divided to peritubular capillaries. Adhu Kapram, it is getting further divided to vasa recta. Okay, vasa recta. Now, look here. This region is your cortex region, this region is your medulla region, and this is your cortex medullary junction. So, you tell me which is present in the cortex, which is present in the medulla. Tell me quickly, which region is present in the cortex, which region is present in the medulla. Quickly. Students, I have to go to the top floor and get hot water, or else my throat is going to blast. Okay, can you all wait? Okay, just 5 minutes. Okay, just 5 minutes. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I'll be back because here there's no water, so I have to go to the top floor. What is happening, guys? Bowman's capsule, PCT, DCT are in cortex, loop of Henle in medulla. Very good, very good, very good. Okay, very good. Okay, done? Good job. Yes. Hello, Basingla, are you all there? Ran away? Huh? Yes, I got my hot water. It's very difficult. Come on, let's continue. Okay, so this is done. Now look here, students, if I take one magnified, okay, ore or kidney magnified image, like one medullary pyramid, if I take a magnified image, then what I am going to get is, I am going to notice that there are going to be nephrons. Yes ma'am, there are nephrons. Look here, the nephrons are there. Loop of Henle is extending towards the medulla. Understood ma'am. Adukapram, see students, depending of if the loop of Henle is stretching to the medulla or not, we have two types of neurons. Enna irukka? Two types of neurons irukka. One is called the cortical nephron. Sorry, neurons illa students, nephrons. One is called the cortical nephrons, another juxtamedullary nephron. Cortical nephron na loop of Henle vandu short ah irukum. Loop of Henle vandu short ah irukum, and this vasa recta will be highly reduced. Enna vasa recta? And the blood capillaries, where the peritubular capillaries vandu divide, it is going to the loop of Henle. And the area irukira capillaries, we call it as vasa recta. They are going to help in countercurrent mechanism. I hope you already know that. Vasa recta will be highly reduced. Why ma'am? But why vasa recta will be highly reduced? Because in the cortical nephron vandu, it is working during the normal condition. It is working during the normal condition. Adukapram students, we have juxtamedullary nephron. In the juxtamedullary nephron vandu, loop of Henle is going to be long, vasa recta is going to be present, and this works during stress condition. Okay, this works during stress condition. So nama stress illa irukumbo andha stress kediyada, when we have not drank enough water, there is no enough food in our body, andha time la vandu juxtamedullary nephrons vandu will be working. Clear? Yes or no? Understood ma'am. Now look here students, idudha nama, ma'am, so much you have written for urinary bladder. Yes, so much I have written for urinary bladder. Let me check your attendance, how many of you are present. Okay, okay, where are the others? Call others quickly. Okay. Okay, Vasingla. So look here, this is our urinary bladder. So urinary bladder, we have different types of, okay. Okay. So here in the complete urinary bladder, enna irukum students, namakku vandu different layers are going to be there. That is going to be what? Your transitional epithelium. Transitional epithelium na enna? We have studied it in animal tissue. I told you it is a type of compound epithelium. So idu vandu nama transitional epithelium. Adukapram we have a muscle which is called as detrusor muscle. In the detrusor muscle vandu it helps in contraction. So nama urinary bladder, when contraction has to happen, that is when the urine has to be expelled out, and the contraction vandu who will take care? Detrusor muscle will take care. Okay kana? So transitional epithelium is present in the renal pelvis, ureter, urinary bladder. So we can call this transitional epithelium also as urothelium. Okay, urothelium. Clear? Students, I want to use, okay, it's not like I don't want to use, but it does not come very naturally. Okay, that's why. Clear? Okay, so look here. Ipo in the transitional epithelium irukku, in the transitional epithelium can also be called as urothelium. Adukapram detrusor muscle is present. In the detrusor muscle vandu it helps for contraction. And now students, in the urinary bladder there is something called as trigone of bladder. Trigone of bladder. What is trigone of bladder? Nama ureter opening, adukapram urethral opening vandu together it is called as the trigone of bladder, because there are three openings. This inverted triangle is called as the trigone of bladder. Two ureter opening, one urethral opening. And students, in the urinary bladder, two types of sphincter muscles are going to be present. My God. Okay, two types of sphincter muscles are going to be present. And the sphincter muscles are going to be helping in the regulation of the opening and closing of the ureter, okay, urethra, opening and closing. So students, this internal sphincter is involuntary, that is all of you remember in the school times when namakku let's say washroom use pannam and the time la teachers kitta we go and ask permission. Ana teacher vandu solluvanga shut up and go sit, okay, what were you doing in the break time, இந்த மாதிரி சொல்லுவாங்க. Ana what is exactly happening that time, your urinary bladder may be 400 ml full, okay, but Ana you will start doing dance in front of your teacher like ma'am please ma'am can I go ma'am please ma'am, but the teacher will tell go and sit, okay. So on the time la urinary bladder will be only 400 ml full. Ana by time goes as ma'am is teaching lot of concepts, okay, on the time la நம்ம urinary bladder வந்து full ஆகும் correctly suddenly என்ன ஆகும் students, ஒரு 600 ml இல்லைனா ஒரு 700 ml நம்ம பரதநாட்டியம் வந்து extreme level ஆகும். That means dance will go to next level, okay, kathak what and all dance form you know you will start doing and you will tell ma'am please ma'am if you don't send me now then you know what is going to happen. So that is because your internal sphincters will open because it's not in your control. Anna what is in your control, external sphincters is in your control and the external sphincters vanda it is going to like you know be in your control, when you think of it only it will open. Clear? Yes or no? Transitional epithelium is actually a compound epithelium. Compound epithelium na it will have multiple layers, more than 2 to 3 layers, okay. So they can have columnar, they can have cuboidal cells in it, okay, multiple layers will be there. Done? Understood this much? So trigon of bladder is basically when ureter opening will be there plus urethral opening is there, okay. When this 3 openings comes, the inverted triangle trigon, okay, inverted triangle is going to be called the trigon of bladder, okay. Clear? Yes or no? Achu, I am trying, you don't have to you know keep saying the same thing. Clear? Okay. If stretch receptor is non-functional then it will lead to leak of urine. Where is the stretch receptor present students? Idudha nama stretch receptor, okay, idudha nama stretch receptor. In the stretch receptor one it is present in the wall of the urinary bladder. So what it will do students, it is like you know it is sending signal, okay, brain will tell like urinary bladder will tell bro I am getting very full bro, you send the signal. So in the stretch receptor will send the signal to the brain telling that it is time for contraction. So on the time la urinary bladder will contract and nama sphincters vanda usually sphincters will be like this, it will not allow the release of urine. So sphincters will relax. So that time what will happen, urinary bladder will contract, sphincter muscles will relax and the urine will be expelled out. Understood this? Understood this? Okay, next is urine formation students. Urine formation la 3 steps are happening: ultrafiltration, tubular reabsorption, tubular secretion. Ultrafiltration one day it happens in the glomerulus, tubular reabsorption and tubular secretion one day it happens in the renal tubules, okay. Okay, it will happen in the renal tubules. Now students remember nama blood, okay, total 5 liters of blood is there, in that your 1000 to 1200 ml of the blood will go to the kidney for filtration, that is 1/5 of the total blood. 5 liters le, if 1000 liters are going, it is 1/5 of the total blood, okay, done, very good. Now filtrate students, glomerular filtrate, so whatever is coming out through the ultrafiltration or the glomerular filtration, that we call it as the glomerular filtrate, GF, okay, GF, not the GF that you know, this is the GF. So that glomerular filtrate will be 125 ml per minute, 180 liters in a day, 125 per minute, 180 liters in a day. So stroke volume is 70, cardiac output I already told you. So out of this 5 ml, 1 liter out of the 5 liters, not ml, why did I write ml? Out of the 5 liters, 1 to 1.5 liters of urine will be expelled out, okay. So out of the students in the 180 liters le 1 to 1.5 liters, sorry, 1 to 1.5 liters of urine will be expelled out. Clear? Yes or no? Okay. Done? Okay. This question has come. Now glomerular filtration. Glomerular filtration students, it happens with the help of 3 layers. And the 3 layers, first you have endothelium of the glomerulus, basement membrane and the epithelium of the Bowman's capsule. So just look here, this is your blood vessel, okay, that is sorry, glomerulus, this is your Bowman's capsule. So, first you have what? Endothelium of the capillaries, okay, endothelium of the glomerulus. Then we have a basement membrane, and then we have the podocytes, that is your special cells which are present in the Bowman's capsule. So, students, look here, this is the first layer, this is the second layer, this is your podocyte cells. In the podocyte cells, students, they are arranged in an intricate manner. This intricate manner will allow space in between. Just look at my fingers, just look at my fingers. If cells are arranged like this, can you see space in between? Can you see space in between? Yes, ma'am, I can see space in between. That space will allow the filtration to happen, just like how we have the tea, no? Tea, like that only, okay. So, intricate manner, the podocytes will be arranged, and in between there will be spaces which are called as filtration slit or slit pores, okay, slit pores. So, look here, endothelium of the glomerulus, basement membrane, epithelium of the Bowman's capsule, cellular, cellular, non-cellular, okay, cellular, cellular, non-cellular, okay, understood this? Understood this? Okay, now I will take you here, okay. See this arrow mark, wait, I will show you this diagram, then I will come back to this. Okay, just look at this diagram, students. What is happening here? This is your PCD, this is your loop of Henle, that is your DCD, and that is your collecting duct, correct. Okay, so basically when urine formation happens, there will be first step, one, the ultrafiltration, that means through the glomerulus, through the Bowman's capsule, the blood will be flowing out and we are going to get some filtrate. That filtrate will be flowing through the tubules. Now, whatever our body wants, our body will reabsorb it, okay. Whatever our body doesn't need, it will secrete it to the tubules. Why? Because we are trying to do urine formation. So, I want all of you to focus here. Whatever our body wants, it will do reabsorption. So, the arrow mark pointing like this is reabsorption. Whatever our blood doesn't want, it will secrete it into the tubules. Clear? Understood this? Okay. So, they will secrete out NHK, ammonia, H plus and potassium, okay, ammonia, H plus and potassium. They will secrete it out. Clear? Okay. Okay. Now, gang, okay, your gang is there, no, this gang, it's a gaming word, I guess, gang. G for glucose, A for amino acid, N for sodium, K for potassium, they all require active, they all require ATP to be, you know, secreted out. Clear? Gang. So, in the diagram, students, this arrow mark indicates what? Tell me, what does this arrow mark indicate? Come on, only Shiva is giving thumbs up. JE and Subra, only these people are giving thumbs up. Where are the other people? Students, I doubt if I can take it for another 1 more hour. My throat is gone actually. Okay. I doubt if I can take it for another hour. Let's see how much I can do. Otherwise, I will do revision of chemical coordination. I have already put a tabular column. So, with that tabular column, we can revise. Okay. Neural control and coordination, yesterday only, day before yesterday only I have taken the class. You can check it out on the channel. It is just a 2 hours class. So, in 2x you can watch it. Okay. I do not think I can take it for another 2 hours or maybe 1.5 hours. Let us see. Okay. Cell also is on the channel. You please check out the channel. Okay, on the channel so many videos are there. So, I want all of you to keep checking. Okay, keep checking. Done? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So, here you see, students, what is happening? H plus, K plus, NH3. Okay, NHK is getting secreted out and these people are all reabsorbed. HCO3, NaCl, H2O, nutrients again. Here also K plus is reabsorbed. Then here you will see in this DCT side NaCl, H2O and HCO3 is reabsorbed. K plus and H plus will be secreted out. Clear? Okay? Yes? Yes. Yes, very true, JE aspirant. Tell me about it. Okay? Tell me about it. I also know. Okay. Now, next topic is counter current mechanism, which is very, very important. So, listen to me carefully. Counter current mechanism, what is basically happening? First of all, what is this counter current mechanism? Counter current mechanism means, students, in two tubes, okay, in two tubes, if let's say two things are in close proximity, take my right and left hand, okay, two things, okay, ma'am is teaching only important points, everything, okay, two tubes are there. In both the tubes, two different fluids are there, okay. One is moving in this direction, one is moving in this direction. When two tubes which are very close to each other are in close proximity, okay, close proximity la two tubes la opposite direction la fluid வந்து pass ஆகும்போது தான் நம்ம அதனை counter current ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க, okay, counter current we are saying. Now look here, students, this is your loop of Henle, this is your vasa recta. Ma'am, edukku man counter current mechanism? Students, counter current mechanism is present so as to concentrate the urine, that is during stress situation we have to reabsorb all the water and nutrients, so adanale we are doing counter current mechanism. Just look here, what is exactly happening? At 300 osmol we are starting this process. Students, this one, descending loop of Henle is permeable to water, remember, it is permeable to water. Ascending loop of Henle is impermeable to water, it is permeable to electrolyte. So, on the motive use panni, what are we going to do? From here we are going to, that is, see here, ascending loop of Henle will take out the NaCl, that NaCl will be taken up by the descending vasa recta, it will take it all the way and it will add it to this interstitial space. Okay, the space between the tubule and blood is called, tubule and blood is called as interstitial space, okay. So, understand here, very simple, this NaCl will be taken up all the way to here, okay, and in the interstitial space the sodium concentration will be increased. Now, ma'am, why are we doing this? Because, students, in the interstitial mediathila, I want to make it a hypertonic solution. What do I want to do? Hypertonic solution. If I want to do a hypertonic solution here, then I have to increase the electrolyte concentration. Make sense? Now, imagine in a beaker, okay, just imagine, this is a beaker, okay. In this beaker, I want to make a solution which is hypertonic. Now, what I will do? I will put water, I will add lot of salt. So, the solution will become hypertonic. Same way here also, imagine this is our solution. And the solution la vanda, I want to increase the concentration. How will I increase the concentration? From the ascending loop of Henle, and the NaCl which is released out will be picked up by the descending vasa recta and it will be added all the way in the interstitial liquid, okay. Adukapram, students, what will happen? Nama collecting duct vanda, it will give out some urea also directly to this medullary interstitium. Now, what will happen? This will become a hypertonic solution. Yes or no? This will become a hypertonic solution. Correct? Yes, ma'am, this will become a hypertonic solution. Okay. Now, when this becomes a hypertonic solution, students, then you tell me, water will move from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration. So, nama urine la irukira thanni ellame nama ootti eduthu. Basically, we are taking out all the water. Okay, we are taking out all the water and we are concentrating the urine. So, this is your counter current mechanism. Now, how is it counter current is the question. Look here, counter current, what did I tell you? Opposite direction. So, look here, ascending vasa recta, descending loop of Henle, first counter current. Ascending loop of Henle, descending vasa recta, second counter current. Third counter current between these both. Ascending vasa recta, descending loop of Henle, ascending vasa recta, descending loop of Henle, ascending loop of Henle. Okay? Yes, Rose. For counter current mechanism to happen, NaCl and urea is responsible. Okay? Is this understood or not? Tell me quickly in the chat box. What are we doing? We are increasing the osmolarity from 300 to 1200, so the urine becomes more concentrated. Okay? So, the urine becomes more concentrated. Depends on the cutoff, Nisha. Depends on the crowd, depends on the cutoff. Okay? Last year it was 690 and below. Last year it was 700 plus. So, it varies. It varies. Okay? Understood this, all of you? Done? This is your counter current mechanism, okay. This is to increase the concentration of urine. So, here also you can see the diagram. What is happening? Nama NaCl vanda we are taking it, okay, and we are increasing it. Now, together if you see students, you will notice NaCl is being taken, it is getting added to the interstitial fluid. Now, here the entire interstitial fluid is going to be rich with hypertonic solution. Now, water will automatically start expelling out, and with that your collecting duct will also give the urea. I have drawn a better diagram. This is more complicated diagram. They have drawn it separately, then you have to mix it up. Okay, why to do all that? Why to do so much? Okay. Okay, next is RAS mechanism. Ready all of you? Yeah, come on, stretch. Yes, all of you stretch. Okay, even I will stretch. Come on, stretch for a minute. Good job, all those who stayed till here. Okay, let's go. So, next is students RAS mechanism, renin-angiotensin mechanism. You know why this, see, it is not about taking for 6-7 hours. Students, the problem is these chapters are very high intense chapters. So, the problem is as like teaching, it becomes too much. Okay, so even I have reached my threshold that, okay, so much information I have already delivered. Okay, so that is why I am not able to, you know, push it anymore. But last time when I took reproduction, I was feeling it very easy. Why? Because all the chapters are not complicated. Sexual reproduction is not that complicated. Human reproduction is complicated. Reproductive health is very light. Right. So, same thing with biotechnology also. Biotechnology principles is complicated, but application is too simple. So, these kind of chapters we can manage. But when we take like this kind of chapters, let us say example I take cell the unit of life, biomolecules and cell, it becomes too complicated because biomolecules and cell is too complicated. So, we should always take one light chapter, one easy chapter, but human physiology as a whole is very heavy, very heavy unit it is. So, that is why even I am like, you know, talking, my throat also is hurting, body also is hurting, brain also is hurting. So, that is why. Even I know you cannot also do more than 4-5 chapters, okay. Now, RAS mechanism full form is renin-angiotensin aldosterone system or mechanism. What is this students? When our body, okay, nama body le GFR kammiya irukkalam, blood pressure kammiya irukkalam, illana blood volume kammiya irukkalam, there are lot of problems that can come to our filtrate, that is the GF, that is coming from the ultrafiltration, correct. So, on the time le, there are a lot of issues that can come. Yes ma'am, sodium can be less, water can be less, volume can be less. So, who will fix all this issue? If the issue is not fixed, then the urine concentration is going to change, body balance will change, osmolarity will change, osmoregulation will change. So, because of that we need someone who is going to fix all of this, okay. So, look here, GFR, blood volume, H2O, NaCl, BP, all this is low. Students here, oh wait a minute, I did not teach you JGA mechanism, no? Where did that go? Oh, somehow I skipped this slide, so sorry. Now students, what is this JGA mechanism? Look here carefully, okay. Yeah, what is the doubt dear? Okay, I will do that after some time, okay. So look here students, here what is going to happen? Let us say nama filtrate le edo issue irukku. That means the filtrate has passed all the way, when it reached the DCT, in the DCT there are certain cells which are called as macula densa cells, and the macula densa cells are actually sensory cells. So, that macula densa cells will suddenly understand, oh my god, in the GFR le enno issue irukku. So, what it will do? It will give a signal to the smooth cells of the afferent arterioles, and this afferent arterioles will get modified, that is the granular cells of the afferent arterioles will modify to juxtaglomerular cells or the JG cells, and they will store and release renin enzyme for RAS mechanism. So, what happened? GFR was going, happily GF was going like this, suddenly when it reached the DCT, distal convoluted tubule understood that, oh my god, some issue is there with this GFR. So, that issue that the GFR got to know, it was because of the macula densa cells which are present in the DCT, and the macula densa cell immediately told the afferent arterioles that bro, there is an issue. So, afferent arterioles vandu okay pa, issue irukka, okay set pannalam. So, smooth muscles vandu, some of the smooth muscles got modified to JG cells, that's juxtaglomerular cells, and they will release renin. Ippa and the renin vandu, what it is going to do students, you will understand here, okay. And the renin vandu, it is going to automatic it is coming up. How da? Okay, that renin, what it will do, students, it will activate the angiotensinogen which is in the blood, okay, which is in inactive form to angiotensin 1. And in the angiotensin 1 also cannot do much, okay, angiotensin 1 also is in an inactive state. So, then we will use the help of lungs and we will release ACE, angiotensin converting enzyme. And the angiotensin converting enzyme will get converted to angiotensin 1 to angiotensin 2. Oh ma'am, that's so cool. Now this angiotensin 2, students, it will activate the adrenal cortex to release aldosterone. What is the full form? Renin angiotensin aldosterone system. So, in the adrenal cortex one, it will activate the aldosterone. In the aldosterone will do conditional reabsorption of sodium and H2O. Understood? It will do conditional reabsorption of sodium and H2O. And this angiotensin 2 will also do vasoconstriction of efferent arterioles. By reducing the efferent arterioles, the diameter, what will happen? In the GFR one, the will come back to normal. So, once again I am telling you, see here, this renin is going to activate angiotensinogen to angiotensin 1. Angiotensin 1 will still not be activated. So, we will use the help of lungs and we will release angiotensin converting enzyme, ACE enzyme. Angiotensin 1 will get converted to angiotensin 2 and the angiotensin 2 will activate adrenal cortex saying that you please do conditional reabsorption. This fellow will do conditional reabsorption of sodium and H2O. So, automatically H2O will come back, NaCl will come back, BP will come back. If water increases, blood volume also will increase. Then to fix the GFR, number one, the vasoconstriction of the efferent arterioles. If efferent arterioles was like this, we will do vasoconstriction. So, the blood that is coming in is more, the blood that is going out will be less. Clear? Understood renin angiotensin mechanism? Who is the, oops, 4 conjuice in the class? Who is the 4 conjuice in the class? Understood? Done? Next is ADH and ANF. ADH and ANF is easy, okay. See students, anti-diuretic factor or vasopressin, it is present in the posterior pituitary. This one, what it will do? It will do diuresis, that is, it will prevent the loss of water. How it will prevent the loss of water? First, it will be telling us that exogenously, this is actually, this two will happen mainly, this is also happening, exogenously, that means it will give us a signal that please drink some water, okay. Big Babu, drink some water, okay. So, on the madri, it will tell us to drink some water. So, exogenously, we will start drinking water. So, the thirst mechanism will be activated. Second one, let's say we are not drinking water. After telling also this monkey is not drinking water, then what will happen, students? Conditional reabsorption of H2O. Conditional reabsorption of the H2O. So, it will tell, please the DCT and collecting duct, you please do conditional reabsorption. That means you reabsorb the water from the DCT and the collecting duct, and other kabram students, it will do constriction, that is to increase the arterial pressure, it will do constriction, okay. Yes or no? Voice is lower. How come da? Voice is correct only, no? Same mic only. Mic stopped working, huh? Hello, hello, hello. Wait, let me check. Suddenly it went. Oh, students, I think this battery got over. I don't even have. Battery only got over. Wait, I have to keep this volume correctly. So. All the studios teachers are there. Let me just try try to bring the mic from the other studio. Students, is the voice clear? Voice is clear? Okay, voice is clear? I'm using a very constructed, destructed mic. Okay, I have no idea. Okay, I think I'll wear it like this, it's better. Okay, is it better? Okay, I stole it from the other teacher students. Okay. Wait, let me check. It's okay, right? It's okay, right? It's better. Okay, let's go. Okay, so this issue is fixed. So students, inge vanda enna nadakum? So what is happening here? Look here, diuresis, that is loss of water is happening. So the main job is for this people to have, that is use the vasopressin. Vasopressin one, it is present in the chemical coordination chapter, we already know. Vasopressin is the one who is going to make sure that the water intake is there. So exogenously thirst mechanism will be activated. Secondly, what will happen students? Conditional reabsorption of water will happen, and constriction, that is they will reduce the size so that atrial pressure will be increased. Okay, atrial pressure will be increased. So here next one is anti-natriuretic factor, GFR. GFR students is basically the heart. Heart is the one that is releasing in the factor, and it works opposite to RAS mechanism. It works opposite to RAS mechanism. So we never say opposite in this one. We say antagonistically. Okay, antagonistic to the RAS mechanism. That is, RAS mechanism, if it is increasing the GFR, okay, then this ANF will do the opposite. It will decrease the GFR. But why, ma'am? Because students, homeostasis, balance romba mukyam. Okay, balance is very mukyam. Okay, clear? Yes or no? Hi, Bhagya Lakshmi. Okay, this is understood, I believe. It is understood, I believe. Next one is micturition. Expelling of urine outside the body is called as micturition, where 180 liters of GFR. That is students, நம்ம glomerular filtrate வந்து 180 liters இருக்கும். ஆனா the urine that will be expelled out வந்து just will be 1 to 1.5 liters of urine. So that means what? 99% வந்து நம்ம reabsorption பண்ற. Where? In the PCT, reabsorption is happening. 70 to 80% of the reabsorption happens in the proximal convoluted tubule. Okay. Loop of Henle will mainly be there to increase the concentration of the urine. How? Descending loop is permeable to water, ascending loop is impermeable to water. So these people will be balancing the water and the electrolyte. Then when you come to DCT and collecting duct is going to do conditional reabsorption. Okay, clear? Conditional reabsorption. Understood? Yes or no? Clear? Okay. Thank you, Bhagyalakshmi. Okay. I wish you that you become a very, very great teacher. Okay. Okay. Yes. Students, all of you wish Bhagyalakshmi good luck, please. Okay. Fast. Fast, fast, fast. Okay. Fast. Do fast, one work you people can't do. Huh? See, when someone is complimenting, we should also compliment them back, no? Huh? Tell yes or no? Huh? Good. Good. Okay. Yes. Okay, done? Yes or no? Okay. Okay. Now look here students, what is happening? I told you, stretch receptor is going to send the signal to the brain. Okay, it's going to send the signal to the brain, and from the brain the signal is going to come that please contract the detrusor muscle. So enna nadakudhu, and the urinary bladder, the detrusor muscle is going to contract, the urine has to be expelled out. That process is called as micturition. So now the internal sphincters is going to open. Okay, and external sphincters, okay, external sphincter is going to open, and now the urine is going to be relaxed. Okay, I mean relaxed, no students, released. Okay, yes, yes, student thought that there is no GMAs, that's why. Okay, now spammers shouldn't, exist, right? Teacher, actually, the problem with YouTube, and the good thing of YouTube, everything has its pros and cons, but the thing is students, the students know behind the screen they feel that they are very powerful, so when I faced the spammer issue also, the thing that students feel is they are very powerful behind the screen. When they sit and message behind the screen, telling bad things about people, telling bad things about teachers, body shaming teachers, they never know once if they are caught. If they come face to face, they will not even say one word. I have had experience, okay, I've told you people on my Telegram as well, that when I met the spammer face to face, the only thing that he was possibly able to do is cry. So that's what I'm telling you. You feel so powerful behind the phone that you can tell anything. You're like, oh, what is she going to do, right? But once you're caught, when you come face to face, the only thing that you will do is cry, embarrass your parents. That's the only thing that you can do. Okay, yeah. So I feel like when you see spammers, not just in my class, any class, when you see spammer students, you should attack them. Attack in the sense, not in a bad way, don't tell bad words, but then you should support the teachers, and when they see so many people messaging, automatically they will have the fear and they will just leave. So every time, because it is very, very difficult for online teachers to survive. You really will not believe how difficult, when students message, some things, it is very disturbing for us. Because in offline, no one will have that much guts, right? Even I have taught in offline. Students will not tell even a single word. It's not because we are bad or anything, but then if they have to tell something, we take it as a good feedback. But like this, we will never see. Okay? We will never see. So that's what I'm telling. No, I'm not telling about this student especially, but then there are a lot of different types of students. Okay? Who thinks that they are so powerful if we don't give them attention. Okay, now look here students, next one the lungs. Okay, Lungs, what is happening? So we are thinking that okay, only kidney is doing the excretion function, but no. Lungs is also doing, liver is also doing, sebum, sweat, everyone is doing. Okay, everyone is doing. So look here, lungs is giving out the carbon dioxide and the water. Just now only we studied about lungs, so we already know that. Liver, students, has the capabilities to give bilirubin, biliverdin, cholesterol, steroid hormones, vitamins which are not necessary for the body. Liver will give it out, okay? Liver will give it out. So here you can see. Liver, the largest gland in our body, secretes bile-containing substance like bilirubin, biliverdin, cholesterol, degraders, steroid hormones, vitamins and drugs. Most of the systems are usually passed out to the digestive systems. Okay, digestive systems. Clear? Next one, students, from our body, oil, sweat, saliva, everything has some amount of waste materials. Clear? Yes or no? Thank you, dear. Yes. Yes, understood? Okay, here students, renal failure. Now imagine both the kidneys fail for a person. We say no, if one kidney fails, the other kidney will work. Okay, but what happens if both the kidneys fail? Then the person will have to go to hemodialysis, or we say artificial kidney, that is dialysis, removal of nitrogenous waste from the blood. Now students, this is a temporary solution. This is not a permanent solution. Permanent solution can be only transplantation of the kidney. But the problem enna, transplantation of kidney le namakku vanda partner kandupidikiradhukku romba kashtam, because it has to be compatible. Partners compatible aayirukkanam. Let's say from a very close relative, if you take the kidney, it is much more easier, but illena it becomes very difficult. Okay, now what exactly happens in dialysing or your dialysing machine is that this is your cellophane tape. Okay, in the cellophane tapes, there will be minute pores. Okay, there will be minute pores. Okay, yes. So in the minute pores, what happens, students? We will pass on the patient blood through this cellophane tape. Now, in the box, there will be dialysing fluid. Now, what is the composition of dialysing fluid? They will ask you. Same composition as blood except for the nitrogenous waste. So, patient blood, okay, in patient blood, students, urea will be more. Correct? Yes, ma'am. In the dialysing fluid, urea will be 0. That is, urea will be not there. So automatically urea will move from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration. Yes, ma'am. Correct. Okay. So automatically urea will move from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration. Okay. So transplantation of the kidney is only a permanent solution karna. And here what is happening? In the dialysing fluid le urea irukadu. So automatically urea from the patient blood vanda, it will be released in the dialysing fluid. Now in the entire process le or important ana vishayam enna, nama vanda first when we are taking the blood, we will give a heparin injection. Why? So that anticoagulation happen. Adukapram, when we are giving the blood back, we have to put anti-heparin because body la already heparin irukku. So we cannot give heparin, right? We are not supposed to give artificial things. So adanale we will give anti-heparin. Understood? Now, diseases, renal calculi, stone or insoluble mass of a crystallized salt. Now, this can be of varied mm, maybe 2 to 2.4 mm. Okay, different types of mm. Okay, ma'am, will you take bio for class 10? No. Now, I am not taking there. In future, maybe yes. Okay. So, stone or insoluble mass of crystallized salt, oxalates formed within the kidney. Glomerulonephritis na inflammation of the glomeruli of the kidney. Presence of glucose, glucosuria, keto bodies, ketonuria in the urine are indicative of diabetes mellitus. Diabetes mellitus na increase in glucose. Diabetes insipidus na increase in lack of water. Okay. That is, yeah. Clear? My God, done. Okay. Now students, we will quickly go to chemical coordination. Okay. My throat is gone. Chemical coordination. Where is it? Students, so much notes are there. I will try to delete. I have already given the team to upload my already existing notes. Only this mind maps I have to add, but then I don't feel these mind maps are that great also. Let's see if we can make better mind maps and I'll give you. Okay, this locomotion here, students, see sliding filament theory is there here, sliding filament theory. Okay, adukapram students, here you can see idile நமக்கு வந்து joints இருக்கு, fibrous joint, cartilaginous joint, synovial joints. Okay, இது இருக்கு, axial skeleton, appendicular skeleton இருக்கு, 80, 126 bone. Here you have types of muscles. Okay, types of muscles and their functions. So this whole thing will be helpful for you if you are doing a very quick revision. Okay, now we will start with hormones. Ready? Okay. No problem, no problem, no problem. Okay, done? Yes, in the between mic battery also got over. Okay, so many things are happening in life. Yes, okay, 2 minutes break, we will just go through this. Okay, this will give us a quick revision of your entire chemical coordination, then only neural control and coordination will be left. Okay. Tomorrow also I have class, so my throat should be there. Throat is very important. Okay. Yes, how was the class? How many of you are going to comment? Let me know. How many of you are going to comment after the class? All of you will go run away. After the class, you will run away. Telling that, oh ma'am, what is there to comment? Okay, what is there to comment? Correct? Okay, Pasangla, next target. Who is going to give the next target? Next target. Suhasini, give the next target. I think other people are giving. Yeah, I'm so proud of all of you who started from the starting and stayed till the end. You people are real serious NEET aspirants, okay? Very, very serious you people are. Okay, you people are the competition for others. Okay? You people are competition for others. Done? Okay. Biomolecules will do, dear. Okay, biomolecules will do. Yes, let's do. Okay, so this will give you a quick revision because you people are very, very scared about chemical coordination chapter. Okay, I'm sorry students, I really want to take for longer, but Anna, it's becoming very difficult, so that is why I am going to do a quick revision. Only neural control will be left. Neural control one, 3 days back I have posted a video. It's just a 2 hours video. You please watch whichever portions you are finding it difficult. Okay, rest everything is done. Detailed lecture. It's not like revision class. I have not done outside of surface level. All my notes I have done clearly. So 5 chapters you will be thorough with it. Okay, clear? Now look here students, hypothalamus. Okay, hypothalamus, counter current mechanism. I think counter current mechanism you can watch the lecture. Ange konja kuda detail I have taught, like little slowly I have taught, so adanale you can check out that lecture. I'll teach you after finishing this once again. You try to see if you can understand properly. Okay, okay. If students, hypothalamus is the first gland. Okay, hypothalamus has job of releasing and inhibiting hormone like your GnRH, TRH, GHRH, somatostatin, that is your gonadotropin releasing hormone, thyroid releasing hormone, growth releasing hormone. In the madri ella hormones release pandradum, control pandradum, it is going to be helpful for the type hypothalamus will do it. Okay, and it will regulate the pituitary secretion. Now students, please understand, in the hypothalamus la special kind of cells irukum which are called as neurosecretory cells. In the neurosecretory cells vanda also called as the nuclei. In the neurosecretory cells, directly it will add its secretions into the posterior pituitary. Okay, posterior pituitary. Okay, Suhasini, where will we go for that many members? Where will we go for that many members? Tell me. She's like, quickly, like all of you. Okay, where to go for that many people now? Okay, let's go. So, so cute you guys are. Okay, pituitary gland students, it is master gland. So, in the master gland la enna nadakkum students, anterior lobe irukku, posterior lobe irukku, middle lobe irukku, but ana we do not tell about it that much. Okay, anterior lobe irukku, intermediate lobe irukku, and posterior lobe irukku. In the anterior lobe la namakku GH, TSH, ACTH, FSH, LH, prolactin ellame irukum. Posterior lobe la we will have oxytocin and vasopressin. In the posterior lobe enna special na students, in the neurosecretory cells will directly add its secretion into the posterior lobe. Posterior lobe will be like, oh bro, okay. Huh? What will be there? Well, you will pull students from there. Thookittu verre ma'am. You guys are so nice, okay? So cool you guys are, huh? Yes or no? You're like, ma'am, ange poi thookittu varala ma'am. It's like kidnapping you people are doing, no? Students, we have to also grow that much, okay? For that, you people have to share the channel with all your friends. Then only we can do all this, okay? Because you know, we started from zero, so adanale ella steps me romba important da. Okay, எல்லா ஸ்டெப்புமே இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் தான். ஓகே, ஸோ லுக் ஹியர், இந்த ஹைப்போதலாமஸ்ல இருக்கிற நியூரோசெக்ரேட்டரி செல்ஸ் வந்து டைரக்ட்லி இட் வில் ஆட் இட் செக்ரீஷன் இன் டு த போஸ்டீரியர் லோப். பிகாஸ் போஸ்டீரியர் லோப் வந்து வெரி பாஸ் கைண்ட், ஓகே, ரொம்ப ஸ்வாகில் இருக்காங்க. ஸோ இல் பி லைக் ப்ரோ ஐ எம் நாட் கமிங் அப் அண்ட் ஆல், யூ புட் த நியூரோசெக்ரேட்டரி செல்ஸ் secretions into me. And on the diagram la students there is going to be an infundibulum. I'll just show you the structure quickly. I had this also is there, okay, this also you can use. Actually, I have used everything AI only, okay, I have used everywhere, Ved also I have used, other AI tools I have used to make all these notes, okay. All these notes means those notes. This is all my handwritten notes. Now don't think like, hey ma'am, this is all your AI notes, okay. Where is it? So much I have written. Look at the structure students. So இதுதான் நம்ம infundibulum. So in the neurosecretory cells வந்து it will not directly add the secretion, it will use a vein, hypophyseal portal vein, to add the secretion into the anterior lobe. ஆனா நம்ம posterior lobe வந்து ரொம்ப ஹைஃபை ஆயிருக்கு. ஸோ அதனால posterior lobe வந்து it will tell, bro, if you want me to store your secretion, you come and directly add. So அந்த neurosecretory cells வந்து directly it will add its secretion into the posterior lobe. So this is what is happening students. Hypothalamus and pituitary gland is connected with the help of infundibulum illena stalk. Infundibulum, or else it is called the stalk. Clear? Got it? Yes or no? Is this clear? Yes ma'am, it is clear, okay. And here I have written everything. This notes you will be getting, but right now we are doing a quick revision before my voice gives up, okay, before my voice is going to give up in the class, okay. So 1 second students. So next, this one, it helps in growth, metabolism, reproduction, lactation, water balance. So oxytocin students, it is helping in uterine contraction. This you already know. Vasopressin is helping in water balance. Adukapra namak irukra pineal gland. Pineal gland is going to release melatonin. Melatonin வந்து நம்ம sleep and wake up schedule வந்து fix பண்றது, okay. So melatonin is going to be helping us with our biological rhythm, sleep and wake up cycle. அதுக்கப்புறம் நமக்கு இருக்கிற thyroid gland. Thyroid gland students, T4, T3 and calcitonin. In the calcitonin வந்து it helps in calcium homeostasis. Basal metabolic rate, growth lowers blood calcium levels, okay. So thyroid gland students, no, okay. So here thyroxine, triiodothyroxine, calcitonin. அதுக்கப்புறம் students, this thyroxine இல்லைன்னா நம்ம thyroid gland main function என்னன்னா basal metabolic rate, BMR வந்து fix பண்ணுறது, basal metabolic rate வந்து fix பண்ணுறது. நமக்கு thyroid, let's say hypothyroidism இல்லைன்னா hyperthyroidism வரும்போது exophthalmic goiter இல்லைன்னா Graves disease, Addison's disease we say, okay, where the eyes will be protruding and all that conditions will come. Now hypothyroidism or hyperthyroidismல நமக்கு வந்து weight variation ரொம்ப அதிகம் That means you might be very thin or you might put on a lot of weight. That is very possible. Okay. So when you have sudden weight increase, you should go and check your thyroid. Okay. Next one, students, parathyroid hormone. Parathyroid hormone is right behind nama thyroid hormone. Okay, right behind nama thyroid hormone, parathyroid hormone will be there. In the parathyroid hormone, increases the blood calcium levels, and it is, how is it going to do? By bone resorption, kidney reabsorption, and vitamin D activation. That is, it is going to take all the calcium from the bones. Ana nama calcitonin it is going to give all the calcium to the bone, tells the cells to use up everything. It gives it to the food, like kidney also, telling that we don't want you take it. So one will do, students, one will do calcium decrease, one will do calcium increase. So idinala homeostasis of calcium will happen. Okay, Kana? Now, look here. Thymus it releases thymosins. What it will do? T lymphocyte maturation and immune response. Isn't it easy to study this way? Isn't it easy to study this way? Okay. Next one, adrenal gland. Adrenal gland la namakku cortex irukku, medulla irukku. Cortex namakku cortisol, aldosterone, androgen. Medulla adrenaline and non-adrenaline. Okay. These people are going to help with stress response, metabolism, sodium potassium balance, fight or flight hormone. Okay. Idhila students, one box I have written in my notes. I'll just show you that box. See, this box is important. Zona glomerulosus, zona fascicula and reticularis. So, mineralocorticoids will be released by this, glucocorticoids and sex corticoids. Mineralocorticoids aldosterone, which is going to help with RAS mechanism, maintains the sodium and H2O level. Glucocorticoids cortisol irukka, cortisone irukka. Okay. Okay, cortisol irukka, cortisone irukka, anti-inflammatory, cardiovascular, glyconeogenesis, glycogenolysis. Glyconeogenesis na glucose increase formation glycogenolysis na breakdown of glycogen. Sex corticoid la androgen, estrogen is there, puberty, like characters. Okay, some characters will be built with the help of that. Okay, my notes, everything is there, but this is a quick revision, so we'll do it fast. Pancreas, students, you have islets of Langerhans. In the islets of Langerhans, you should remember insulin, glucagon, and somatostatin will be released. Alpha, beta, delta cells. Okay, blood glucose regulation. It will decrease the blood glucose. It will increase the blood glucose. This growth hormone inhibiting factor. Okay, inhibiting factor. Clear? Okay. Okay. Now, testis, students, testosterone, spermatogenesis, secondary sexual characters, ovaries ovarian hormones, estrogen and progesterone, oogenesis, menstrual cycle and pregnancy, kidney, secondary endocrine, erythropoietin and renin. This correcta solina, JG cells. JG cells are releasing erythropoietin and renin, RBC production, blood pressure regulation. Heart ANF, atrial natriuretic factor, lowers the blood pressure via sodium secretion. Okay, clear? What is happening? Okay, GI tract, gastrin, secretin and CCK and GIP. Okay, this one, students, digestive regulation. This also I have put a box for all of you to study. Where is it? Where is it? Here. See here. Gastrin is going to help with HCl and pepsinogen release. Secretin it is going to act on exocrine parts of the pancreas. It will stimulate the secretion of water and bicarbonate, inhibits the bile secretion. Choleocytokinins, pancreatic juice plus enzyme. GIP inhibits the gastric secretions. Okay, gastric inhibitory peptide. Okay, inhibitory peptide. Clear? Okay. You people are busy telling something. What are you talking? Okay, understood this? So here you can see hypothalamus, the command center, produces releasing and inhibiting hormones that regulate the pituitary gland. Thyroid gland sets the metabolic rate, its hormone regulation, metabolism, red blood cells formation and electrolyte balance. Adhikapura nama adrenal gland, which manages stress response, secrete adrenaline for fight and flight and cortisol for anti-inflammatory reaction. Then students, anterior pituitary, which is the master gland, produces hormones that controls the growth, thyroid, gonadal activities. Posterior pituitary one, the storage unit, which stores and release hormones of the hypothalamus like vasopressin and oxytocin. Adhikapram, pancreas controls the blood sugar level, secretes insulin which lowers the glucose level, glucagon which increases the glucose level. Understood this? Yes? Clear? Students, we are done. Okay, we are done. One second. Answer this question, all of you. Answer this question quickly. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes. So Sunday done and dusted. Okay. Sunday done and dusted. Students, 1 second. C. Okay. Very good. The answer is C. Next question. Serum differs from blood in lacking albumins, lacking clotting factor, lacking antibodies, lacking globulins. Okay. B and C. Everything you're answering? Everything you're answering? Okay, good. Okay. So answer is, wait students, what happened? Yeah. Lacking albumins, correct. Thrombocytes, correct. More than that in the pulmonary vein. Very, very good. Very, very good. A and C, I think most of you told right. B, C, A. No. No, no. You should at least solve from 2004 to maybe 2024. Okay. So what is the answer here? See, why did you go wrong? Students, what is the serum? The one, oh, wait. No. This is B. This is B. Okay, this is B. Now I saw the question. Serum differs from blood because it lacks the clotting factor. Clotting factor is fibrinogen. Okay, fibrinogen. I think he answered right. Who was that? Mugiwara. Okay, fibrinogen. Name the blood cells whose reduction in number can cause clotting disorders leading to excessive loss. Yes, this is thrombocyte. Okay, blood pressure in pulmonary artery is more than the pulmonary vein. Same as that, blood pressure in pulmonary artery is more than the pulmonary vein. I told you because the lumen is so small. Okay, yes, I told you, right? So that is wrong. How can you tell this wrong, guys? I can't even see. Okay, I'm trusting you people that you people are answering. Okay. Tell this answer. Ultrafiltration, concentration of the urine, transport of urine, storage of urine. Wow, really? 2 more likes for the target. Who is the 2 conjuice people who are sitting in the class? Conjuice. All the conjuice come together. We will do a club. One more conjuice is left. One more conjuice and then we reached. Okay, we reached the target. 2 conjuices there, students. 2 conjuices there. Suddenly identified. Yes, what's the answer? Ultrafiltration is going to happen where? Ultrafiltration will happen where? Malpighian corpuscles. Bowman's capsule plus glomerulus can also be called as Malpighian corpuscles. Okay, so it will be called as Malpighian corpuscles, right? So A4 we have 2 options, so 50-50 won't work. B can help you. Concentration of the urine, I told you Henle's loop, so option number A. C. You can't see? You can't see, I guess. Concentration of the urine, who is going to do? What are you people telling? C. Concentration of urine will be done by proximal convoluted tubule. Should I come there and hit you people? After teaching for so long, you will make such careless mistakes. Only that JE aspirant is answering. Now Rose has answered. Aditya has answered. Others all are sleeping. Adhya. Students, you tell me the answer. Other people are going to take hittings from me. For sure, hittings only. From now on, only hittings I'll give you. Malpighian corpuscles. Concentration is going to be Henle's loop. So it is going to be what? A4, B1. Then C2 is what? Transport of urine. Transport of urine will be taken care by the ureter. Storage of urine, urinary bladder. B was the confusing part and you people confused there only. Okay. Next question. Which of the following statement is correct? Okay, you read the statement. Which of the following statement is correct? Which of the following statement is correct? Fast, fast, fast. 5 more minutes. Done? Answer fast, answer fast. I told you DW. Remember like this, students? DW. Okay? DW, don't worry. Okay? DW, don't worry. So, descending loop will be permeable to water. Ascending loop will be permeable to electrolyte. Okay? So, DW. So, what is the answer here? And the part of the nephron involved in active reabsorption of sodium is, active reabsorption happens only in one place. Okay? Yes, very good, very good. Okay? All of them were waiting for my clue. Now see, fast answer came. Yes, the answer is correct. Chartered accountant, CA. Okay, CA. Okay, next question. Uric acid is a chief nitrogenous compound of the excretory product frog, man, earthworm, cockroach. What will happen if the stretch receptors of the urinary bladder were totally removed? If it is totally removed, what would happen? Done? Okay, good job. So the answer is going to be cockroach, and urine will continue to collect normally in the bladder. So if the stretch receptor is totally removed, urine will be collected, micturition will continue. No, urine will be collected normally in the bladder. Micturition will not. How, students? Micturition will continue? Huh? The question is, what will happen if the stretch receptor of the urinary bladder wall are totally removed? There will be no micturition. Urine will continue to collect normally in the bladder. Micturition will continue. Urine will not collect in the bladder. Why are you people making so many mistakes? Yeah, you people are not careful. Okay. What will happen, students? Continuously, see, leaking of urine will happen. Let's say option is given, leaking of urine. Then you should tell, yes, leaking of urine will happen. Why? Because stretch receptor's main function is to send the signal from the telling that the urinary bladder is full. It will send it to the brain. Okay, it will send it to the brain. But now say stretch receptor is totally removed. This signal will not come. Right, this will not happen. So what will happen? Automatically urine will start leaking from the urinary bladder. But normally urine is going to be filled with ureter, that is the urine, and it is going to be filled normally. Clear? It is going to be filled normally. Clear? Brain isn't working. It's okay. We are done for the day. Okay, I want all of you to subscribe to the channel, and students, please check out the channel as well. I will once guide you, because some of you might, be the first time you're seeing this channel in your life. So let me just guide you through the channel. Okay, this is our channel. Okay, and if you go to the video session, okay, you will notice so many videos that I have made which will help you for your NEET preparation. Okay, especially if you're a student who is stuck with your mock score 200, 300, 400, please check out this video. And if you're a student who has not started or is at zero or has studied only few chapters, please check out this video. It will give you a proper guidance on how to prepare your entire syllabus. Okay, and then you have chapters as well, neural control and coordination. Okay, then this is about the campus life in AFMC, AIMS, JIPMER, CMC, Vellore. This is true salary of doctors. That is, which branch are you supposed to take after your MBBS, or like in MBBS, which is the interest. And then students, how to read your NCERT, how to properly highlight your NCERT, what you should know about AIMS, 360 in biology in 2 months. Is it actually possible? Yes, it is possible. Very, very practically possible it is. Okay. And students, here also you can see body fluids and circulation is there. Then hidden lines of NCERT. Please don't miss this video. I always keep telling, so many summary lines I've decoded in this video. So make sure to watch that video. Locomotion is there. How to up your revision game is there. Okay. Question type. What kind of questions came in 2023, 2024, 25, and how questions will come later. And then here also you can go and see that there are all NCERT scientists, ray optics is there, biotechnology is there, master plan to score in physics is there, then 6 hours in reproduction chapter I have completed, biotechnology chapter I have completed in 5 hours. So all this you can check it out. And if you're new, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. If you're already there, show a lot of love in the comment section. If you're watching me for the first time, please let me know in the comment section how the class was. It was a long class. I hope it was super beneficial for all of you. Everyone who stayed from the starting till the end, I'm super proud of you GMAs, because you people make me proud every single day, that showing me that, ma'am, we don't give up. We are still doing. Okay. But practice a lot of question. If you're free in the evening time, please go through NCERT once. After that, practice the question. The notes will be added in the description box. I don't know if it is added yet. Because it's Sunday, I cannot ask the team members to add it. So by Monday, tomorrow, cell as well as this will be added, and the top 30 questions which I gave in the last video, that link also got missed. Some eruption happened. All that will be fixed by tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow check out the channel once so you get all the notes. So thank you so much, Pasingla. See you all in the next video. Till then, take care. Bye bye. Love you all. Let me know in the comment section how the class was, and yes, pour all your feedbacks in the comment section. Bye bye.